world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. It's better to do it now than to wait for a day. Haha, if Mr. Lin hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Yes, there is a duel to be had. I originally wanted to make a bet with Mr. Lin, but unfortunately, Mr. Lin doesn't seem to dare. Unfortunately, in half a month, I will go to Qianxue Valley to pay a visit to Lord Aoyangboyan, the third elder of the Hehuan sect. Elder Aoyang wants to assess me to be a formal registered disciple. I'm afraid he will have no time to duel with Mr. Lin. If I'm lucky enough to get the favor of Elder Aoyang, I may have to stay in Qianxue Valley for a long time. If Mr. Lin insists on fighting me, he can only do it within this half month. I wonder if Mr. Lin dares? Zhang Guanyu had a smile on his face all the time. He had already thought about the follow-up layout and was quite sure that he could force Lin Ming to challenge him within half a month. In this way, he would have the confidence to use the vicious moves in the Hehuan divine arts such as the absolute bone sword to seriously injure Lin Ming and make him disabled so that he would never have the chance to fight with martial arts again. Fighting with me is the stupidest decision you have ever made in your life. You are just a 15-year-old kid. I will make you regret coming into this world. The woman you once was used as a furnace for cultivation. You fell from the altar of genius, lost all your martial arts, lost your relatives, lost your parents, and were expelled from the family. When that time comes, I will do whatever I want to you. I will break your hands and feet, keep you in the pigsty in the mansion like a pig, feed you the same food as pigs every day, and fuck all the women around you in front of you. I will make you live a life worse than death and beg me to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Guanyu imagined the tragic scene of Lin Ming in the future, and a trace of ferocity appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wanted not only to kill Lin Ming, but also to make him live in despair and worse than pigs and dogs. After hearing Zhang Guanyu's words, everyone present felt Zhang Guanyu's cunning. At this time, there was still 1.5 months before the 4-month period scheduled by Qianxue Valley. Zhang Guanyu happened to go to visit Aoyangboyan half a month later. This was probably planned by him. He probably knew that he had no chance of winning the battle in a month and a half, so he forced Lin Ming to fight him within half a month. Many people present knew the relationship between Aoyangboyan and Aoyangdehe. After hearing what Zhang Guanyu said, they all looked at Aoyangdehe, who nodded slightly, confirming the news. I don't know what means Zhang Guanyu used to impress Aoyangboyan. Now he wants to test him to be a registered disciple. This is not a very honorable practice. It seems that Zhang Guanyu is afraid of Lin Ming. He has already lost his momentum. So what if he loses his momentum? It's better than losing miserably under the spotlight. As long as he can beat Lin Ming, his ki will be unobstructed. When his ki is unobstructed, his true essence will also be unobstructed, and his martial arts practice will not be hindered too much. I think Zhang Guanyu seems to be planning a trap, waiting for Lin Ming to fall into it. Lin Ming is a ruthless person, and Zhang Guanyu is not a pushover. He has all kinds of means to deal with Lin Ming. If I were facing Lin Ming, I would have been helpless and would have just been waiting to admit defeat. I don't know how Lin Ming will deal with it. Now it's going to be interesting. Lin Ming probably has to swallow his anger. He only ranked 6th in the last 10,000 killings array test. The gap between 6th and the top 3 is too big. They are not at the same level at all. It is impossible for even Lin Ming to catch up in half a month. Moreover, Zhang Guanyu has also practiced the Hehuan divine art. How could his strength not have improved? Well, I think so too. The heroes in the field discussed privately. Lin Ming smiled slightly, covered the tea bowl in his hand, and said, within half a month. Actually, it doesn't take half a month. It's better to do it today. Let's go to the training ground now. How about it? Well, Zhang Guanyu was suddenly shocked. Is this Lin Ming crazy? Want to fight him now? When Lin Ming said this, all the guests in the audience were stunned, including Yang Lin, Wang Yuhan, Qin Xingxuan and others, who were also caught off guard. Lin Ming had just taken the 10,000 killings array test not long ago and scored 6th. Although this result is already a myth, It is still far behind Zhang Guanyu. There is no way that Lin Ming can catch up in just a few days. What does Lin Ming want to do? He is simply courting death by doing this. It's better to do it now than to choose a day. Lin Ming really doesn't take Zhang Guanyu seriously. Lin Ming is too arrogant. Although he has the ability, he is too young and immature after all. A child has so many halos on him that he has long been blinded. His self-confidence has swelled, and he thinks he is invincible among the younger generation. He is going to fall this time. Once he falls, he may not be able to get up. Zhang Guanyu will definitely be ruthless. I'm afraid he will seize the opportunity to beat Lin Ming to a disability and never be able to turn over. Lin Ming probably doesn't know how big the gap is between the top 3 and the 4th place in the ranking stone. He thinks the 6th place is very close to the 3rd place. The 4-month deadline for challenging Zhang Guanyu was set by the Lord of the 7th Xuanwu Palace. What kind of vision does he have? How could he set a time randomly? It's only 2.5 months now, and Lin Ming is going to challenge Zhang Guanyu. It's too hasty. The last person to speak was the disciple ranked 4th. Although he knew very well that he would be far inferior to Lin Ming in the future, it had only been a few days since Lin Ming's last assessment, and Lin Ming's strength might not have caught up with him, let alone Zhang Guanyu. People were talking about it. Most of the people present were young talents from Xianan City, and many of them were jealous of Lin Ming. They wished to see Lin Ming being severely injured by Zhang Guanyu and unable to pass the 7 Xuanwu Palace assessment, or even to have his meridians damaged, his limbs disabled, and his future cultivation severely affected, so that he would fall from the altar and never recover. Brother Lin, think twice. The prince was closest to Lin Ming, and held down Lin Ming's arm, transmitting his true energy. Don't act on impulse. If a fight really breaks out, Zhang Guanyu will definitely hit hard, especially now that he has Yang Dehua support. Even if he hits someone, he won't be punished too severely. This will make him even more unscrupulous, and he may even kill him. When masters fight, especially when their strength is similar, every move is desperate and very dangerous. If someone is accidentally injured, the 7 Xuanwu Palace will not punish them. Even if someone dies, the most he will end up being expelled from the martial arts palace and sent to exile. Such punishment is nothing to Zhang Guanyu. Lin Ming said, "Your Highness, I know what's going on. My strength has improved over the past few days. Even if I can't beat Zhang Guanyu, I'm sure I can get out of this unscathed." Just as Lin Ming finished his words, he heard the true essence transmissions of Wang Yuhan, Beijing Guan, and Qin Xingxuan in his ears one after another. The meanings were similar, and they all advised Lin Ming not to act on impulse. Lin Ming stood up and smiled at the 3 girls, indicating that he was fine. Those present were not ordinary people. Their vision was actually very accurate. They thought, well, if Lin Ming was really only the 6th in the 10,000 killings formation, he really couldn't catch up with Zhang Guanyu within half a month. But Lin Ming only wanted to be in the top 10 in the 10,000 killings formation. After getting enough points, Lin Ming found a master in the condensation vein stage and began to hone his strength. If he really rushed to rank, he might not be worse than Zhang Guanyu. Moreover, in the past few days, Lin Ming's evil god power has been fully developed, and the seal of fighting has been successfully engraved on his body. As a result, his training power and chaos true essence art have also made breakthroughs, and his strength has increased a lot. Even if he still can't beat Zhang Guanyu, he will never be beaten to the point of breaking his hands and feet. He can still retreat unscathed. Zhang Guanyu sneered and thought to himself, since you want to die, I can't help you. Becoming famous at a young age may not be a good thing. Your character is not stable, and you act childishly, which makes you prone to early death. I originally thought of a way to provoke you to challenge me within half a month, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. You idiot, you can't even wait for half a month, and are so anxious to live in the pigsty. In this case, I will definitely order my servants to fill the pigsty with pig urine and pig manure to entertain you well. Thinking of this, Zhang Guanyu no longer concealed the murderous intent in his eyes. A hideous smile appeared on his face. It is better to do it now than to wait for a day. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged from young age. It seems that you think you have won. Then why don't we go out now and let me see Mr. Lin's moves? That's what I meant. Lin Ming smiled. By the way, Mr. Zhang, swords and guns have no eyes. When we have a decisive battle later, we will definitely do our best. It is inevitable that we will accidentally hurt the other party. Zhang Guanyu chuckled. Mr. Lin, are you scared? Don't worry, I will use my best strength. Of course I have to use my best strength, otherwise I will accidentally kill you. Wouldn't that be fun? Lin Ming smiled and said, no, I'm not scared. I'm afraid that I will accidentally hurt Mr. Zhang, and it will be difficult to explain to the United Chamber of Commerce. Our Lin family is a small family, and we can't afford to offend a big force like the United Chamber of Commerce. When Lin Ming said this, the expressions of everyone present were quite wonderful. What did he say? Afraid that he would accidentally hurt Zhang Guanyu, and it would be difficult to explain to the United Chamber of Commerce? This Lin Ming is too arrogant. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. He wants to anger Zhang Guanyu at this time. It will be strange if Zhang Guanyu doesn't use a vicious move later. I heard that the moves of the Hehuan sect are famous for their viciousness. Most of the heroes present were extraordinary and had a certain understanding of the Hehuan sect's skills. Zhang Guanyu laughed out loud. Lin Ming, you said that. I'm really a little scared. Afraid that I might get hurt by you accidentally. Hahaha. Then what do you say we should do? The irony in Zhang Guanyu's tone was very obvious, but Lin Ming was completely unaware. He thought for a moment and said with a smile, why don't we sign a life and death agreement so that if we hurt or maim someone, we can't be held accountable? How about that? First update, asking for monthly tickets and subscriptions. The so-called subscription is to pay to read the VIP chapters of Gideon, that is, genuine reading. If there are new book friends who have recharged, they must upgrade to Junior VIP before subscribing to chapters, otherwise it will be very expensive. Or you can buy a Senior VIP account on Taobao and then recharge and subscribe. The genuine subscription to Wuji costs a few yuan a month. The day before yesterday, when I was writing all night, I went to the canteen to buy 2 boxes of instant noodles and a roll of toilet paper, which cost 12 yuan. This 12 yuan is enough to read Wuji for 3 months. Gideon has been established for 10 years, and the price of goods has increased several times, but the price of subscription books has not increased. I think this price is not expensive. Please support the genuine version. I sincerely hope that the 24-hour subscription will exceed 1,300. Thank you. Thank you for the 10,000 yuan reward from the class leader, and the monthly tickets generated by the 10,000 yuan reward. Thank you for many times in a row. Chapter 152, Life and Death Certificate. Why don't we sign a life and death agreement? This way, if we injure or maim someone, we can't be held accountable. How about that? Lin Ming smiled brightly. The effect of the meridian severing hand was a bit too good, so it would be better to sign a life and death agreement in advance. Zhang Guanyu was so happy when he heard Lin Ming say this. This Lin Ming was just sticking his neck out waiting for him to chop it off. He had seen idiots before, but he had never seen such an idiot. Lin Ming, what are you going to do? Wang Yuan was anxious. She didn't care about using her true energy to transmit the sound. She ran over directly. Sign a life and death agreement? This is simply digging her own grave. Lin Ming, you can't sign it. Zhang Guanyu laughed. Miss Wang, who are you to Lin Ming? Wang Yuan paused and was speechless. Yes, she and Lin Ming were just inscription masters and assistants, nothing else. What qualifications did she have to interfere with Lin Ming's decision? Lin Ming said, Miss Wang is my friend. Zhang Guanyu, since I said I would sign the death agreement, I will not regret it. Bring me the pen. Great. Come on, bring me the 4 treasures of the study. Zhang Guanyu said with a laugh. Soon someone brought the 4 treasures of the study. A man who looked like a lawyer quickly wrote lines of small characters on the paper. They were the contents of the death agreement between Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu. Zhang Guanyu pressed a handprint, then took the cinnabar pen and wrote the 3 characters Zhang Guanyu on the death agreement. The cinnabar color was as red as blood and looked extremely ferocious. Lin Ming also took the ink and cinnabar pen and signed his name calmly. His pen strokes were not ostentatious, but like a spear, it faintly exuded a sharp momentum. Wang Yuan, who was standing aside, clearly saw that the cinnabar ink had overflowed through the back of the paper because of Lin Ming's pen power. After signing the life and death agreement, Zhang Guanyu chuckled and used true essence to contact Ouyang Dehe. Lord Ouyang, give me the thunderbolt evil fire bead that we promised you before. Ouyang Dehe chuckled and used true essence to reply. Why, Lin Ming challenged you so early, and you still want to use the thunderbolt evil fire bead? You think too highly of him, don't you? Zhang Guanyu said in a deep voice. Better safe than sorry. I want to beat Lin Ming so badly that he has no chance of turning over. I don't want to allow any mistakes to happen. Haha, this Lin Ming offended you. He is really unlucky. Ouyang Dehe said as she flicked her finger, and a grey zumi ring suddenly flew into Zhang Guanyu's hand. It was already late at night, and Ouyang Dehe's technique was very concealed, so this scene was very inconspicuous, and almost no one on the scene noticed it. However, Lin Ming's perception was very sharp. After practicing the chaos true essence art, and he was close to Zhang Guanyu, so he noticed it. What's in that ring? Lin Ming's heart trembled, and he was secretly on guard. The ring thrown by Ouyang Dehe must not be an ordinary thing. I don't know what trump card this Zhang Guanyu has. I must be careful in this battle. The training ground of the Imperial Palace is outside the Meridian Gate. It is paved with green square stones and covers an area of more than 10 acres, which is larger than a polo field. Because of this duel, almost everyone who attended the banquet came out to watch. Even Murungzi, who had hidden for a while before, found an inconspicuous corner and watched the game with Beijing Guan. Zhang Guanyu changed his brocade robe, put on a set of tight clothes, and walked onto the training ground. In his hand, he was holding a human-grade top-grade sword with a cold glow. This sword was the one that Lin Ming had inscribed more than a month ago. Seeing this sword, Wang Yuan sighed. Sure enough, this day has come when Lin Ming will face the top-grade sword he made. Zhang Guanyu shook the sword casually and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, do you still remember this sword? I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, this sword would not be so perfect. I wonder how you feel when you die under the sword you made. I don't think it feels as good as yours. Lin Ming drew out the heavy mysterious soft silver gun. On his right hand, the seal of fighting emitted a faint dark red light, as if it was condensed from blood. Zhang Guanyu naturally didn't understand what Lin Ming said. He didn't know that the blood of the level 5 beast he sent was one of the main materials of the seal of fighting on Lin Ming's right hand. Otherwise his feeling would definitely be much stronger than Lin Ming's. Lin Ming's gun doesn't have an inscription. Wang Yuan couldn't believe Lin Ming's heavy mysterious soft silver gun. She never thought that Lin Ming, as a top inscription master, didn't even give his gun an inscription. What on earth is he thinking? After Wang Yuan said this, people all looked at Lin Ming's heavy and soft silver spear. This spear has no inscription. Ordinary warriors cannot judge whether a weapon has been inscribed just by looking at its appearance from a distance, but Wang Yuan is an inscription master, so what she said is of course correct. Lin Ming got the weapon, but didn't have an inscription at the first time. And now he uses this weapon to deal with Zhang Guanyu. How could he do such a stupid thing? They didn't think highly of Lin Ming's strength in the first place, and now his weapon is one level lower than Zhang Guanyu's, and he doesn't have the inscription technique, so this battle is even more impossible. From a distance, Qin Xingxuan also paid attention to all this. Her eyebrows slightly frowned. She knew very well that, although Lin Ming was young, he was definitely not an immature child, and he dared to challenge Zhang Guanyu at this time. What trump card did he have? I didn't expect you to be so stupid, not having an inscription on the weapon at the first time, but using it to deal with me today. Zhang Guanyu licked his lips and laughed. Lin Ming glanced at the heavy profound soft silver spear. These days, he was busy with the power of the evil god in the seal of fighting, and he really didn't have time to inscribe the heavy profound soft silver spear. The main reason was that Lin Ming wanted to collect some top quality materials and make the most powerful inscription he could make at this stage, so that it would be worthy of the heavy profound soft silver spear. After all, he would need this spear for a long time. However, the lack of an inscription would not have much impact. In the past, Lin Ming's purple crow bullet iron piercing rainbow spear was not even a treasure. Lin Ming took a step forward and stretched out his right hand to grab the tail of the heavy, profound, soft silver spear. He could feel that his right hand was full of explosive power, which was brought to him by the seal of fighting. After the seal of fighting was successfully drawn, Lin Ming's strength had reached 7,200 kilograms. This strength was stronger than that of a warrior in the early stage of condensing meridians. Unmovable like a mountain. As Lin Ming's momentum exploded, he began to radiate a strong pressure. Some Xianan city heroes with weak cultivation could not help but retreat. This was like the feeling of an ordinary person facing a tiger. Even if he knew that the tiger would not hurt him, he still couldn't help but retreat. What a powerful momentum. Lin Ming's strengths lie in his power and momentum, but his speed is not good, while Zhang Guanyi's strength lies in his speed, with his strength slightly inferior. This fight can be said to be a peak showdown between the strong in strength and the strong in speed. It is really exciting. A disciple from the 7 Zuanwu mansion said sincerely, a peak showdown. The strongest person in the 7 Zuanwu mansions is Tuoku. Not only has his cultivation reached the initial stage of bone forging, but he is also born with supernatural power. Zhang Guanyi is the fastest, and Tuoku is the strongest. A fight between these two people is a peak showdown of speed and strength. As for Lin Ming, although he is a genius, he is still a little immature now. So what if he is as still as a mountain? I bet that Lin Ming will be played around by Zhang Guanyi, who has unleashed his speed in a while. With Lin Ming's speed, I'm afraid that he can't even touch the corner of Zhang Guanyi's clothes. And Zhang Guanyi has now practiced the Hehuan divine art, and his strength and true energy are not necessarily much weaker than Lin Ming. The result of this fight is obvious. A young man from a noble family in brocade clothes said with a sneer. In Xianan country, there are countless young people who regard Lin Ming as their idol, but correspondingly, there are also many young warriors who are jealous of Lin Ming and hope that Lin Ming will be defeated one day and never recover from it. The man in brocade clothes who spoke is one of them. He believed that if Lin Ming continued like this, he would eventually surpass Zhang Guanyi, but not now. If Lin Ming challenged Zhang Guanyi now, he would definitely die miserably. Zhang Guanyi laughed and said, "You have a good momentum, but it's useless to me. I'm not Zhuyan. I have seen through your body-shattering fist." When he said this, the whole audience was shocked, especially Wang Yuhan and others. Their hearts were immediately hanging. Body-shattering fist was Lin Ming's strongest move. If Zhang Guanyi saw through Lin Ming's body-shattering fist, how could Lin Ming win? However, Lin Ming didn't care about Zhang Guanyi's words at all. He smiled and said, "You are playing psychological warfare, right? With your poor understanding, you have practiced the Hehuan divine art for more than half a year. How many women have you harmed? Have you reached the second level? With this poor understanding, you can see through my bone-smashing fist? It's ridiculous." Lin Ming said so. Even though Zhang Guanyi was very cunning, he was also angry. He really didn't even reach the second level of the Hehuan divine art now, so he was worried whether he could reach the 7th level of the Hehuan divine art and reach the point of inexhaustible yang essence in his lifetime. Lin Ming's words hit his sore spot. "Don't be too arrogant, go to hell," Zhang Guanyi shouted, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Everyone could only hear a series of trample footsteps and sharp sounds of breaking through the air, which was the sound of a sharp sword cutting through the wind at high speed. So fast. My god, my eyes can hardly catch up with his speed. Is this really the speed that a human can reach? There are many talented young men present, and they originally felt good about themselves. Although they knew that there was a gap between them and Zhang Guanyi and Lin Ming, they did not expect the gap to be so big. At such a fast speed, even the eyes can't keep up. How can Lin Ming deal with it? You don't even know where his sword comes from. In the wind-like speed of Zhang Guanyi, Lin Ming stood still with the rainbow spear in his hand. One was moving so fast that the figure could not be seen clearly, while the other stood still completely. Just looking at the momentum, Lin Ming was weak. Zhang Guanyi flashed behind Lin Ming, grinned, and aimed his sword at Lin Ming's head, and cut it down. His sword speed was so fast that even the sound was swallowed. Chapter 153 Extreme Body Movement. The crowd didn't even see the sword light clearly. If the sword had hit, Lin Ming's head would have been cut in half. Before people could exclaim, Zhang Guanyi's sword missed. It was as if Lin Ming had eyes on his back. At the moment the sword fell, he moved forward a small step in a very strange way, as if a willow branch was blown away by the wind, and avoided Zhang Guanou's sword without any error. HMM. Zhang Guanou's sword, which was determined to win, missed. He didn't believe it, and raised his sword to stab again. Chi. In an instant, Zhang Guanou didn't know how many times he stabbed with the sword. His sword had completely merged into the wind. Only the extremely blurred sword light could be seen, and the sword body had completely disappeared. Only seeing the sword light, but not the sword, is already a very high level of sword use. But Zhang Guanou's sword, even the sword light can't be seen clearly. The sword light with such a terrifying speed enveloped Lin Ming from all directions, but at this moment, Lin Ming's figure also became blurred, as if a series of thick afterimages were stacked around his body. Lin Ming, who was in the afterimage, seemed to move, but also seemed to not move. However, there was no doubt that Zhang Guanou's sword did not pierce him at all. What's going on? Mirengzi, who was hiding in the corner watching the decisive battle, was stunned. Lin Ming was obviously enveloped in such dense sword light, but he was not hurt at all. What's going on? Of course he dodged it all. Beijing Guan took a deep breath, and tried to make his voice sound calm. Lin Ming's body movement was too terrifying. Martial artists who are proficient in body movement know that it is impossible to completely dodge the dense sword light like rain with speed alone. When the sword speed is extremely fast, the time difference between each sword light is so short that it can be ignored. Moreover, the sword light is dense and chaotic, with no rules and no dead angles. If you want to dodge such sword light, speed alone is not enough. If the speed is too fast, you may hit the sword light. To be able to navigate with ease in such a sword light, one not only needs accurate eyesight and sharp instant judgment, but also requires the control of body movements to a subtle level, and to control any part of the body exquisitely, and to make countless short and rapid movements in an instant, so as to avoid the sword light. The series of blurred afterimages around Lin Ming were caused by the fact that he made too many short and rapid movements in an instant, leaving a tenth of a second of visual residue on people's irises. This body movement is simply the pinnacle. But why does Lin Ming have such a body movement? There are many young talents present who have extraordinary experience. They also thought of what Beijing Guan thought of. They know very well how difficult it is to navigate with ease in such a dense sword light. Who just said that Lin Ming's speed is a weakness? Open your eyes. Fucking, this is called a weakness? The one who spoke was the disciple ranked 4th on the Cheyenne Sifu ranking stone. He originally thought that Lin Ming ranked 6th on the ranking stone in the last assessment, and now after so many days, Lin Ming's strength might not have caught up with his own, but now it seems that his idea is simply a joke. How could this be? I remember that Lin Ming rarely moved on the battlefield before, and basically fought head on. Moreover, he learned the basic steps. How could he be fast? The aristocratic family child who thought that Lin Ming's speed was a weakness said in disbelief. Are you stupid? Who dares to say that the basic spear technique that Lin Ming used before was weak? As for the fact that he rarely moved on the battlefield before, it was obviously because the previous opponents did not need Lin Ming to display his terrifying body skills at all. A staunch supporter of Lin Ming responded with a plausible argument. His aura was as immovable as a mountain. His strength was astonishing. His true essence was extremely dense, and at the same time, he also possessed an unparalleled speed. There was no weakness in any of his positions. How could he fight against such a pervert? The battle in the field became more and more intense. With top-level body skills against top-level body skills, Zhang Guanou's sword became faster and faster, and more swift. The sword lights intertwined, and water could not penetrate. Sword beams of light chopped the training ground into pieces. The stone slab under Lin Ming's feet had been broken into pieces. The largest fragment was only the size of a finger. However, in such a violent storm-like attack, Lin Ming always walked leisurely. His steps were completely integrated into the wind, and his exact position could not be captured at all. Zhang Guanou's sword light seemed to be as dense as a net, but there was always a sequence. Lin Ming was at ease in this tiny time difference. His movements were smooth and fluent, as if he did not actively dodge the sword, but the sword wind brought by the sword blew him away. Mirengzi stared blankly, her eyes getting bigger and bigger. she murmured. It's impossible. Although that beast is powerful, the body movement he chose is just the basic steps. How can the basic steps have such a speed? Mirengzi's question is also Beijing Guan's question. She has always wondered when Lin Ming learned such a powerful body movement. At this moment, a fresh and pleasant voice interrupted and said, Lin Ming used the basic steps. Mirengzi turned around and saw that it was Qin Xingxuan who spoke. At this time, Qin Xingxuan looked towards the center of the field, his eyes full of admiration and praise. The basic steps? Impossible. Mirengzi would never believe it. She also knew something about the basic steps. Lin Ming's body movement was completely different from the basic steps, and how could the basic steps have such a perverted speed? However, Beijing Guan discovered something after Qin Xingxuan's reminder. She looked at Lin Ming's body movement again and was shocked. It's the basic steps. Lin Ming's steps are all the steps of the basic steps, but he shortened each step to the extreme, and the speed is also extremely fast. Yes, that's it. Qin Xingxuan nodded. Lin Ming was indeed performing the basic steps. Golden Peng breaking the void focuses on the artistic conception and the operation of the true essence, and has no requirements for the steps. To put it bluntly, the body movements that win with steps are all inferior body movements, belonging to the end of the side branches. The truly powerful body movements rely on the artistic conception contained in the body movements. As for the steps, they are naturally free to move as they please. If a body movement limits the steps of a warrior, then it must be a kind of restraint on the warrior. With restraint, how can it be possible to perform a body movement like flowing clouds and water, and strolling in the garden? Lin Ming had already comprehended the state of mind of wind. For him, it was the same to perform any steps. He chose the basic steps, only to cover up the golden peng breaking the void. At such a fierce speed, both of them consumed a lot of energy, especially Zhang Guanyu. His movements were much bigger than Lin Ming's, and he was the attacking party, so he consumed more energy. After dozens of breaths, Zhang Guanyu's true energy was exhausted, and at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly stepped forward and stabbed out with a gun. Clang! A sharp metal collision sound rang out, and Zhang Guanyu, who was in a rapid state, suddenly stopped his body. His sword stood upright in front of him, blocking Lin Ming's gun. Zhang Guanyu looked at Lin Ming in doubt. He was just about to raise a mouthful of true energy and perform a new round of offensive, but Lin Ming stabbed him in the heart with a gun at this time. With such a fast body movement, Zhang Guanyu's dodging ability was very strong. He should have easily avoided the gunshot like Lin Ming dodged his sword, but for some reason, Lin Ming's gun seemed to have calculated the trajectory of his body movement and stabbed him in the heart, forcing Zhang Guanyu to raise his sword to block. But how could a soft sword block a heavy gunshot? Zhang Guanyu could only pour all his true energy into the sword, but the sword blocked his blood and ki, and his true energy was disordered. He saw through my body movement? Impossible. The body movement I learned is the top body movement Hehuan Wuang from the 7 Mysterious Valley, and my movements are also irregular. It would be fine if he stabbed me with a gun, but how could he stab me so accurately? Zhang Guanyu felt a great sense of frustration in his heart. His strongest point was his body movement, but he was completely suppressed by Lin Ming in body movement. He felt that, when he displayed dazzling body movement, he was just like a clown acting, and it was completely useless. He was stabbed by Lin Ming. How did you do it? Your sword cut through the wind, so the wind betrayed you. Lin Ming said with a smile. After comprehending the artistic conception of wind, Lin Ming didn't even need to use his eyes to see Zhang Guanyu's movements. As long as he sensed the information transmitted by the wind, he could instantly determine Zhang Guanyu's position and body movement trajectory. Of course, Zhang Guanyu didn't understand what Lin Ming meant. His cheeks twitched, and he said coldly, mystifying. You really surprised me. Very good, I will use all my strength to kill you. Zhang Guanyu stretched out his left index finger and middle finger, stroked the long sword in his hand, and a trace of blood remained on the sword. At the same time, Zhang Guanyu's face began to become ruddy, and then from ruddy to the color of black jade, his arms began to become crystal clear, as if there was a light in his body. Hehuan magic skill. This is Hehuan magic skill. The knowledgeable people present immediately recognize the skills that Zhang Guanyu was performing at this time. The Hehuan divine art of the 7 Profound Valley. This is a skill that is only passed on to core disciples. Even the disciples of the heavenly palace of the seven profound valley cannot learn it. Now Lin Ming is in danger. The Hehuan divine art has deep true essence and vicious moves. After Zhang Guanyu used the Hehuan divine art, a strong and strange aura suddenly appeared on his body. This aura was not strong, but it was accompanied by a breath of alternating cold and scorching heat. When people were in it, they seemed to see countless illusions and their minds were almost lost. So powerful. There were few weak hands among the young people present, but facing Zhang Guanyu's aura, they had to fully mobilize their true essence to barely resist the invasion of this aura. The aura alone required them to mobilize their true essence to resist. If they faced Zhang Guanyu's attack head-on, how could they fight? Is this the Hehuan divine art? Facing Zhang Guanyu's aura, Lin Ming just moved his small units rhythmically and turned into a thin thread of true essence that broke out of his body, easily tearing the aura apart and shattering it into nothingness. Now it has 40 votes. This is the third update, and there are 40 votes left to reach 80 votes. Please add some fuel to the fire. Thank you. Chapter 154 Tit for Tat. The Hehuan divine art is just like this. Lin Ming shook his head slightly. Such a skill dared to be called a divine skill. This skill is really worthless. It is true that Zhang Guanyu is powerful, but his strength relies on the suppression brought by his bone refining realm. As for the Hehuan divine art, the true essence condensed by this skill is thick, but not pure. Perhaps due to too much collection and replenishment, impure true essence was mixed into the body, and it could not be completely refined, so it was like this. Big but not strong, flashy but not practical. Lin Ming made a quick judgment in his heart. With the method of practicing strength like silk, he could shatter it in one go. Lin Ming, you laughed at me for not being able to break through the second level of the Hehuan divine art. That's right, my current realm is indeed only the first major level of the Hehuan divine art. Let me see how much you can deal with this major level of the Hehuan divine art. No need to talk anymore, just go ahead. Lin Ming held the gun in one hand. The tip of the gun pointed directly at Zhang Guanyu. The silver white heavy 1200 Jin soft silver gun was trembling slightly because of Lin Ming's sharp momentum. The surrounding air actually produced visible ripples with this vibration, as if it was about to be torn apart. This was the power generated by the vibration of the true essence infused into the heavy silver gun after the strength training was further improved. This power collided with Zhang Guanyu's momentum, making a kai-kai sound. At this moment, Lin Ming himself was like a straight spear, and the sharp momentum he exuded made many noble girls' hearts beat wildly. Take my sword, soul-stirring slash. Zhang Guanyu shouted, and his long sword was covered with a layer of dark jade light, as if it was burned red by flames, and turned into a series of phantoms, piercing Lin Ming. This sword seemed to be slow, but it arrived in an instant, giving people a sense of spatial disorder. The sharp sword light also combined the strange momentum of the Hehuan magic skill and the speed that Zhang Guanyu was proud of. Puff! Zhang Guanyu pierced Lin Ming's chest with a sword. Before the audience could exclaim, the stabbed Lin Ming slowly disappeared. After image, Lin Ming's body had already merged into the wind, floating unsteadily. This time, he did not use the subtle body skills again, but stretched his steps and moved in a larger range. Because after Zhang Guanyu used the Hehuan magic skill, each of his moves contained a powerful true energy fluctuation. If he tried to dodge in a small range, he would be easily injured. Let's see who is faster. Zhang Guanyu snorted coldly, and his figure rushed out like a whirlwind. Because of the operation of the Hehuan magic, his speed increased a lot. His shadow seemed to have merged into the void, and his sword moves became more fierce, as fast as lightning, and even the sword light could not be seen clearly. Bang 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 bang. A series of metal and true energy collision sounds came from mid-air, and the sword light and gun light flashed in the night sky. The powerful momentum and shockwave swept the whole field like a hurricane. The slate of the training ground was broken like tofu, and a large amount of stone chips were swept up by the hurricane and scattered like flying arrows. Be careful. Although the training ground was wide, the battle between the two was too fierce, and the raging true energy had already rushed towards the crowd. Back off. Back off. The young heroes present all operated their true energy to protect their whole bodies. Some nobles who had no strength also had their guards to protect them. Under such protection, they all retreated to a safe distance. Too scary. If this flying stone hits a person, it can make a hole. A young man from an aristocratic family saw with his own eyes a stone fragment that was stirred up by the true essence flying out and hitting the stone pillar beside the training ground. As a result, it directly shot a 1-inch deep hole, and the stone was broken into slag inside. Just the aftermath of the power. I have to use 80% of my true essence to protect myself. If I face them head on, I'm afraid I will become a hornet's nest. The speaker was a warrior who had just entered the Yijin period. He was just an ordinary Yijin period, which was equivalent to the peak of Lianzang and the 7 profound martial palace. Before, he had only heard rumors about Lin Ming, and could not imagine how powerful he was. Now, he finally saw that Lin Ming was only in the Yijin period. Why is Lin Ming so fast? Didn't he choose the basic steps at the beginning? Did the 7 profound valley teach him the top level body skills after he participated in the core disciple assessment? The person who spoke felt that only the top level body skills from the 7 profound valley could have such speed. At this time, a young man from an aristocratic family who was proficient in body movement said hesitantly, why do I feel that Lin Ming is performing the basic steps? You are kidding. I'm serious. Look, Lin Ming's steps are sliding down, moving up, flying on the grass, rats crossing the street, carp leaping over the dragon gate. These are all basic steps in the basic steps. Because Lin Ming has a long distance between his steps, although he is extremely fast, some young men from aristocratic families with good cultivation can still barely keep up with his movements, but they don't think about the basic steps at all. After this person's reminder, people began to pay attention to Lin Ming's movements. The basic steps is a body movement that is very common. Most people present know something about it. When they saw it, they were all stunned. It is indeed the basic steps. How is this possible? Could it be that Lin Ming, with his monstrous comprehension, improved and rewrote this basic steps? That's why he has the current speed? What you said is too outrageous. Boom boom boom. Spear light flickered, sword light danced, rocks shattered, and true essence flew. Although he was a realm behind Zhang Guanyu, Lin Ming was not at a disadvantage at all. King Feng slash. Meng Guiu's sword. After a long battle, Zhang Guanyu's offensive became more fierce, and one of his moves was a martial arts. Because Zhang Guanyu's attack speed was extremely fast, he could release 2 martial arts moves in just a breath of time. Damn, it's too abnormal martial arts can be used like this. How condensed must the true essence be to be able to fight like this? Give me. After a few moves, it's overdrawn like an adult. What's even more amazing is Lin Ming. He can block such dense martial arts. How is it possible? I heard that the skills he chose are only basic gun skills and bone crushing fist, just 2 moves, and his cultivation is 1 realm weaker than Zhang Guanyu. How can he block it? Some children from aristocratic families found it incredible. In their minds, how can ordinary moves block martial arts? Especially such dense martial arts. It's the true essence incarnation. A slightly indifferent voice suddenly sounded. The man who asked the question turned around and was immediately shocked. It was Ling Sen. Ling Sen, the eldest brother of Xianxi Mansion of Kixanwu Mansion. Yes, this banquet invited young talents and naturally invited Ling Sen, but he arrived very late. True essence transformation means that in any attack, the released true essence can be condensed into substance. In this way, any attack can be comparable to a martial arts skill of an ordinary warrior. Ling Sen knew very well that Lin Ming could transform his true essence into a shape when he got the 6th place in the ranking stone. Lin Ming was only in the early stage of Yijin realm, while he had already stepped half a foot into the bone forging stage a few months ago, but now he has only barely touched the threshold of true essence transformation. Moreover, what surprised Ling Sen the most was not the true essence transformation, but Lin Ming's body movement. Ling Sen's appearance attracted the attention of many people. After all, Ling Sen's eyesight far exceeded his. Brother Ling, isn't true essence transformation something that can only be achieved by warriors in the condensation vein stage? Isn't Lin Ming only in the Yijin stage? Isn't this too abnormal? Brother Ling, Lin Ming is performing the basic steps, right? Why is he so fast? Ling Sen took a deep breath and said slowly, Lin Ming is performing the basic steps. After receiving Ling Sen's affirmation, people gasped. Naturally, no one doubted Ling Sen's words. Brother Ling, how can the basic steps be so fast? Ling Sen remained silent. The basic steps that Lin Ming performed seemed to have something more in them. If the previous basic steps were just appearances, then with this basic step has a soul and charm. This set of body movements is alive. The martial arts that Zhang Guanyu performed became more and more rapid. Since it takes a little time for martial arts to brew, Zhang Guanyu also mixed in the inscription skills that Lin Ming had previously engraved on the sword. With Zhang Guanyu's identity and status, he certainly had no shortage of advanced martial arts. The power of the inscription skills was not great, but the speed of performing them was faster, so Zhang Guanyu used them frequently. Haha, how does it feel to be hit by the skills you engraved yourself? Is it very cool? People like you are digging their own graves. Zhang Guanyu laughed wildly. You talk too much nonsense. Your body movement speed is so fast, and the wind is so strong. Aren't you afraid that the strong wind will flick your tongue? Humph, you're looking for death. The two fought faster and faster. Even a warrior in the condensation vein stage would be trembling with fear when seeing this level of fighting. Soul sweeping slash. Zhang Guanyu infused his sword with true energy and took a step forward. The long sword whimpered and stabbed out like lightning. This was the most powerful move in the Hehuan divine art. When the sword stabbed out, it seemed as if the sound was swallowed. Strength training like silk. Lin Ming turned around and stabbed out with a spear. The vibrating true energy scattered out and rushed towards Zhang Guanyu like a tide. With the heavy mysterious soft silver spear, a human level middle grade treasure, Lin Ming was able to use a strength training like silk to add wings to a tiger. At the beginning, Zhu Yan was facing this vibrating true energy that surged like a tide. Every move was restricted. He couldn't use his speed. Most of the sword moves he made were just to resist the vibrating true energy, and he couldn't hurt Lin Ming at all. However, facing this vibrating true energy, Zhang Guanyu just grinned. The true energy on his sword suddenly shrank and condensed into a sharp stream, like a needle, piercing Lin Ming. Puff 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 puff. The layers of vibrating true energy were pierced like cloth, and Zhang Guanyu's sword drove straight in and came to Lin Ming in an instant. Clang. Zhang Guanyu stabbed Lin Ming's spear with his sword, and the originally straight heavy Zuan soft silver spear was immediately broken into a crescent shaped by the powerful impact. The fourth update, only more than 20 votes away. Chapter 155 Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl. Zhang Guanyu was holding a top grade human level treasure. If Lin Ming was holding a purple black iron spear, this sword would have pierced through the spear shaft. Lin Ming felt a sharp and powerful force coming, and his body flew backwards in midair. He flew several feet away before the force was dissipated, and his blood was still boiling in his chest. So strong. Lin Ming had to admit that, although Zhang Guanyu's true essence was not pure enough, it was definitely powerful. The narrow sword stabbed the heavy spear and bent it. The sword body was filled with true energy, and it was unstoppable. With one sword, I was forced to retreat so much. Zhang Guanyu is really powerful. Zhang Guanyu grinned and said, Lin Ming, I said that I saw through your body crushing and bone breaking fist. As long as the true energy is condensed into a thin line and pierced vertically into your vibrating true energy, it can break the surface with a point. Break the surface with a point. Lin Ming laughed. This move might be really useful against the original body crushing and bone breaking fist, but it is completely meaningless against the strength training Rusi. The chaos gang douging accumulated by the divine realm for countless years and tempered by thousands of hammers is not something that a small Zhang Guanyu can crack. Lin Ming, you accept your fate. I will end your genius myth today. Zhang Guanyu whistled, and the long sword in his hand made a whimpering sound, as if countless wronged souls were spinning around the sword body. With a click sound, cracks appeared on the stone slabs of the training ground under Zhang Guanyu's feet. He die. The sword of absolute life and bones. The sword of absolute life and bones? Qin Xingxuan frowned. This is a very vicious move in the Hehuan divine art, and it is also the most powerful move in the first level of the Hehuan divine art. The Hehuan divine art combines the mind method with martial arts, and belongs to the evil magic. The so-called magic is generally to use unorthodox methods, such as collecting and replenishing, devouring, and frenzy, to quickly improve the strength in a short period of time. This kind of practice is easy to go astray, and the sword is unconventional, the moves are insidious, and even damages the body. This sword of absolute life and bones releases a large number of wronged souls with one sword. If it stabs the opponent's body, it can reverse the true essence, and absorb the life essence of the opponent's flesh and blood. If the cultivation is poor, it will turn into bones, if it is stabbed by a sword. Even if the martial artist has a strong cultivation and a thick true essence, being stabbed by a sword will lose a lot of body vitality, causing a part of the body to rot and shrink, and the meridians, muscles, tendons will be completely useless, and eventually become disabled. This kind of disability cannot be cured, unless it is a natural treasure, that can turn a person's flesh and bones into flesh and bones. And this kind of natural treasure is not even available in a large sect like the Seven Profound Valley. It can be said that, if you are hit by the absolute bone sword, most of your martial arts skills in this life will be destroyed, or even completely destroyed. However, although the absolute bone sword is vicious, it cannot be used at will. If the sword move is used too much, the caster will be eroded by the sword move ghosts, causing his personality to become chaotic, and become a demon. Zhang Guanyu is so vicious, that he actually used this move. He is determined to destroy Lin Ming. Qin Xingsun, as a core disciple of the Seven Profound Martial Palace, is very familiar with the effect of the absolute bone sword. When she said this, Wang Yuan's heart tightened immediately. Lin Ming's body-breaking fist seemed to be suppressed. How could he fight against the absolute bone sword? Before Zhang Guanyu's sword was thrust out, Lin Ming felt a gust of cold wind, and this cold wind seemed to have turned into a group of ghosts, entangled in his hands and feet, and immediately slowed down Lin Ming's movements. Lin Ming frowned. Huh. This sword move can actually affect my body movement? Haha. This is my strongest move. You can't dodge it. Zhang Guanyu laughed crazily. His originally handsome face was completely distorted. Countless wronged souls burst out from Zhang Guanyu. His hair was completely scattered, and his long hair was blown upside down by the cold wind. At this moment, he was like a complete demon. Don't worry, I will spare your life. Zhang Guanyu screamed wildly, and stabbed Lin Ming with a sword. Countless wronged souls instantly condensed on Zhang Guanyu's sword. The sword body had completely turned bone white, as if Zhang Guanyu was holding not a sword, but a piece of bone. Seeing this sword stabbing, Lin Ming shouted wildly, and his whole body of true energy flowed rapidly. The evil god seed hidden in Lin Ming's heart emitted a blazing light, and the highly compressed true energy rushed out, and merged into Lin Ming's body of blood. The power of the evil god. Open. The first level of the power of the evil god, the true essence and strength instantly increased by 50%, plus the increase of the seal of fighting. Lin Ming only felt that his whole body was burning with fighting spirit. Not only that, the momentum he had accumulated in the previous collision with Zhang Guanyu also burst out instantly, and the long spear came out of the box, sweeping across the world. With an unstoppable momentum, the wronged souls that were entangled with Lin Ming and affected his speed had long been washed away without a trace. Lin Ming instantly recovered his peak speed, but he did not intend to hide. The raging fighting spirit contained in his body was like a volcano that had reached a critical point and had to erupt. Let me show you. The real training power is like silk the dragon goes out to sea. Lin Ming stabbed out with a spear, and with a loud bang, the training ground under his feet completely exploded, and the cracks spread out like a spider web. For a moment, it seemed as if a dragon really rushed out of Lin Ming's silver spear. The true essence rioted, and the space seemed to be compressed. The terrible energy formed air ripples visible to the naked eye, sweeping the broken bricks and tiles on the ground, and scattered like a storm. Boom. Lin Ming's shot, which contained the peak power, collided with Zhang Guanyu's absolute life white bone sword. At that moment, Lin Ming's body's tiny units vibrated together, and his true essence instantly turned into 5,000 strands. These 5,000 strands of true essence, like 5,000 ferocious little dragons, rushed towards Zhang Guanyu like hungry tigers. Crack, 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 crack. The wronged souls contained in the absolute life white bone sword were bitten through by the ferocious little dragons like waste paper. It was a completely one-sided crushing. 5,000 strands of true essence broke through the absolute life white bone sword and immediately rushed into Zhang Guanayu's body like a flood. Even though Zhang Guanayu had reached the bone tempering stage, his true essence was in his bones, and his body's defense was amazing. How could he resist the 5,000 vibrating true essences blessed by the power of the evil god? Zhang Guanayu screamed heartbreakingly. His internal organs were broken in many places. He didn't know how many blood vessels were broken. Blood burst through his skin and spurted out. Zhang Guanayu's long sword slipped out of his hand. His body was shaken by the ki force. He spun and sprayed blood, just like a broken blood bag, and fell heavily to the ground. The whole audience was silent. Zhang Guanayu's strongest attack, the most powerful trick in the first level of Hehuan divine art, the absolute life bone sword, was actually stabbed away by Lin Ming's gun. Looking at the training ground arena under Lin Ming's feet, the spider web-like cracks spread for more than 10 feet away. What kind of demonic true essence and power can cause such a destructive effect? The Lord of the Seven Zuan Wu Mansion gave Lin Ming a test to defeat Zhang Guanayu within 4 months. Now it's only been 2.5 months, and he has already done it. And it was done with one shot, when Zhang Guanayu was in his strongest state. Even Lin Ming's heavy Zuan soft silver gun has no inscriptions. This was too terrifying. For Lin Ming, even things that seemed impossible became very possible. Zhang Guanayu's facial muscles were twisted and almost broken due to his internal organs being shattered and blood loss. He hated him to the extreme. Lin Ming, I will kill you. Zhang Guanayu bit his tongue and reached out to touch the Zumi ring on his hand. This scene immediately aroused Lin Ming's vigilance. He certainly remembered that at the beginning of the battle, Bao Hyangdahua secretly gave Zhang Guanayu a Zumi ring, which was the one he was wearing now. Bao Hyangdahua was born in the Seven Mysterious Valley, and the things she gave were by no means trivial. A great sense of crisis surged in Lin Ming's heart. Without saying a word, he aimed at Zhang Guanayu's hand and threw the heavy mysterious soft silver spear directly. Swoosh! The 1,200 Jin heavy mysterious soft silver spear flew out with a shrill sound of breaking through the air, and the power contained in it was extremely terrifying. Zhang Guanayu had just taken out the thunderbolt evil fire bead when he was stabbed in the palm by the heavy mysterious soft silver spear. Faced with such a terrifying force, and without the protection of the true essence, the result can be imagined. Puff! Zhang Guanayu's fair and slender hand exploded like tofu hit by a hammer. Zhang Guanayu hugged his broken wrist and screamed in pain. At this time, Lin Ming rushed out and slapped Zhang Guanayu's back. The meridian severing hand. Stop! Bao Hyangdahua's sharp shout suddenly rang in Lin Ming's ears, but Lin Ming didn't listen at all and still slapped Zhang Guanayu. Bao Hyangdahua snorted coldly, and his body suddenly jumped up from his sitting state. The chair under him was shattered by the ki force. Bao Hyangdahua originally wanted to wait for Zhang Guanayu to throw out the thunderbolt evil fire bead, seriously injuring or even killing Lin Ming. This thunderbolt evil fire bead was made by the formation master of the Seven Mysterious Valley, and it can kill warriors who have just entered the condensed vein stage. This kind of thing is only available in large sects, and it is an absolute contraband in the secular world. Bao Hyangdahua believed that if Lin Ming was hit by the thunderbolt evil fire bead, he would definitely die. Even if he was just affected, he would be seriously injured or disabled. But he never expected that Lin Ming would be so decisive. When Zhang Guanayu was about to take the thunderbolt evil fire bead, he had already thrown out the heavy mysterious soft silver gun, which directly pierced Zhang Guanayu's hand into a pulp. And now, Zhang Guanayu has lost the power to resist, but Lin Ming still wants to use heavy hands. How can Hyangdahua sit idly by? After all, Zhang Guanayu involves his 12 pure yin sons. If Zhang Guanayu dies, his purpose of coming to Xianan country will be ruined. How dare you? Seeing that Lin Ming ignored his orders and still rushed towards Zhang Guanayu, Bao Hyangdahua was furious. He raised his true energy and hit Lin Ming with a palm. Bao Hyangdahua did not hold back at all with this palm, intending to seriously injure or even kill Lin Ming. However, just when he had calculated Lin Ming's attack route and was about to kill Lin Ming with a palm, Lin Ming's speed suddenly increased. Golden Peng breaking the void. Lin Ming used Golden Peng breaking the void with the power of the evil god activated, and his speed instantly increased to the extreme, half as fast as when he faced Zhang Guanayu just now. Such a fast speed has far exceeded our Angdahua's limit speed. Our Angdahua's palm missed directly. The fifth update, the gap in the monthly ticket list is very small, with just a dozen votes. You can move forward a lot. Starting from 8 o'clock yesterday, it was only a little short of 80 votes. I will continue to write the sixth update, asking for monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Momentum of Oppression. Bang. Gao Angdahua's palm wind hit the stone pillar at the edge of the training ground, and the stone pillar broke into pieces. At the same time, Lin Ming had already arrived beside Zhang Guanyu as if teleporting, and he raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped Zhang Guanyu on the back. Meridian breaking hand. Lin Ming's true energy hit Zhang Guanyu's body. Because Zhang Guanyu had completely lost his resistance at this time, the true energy spread rapidly along Zhang Guanyu's meridians without any hindrance. The originally closed meridians were shattered by the fierce true energy, including many acupoints on the meridians, which were also completely destroyed. Zhang Guanyu groaned and fainted directly. The sudden change made everyone present gasp. Lin Ming actually ignored our Angdahua's order, and he broke through our Angdahua's blockage and slapped Zhang Guanyu with a palm. Doesn't this mean that Lin Ming's speed is faster than our Angdahua? Even our Angdahua can't stop Lin Ming. Lin Ming is too scary. Our Angdahua is the elder's personal disciple. She is definitely not an ordinary warrior in the condensation veins stage, while Lin Ming is only in the muscle change stage. People whispered and talked in a low voice, and then looked at Lin Ming's figure with awe and even fear. With a palm, Lin Ming cut off the trouble, and picked up the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead beside Zhang Guanyu calmly. Although it was the first time he saw this thing, Lin Ming could roughly guess its function. It should be a lethal hidden weapon. Looking at the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead, Lin Ming could feel a gaze from behind shooting at him like an arrow. He turned around calmly, and faced our Angdahua's face as gloomy as water. Our Angdahua had never been so angry as today. Lin Ming's disregard for his orders had already made him furious. What he could not accept the most was that he tried to stop Lin Ming with all his strength, but was thrown away by Lin Ming in an instant, and the attack failed, which made him lose face. He is a warrior in the condensation veins stage, now 24 years old, and a disciple of the elders of the 7 mysterious valleys. Lin Ming is only a quasi-core disciple, only 15 years old, and his cultivation is only at the initial stage of Yijin. He was actually defeated by Lin Ming, and his palm hit nothing, and he watched this little kid give Zhang Guanyu a heavy blow right under his nose. The 9 years older than Lin Ming lived in vain. Where does this make him prestigious? His talent was not too outstanding. He became the disciple of the elders because he had an uncle-nephew relationship with the third elder. What he hated most was that someone talked about him behind his back. Our Angdahua became a core disciple by relying on relationships, and he has no skills. Good. You are very good. You actually disobeyed my orders and still used heavy hands when Zhang Guanyu lost his ability to resist. Just based on this, I can cripple you. Our Angdahua clenched his fists, and his eyes wished that he could eat Lin Ming alive. Lin Ming had a blank expression on his face. He showed the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead in his hand and said confidently, Master Qianxue, I think you should recognize this thing. Zhang Guanyu wants to use it to deal with me. I don't know if this is allowed by the rules of the decisive battle. Let's just assume it is allowed. This thing seems to be refined by a large sect. You can imagine how powerful it is. Is this what you call losing the ability to resist? Master Qianxue means that I should be killed. Wait until Zhang Guanyu seriously injures me before taking action against him. Sorry, I'm not that noble. Besides, there are so many important people here, and this thing is so powerful. It would not be good to throw it out and hurt anyone, right? It doesn't take much true energy to throw such a thing. As long as Zhang Guanyu is still alive, he will throw it out at any time. So, I have to knock him out. Just knock him out. That's all. I didn't use much force just now. As for accidentally crippling Master Zhang's hand before, I'm deeply sorry. I was also forced to do so. Let's take a step back and say that, even if I was too heavy-handed, Master Zhang and I have already signed a life and death agreement, and we have already pressed our handprints. No one will be held accountable for any death or injury. Lord Aoyang will not forget this, right? Lin Ming finished his words with great confidence, and Aoyang was almost shaking with anger. Was the palm strike just now not heavy? Although Aoyang did not understand the mystery of Lin Ming's palm strike, he was sure that with the decisiveness and viciousness of the guy in front of him, that palm strike would definitely make Zhang Guanyu suffer. In addition, he had already disabled Zhang Guanyu's right hand before, and it was completely smashed into meat paste and broken bones. There is no natural treasure that can regenerate the broken limbs, and it cannot be healed at all. I'm afraid that Zhang Guanyu's martial arts journey will end here. People like Zhang Guanyu are too arrogant and cannot tolerate failure, let alone such a failure. I'm afraid that his martial arts heart will be completely defeated and he will never recover from it. Zhang Guanyu's life is over. But Lin Ming was not wrong for taking such a heavy blow. Zhang Guanyu had taken action first and wanted to kill Lin Ming. The Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead was the evidence. According to the rules of the 7 Xuanwu mansions, killing the opponent in a fight, or intentionally injuring the opponent when the opponent lost the ability to resist, would be punished. But now, Lin Ming neither killed the opponent nor injured the opponent when the opponent lost the ability to resist. It was legitimate defense and did not violate the rules at all. This made Aoyang almost crazy. Not only that, they signed a life and death agreement before the fight. Aoyang could not find any fault with Lin Ming. Therefore, he could not take action against Lin Ming. Moreover, he was already 24 years old and Lin Ming was only 15 years old. If he relied on his cultivation to bully the weak and take action against Lin Ming for no reason, it would not be justified at all. Moreover, thinking of Lin Ming's elusive speed, Aoyang was also unsure. If he could suppress the opponent with absolute strength, it would be fine. If he failed to subdue the opponent within a few moves, he would really be killed. The 9-year gap was like a dog's life. However, he couldn't let it go today, otherwise his dignity would be destroyed. The atmosphere was very solemn for a while. Anyone could see the sparks between Aoyang and Lin Ming. These two future 7 mysterious envoys and the current 7 mysterious envoys were facing each other. Of course, no matter how you look at it, Lin Ming is now the weaker party. Lin Ming is in danger. Aoyang is not easy to mess with. Even the lord of the 7 Xuanwu mansion has to be in awe of her. Young people are brave. Now that Lin Ming has not grown up yet, he has already messed with Aoyang. I'm afraid he will have a hard time in the future. Don't underestimate Lin Ming. Look at Lin Ming's enemies, Zhang Kang, Zhu Yan, Zhang Guanyu. Haven't they all been dealt with by Lin Ming? Zhang Kang and Zhu Yan are too weak. Let's not talk about them for now. Zhang Guanyu is top notch in terms of foundation and personal strength. In fact, there is another enemy that this person dared not mention. That is the 10th Prince Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen was also suppressed by Lin Ming. Now he can only smile in front of Lin Ming and dare not tear his face. Look at those who have torn their faces, such as Zhang Kang, Zhu Yan, and Zhang Guanyu. They are all finished. It is still the 10th Prince Yang Zhen who is wise. He will practice Teikai with Lin Ming first and fight as long as he can. The people present had different attitudes. Some were worried about Lin Ming, while more were gloating and wished to see Lin Ming being played to death by Aoyang. Although Lin Ming was powerful, after all, Aoyang was the legitimate elder of the 7 Mysterious Valley. He was a legendary figure. Such a figure, with a 7 Mysterious Order, might even change the country and the surname of the country. Even if Lin Ming grew to the condensed vein stage in the future, he would not dare to touch Aoyang, otherwise he would be courting death. While everyone was talking about it, Beijing Gan bit her lip and looked at Lin Ming silently, with a complex look in her eyes. There was still half a year left. Only half a year left until the end of the 3-year mourning for her father. After the mourning ended, it was also the day for Aoyang to propose marriage. Beijing Gan did not expect her grandfather, who always put the interests of the family first, to have the courage to refuse this marriage, let alone expect Aoyang to forget her. Although Aoyang did not say a word to him at the banquet today, it was only because the timing was not right. Beijing Guan clearly caught the greed and lust in Ao Angdahua's eyes when she looked at him. Beijing Guan had already accepted her fate, but now, he saw that Lin Ming and Ao Angdahua were enemies. This made her heart tighten instantly. Is it possible? Is there a 1% chance that Lin Ming can save her from the fire pit? On the training ground, Ao Angdahua walked towards Lin Ming step by step. With every step he took, his momentum became stronger, as if his footsteps stepped on the drumbeat of everyone's heartbeat, causing their heart rhythm to resonate. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Since I can't make a move, I will force you to surrender. Ao Angdahua thought ferociously, and his momentum suddenly burst out. He wanted to use his momentum to oppress Lin Ming, so that he could not support it, and had to surrender. Ao Angdahua's Hehuan magic skill has reached the 3rd peak, and he is only one step away from breaking through the 4th. His aura is much stronger than Zhang Guanou's. With one step, all kinds of chaotic illusions surged towards Lin Ming like a tide. The people standing around Ao Angdahua couldn't help but retreat. This aura was extremely strange. Just being affected, they felt illusions in front of them, and almost lost their minds. My lord, be careful. A guard saw that his master had a dazed look on his face and drooled. He immediately wanted to wake him up, but it was useless. He had to carry him on his back, and leave the range covered by Ao Angdahua's aura. Many of the powerful and noble classes had low or even no martial arts skills, so they naturally could not resist Ao Angdahua's aura. However, even some warriors in the flesh training stage and the organ training stage were not comfortable. They had to use all their true energy to resist Ao Angdahua's aura. Some of those with weaker skills did not care about their face and simply used their body skills to run away. The warriors in the condensation vein stage from the 7 mysterious valley were indeed powerful. They were just affected, but they were already so useless. Lin Ming in the field was the first to bear the brunt of it. The pressure he faced can be imagined. However, when people finally stabilized their minds and consciousness in the chaotic illusions and cast their eyes on Lin Ming in the center of the field, they were stunned. Lin Ming stood casually in the center of the field with his hands folded on his chest, as if nothing had happened. The heavy and soft silver spear was held in his arms. Looking at his expression, it was as if he was watching Ao Angdahua playing with monkeys. The 6th update. Some book friends think that the Hehuan sect is too arrogant and should not have such great power. In fact, if the area under the jurisdiction of the 7 mysterious valley is compared to a country, then the Xianan kingdom can be regarded as a city. In ancient feudal society, such as the Ming dynasty, it is normal for the Jinaiwei to go to the local county and do some bullying. The feudal society was also afraid of local rebellion, but the book is a world where force is supreme. The status of the 7 mysterious valley is consolidated, and the law gives into force. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Fantasy novels are originally an imaginary world. It is impossible for everyone to think it is reasonable. Please accommodate me. Thank you. Chapter 157 Kotakoga. The Hehuan divine art is, after all, a kind of obscene and evil martial arts. After practicing the Hehuan divine art, the momentum released is obscene and strange. If ordinary warriors are shrouded in it and cannot support it, they will have many illusions in their minds and show their ugly appearance on the spot. But Lin Ming, his heart of martial arts is extremely firm, and Lin Ming practices the chaos gang doujing, which is extremely strong and yang. His true essence is extremely condensed, and his martial arts momentum is also like an iron bridge blocking the river, immovable like a mountain. Therefore, these illusions are simply a joke to Lin Ming. Not to mention that Ao Angdahua's cultivation is only at the condensation vein stage. Even if he reaches the postnatal realm, Lin Ming can handle it. So, such a situation appeared on the scene. No matter how Ao Angdahua urged his momentum, Lin Ming was not moved at all, which made Ao Angdahua look like a clown. After people found this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Facing the pressure of Ao Angdahua's momentum, Lin Ming seemed to have no feeling. This is too embarrassing. Beijing Guan in the crowd stared blankly at Lin Ming's figure. She also didn't expect that under such terrible pressure, Lin Ming would be completely the same as usual, calm and with a domineering aura. Ao Angdahua's oppression was like a floating cloud and spider web to Lin Ming, which could be easily waved away. Whether it was the previous battle against Zhang Guanyu or now, Lin Ming's aura was sharp and invincible, like a spear. cutting everything. At that moment, Beijing Guan's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. Usually calm and reserved, as still as a mountain. In battle, his sharp edge appeared in the world, and amazed the world. Maybe, he can win. Thinking of this, Beijing Guan couldn't help but grab the collar with her hand, and her breathing was slightly rapid. It's just that the corner she was standing in was too far away at this time, and no one noticed her expression, including Mirengzi, who had been sitting next to her with her head tilted. The more calm Lin Ming was on the training ground, the more Yang lost face. Some people felt that they couldn't stand it anymore. How should Yang end today? People with such status valued face the most. Lin Ming was slapping her in the face. Lin Ming is too abnormal, but I think he shouldn't target Yang momentum like this. He should give in a little and let Yang step down. Someone discussed privately. Give in? Mirengzi happened to hear it. She curled her lips and sneered. If Lin Ming really gives in, if he really can't resist Yang momentum, Yang will definitely not let Lin Ming go easily. She will make Lin Ming look as ugly as those guys who were drooling and had dull eyes just now, like a pig. The atmosphere became more and more tense. At this point, the matter could no longer be resolved. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the air. This laugh was extremely deep. When it first appeared, it seemed to be far away, but in the blink of an eye, it rang in the ears of everyone. Before people could react, a man wearing a flowing white robe and holding a long zither in his arms appeared in front of everyone. This man was tall and slender, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes. He just stood there casually, and his whole body naturally exuded a kind of elegant and extraordinary temperament, which made people feel awe. After this man appeared, the pressure released by Yang suddenly dissipated. There was no doubt that this man was much stronger than Yang. The master? Qin Xingxuan was shocked. She rarely saw the master of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. This man's whereabouts were erratic and his strength was extremely profound. He had stayed at the peak of the acquired realm for a long time. It was said that he had already stepped half a foot into the innate realm. Seeing the sudden appearance of this man with a long zither, Yang mouth twitched and restrained his momentum. This man with the long zither was the master of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, Qin Xia. Qin Xia was just a musician before he joined the Qixuan Valley. Later, he joined the Qixuan Valley Qin sect. At that time, he was already in his 20s. Qin Xia started practicing martial arts at the age of 20, missing the golden period for martial artists to practice martial arts. Even so, he entered the condensed vein stage at the age of 31, entered the acquired stage at the age of 36, and reached the acquired stage peak at the age of 45. Such a genius shocked even the elders of the Qixuan Valley. However, missing the golden period of practicing martial arts is a great loss after all. Qin Xia encountered a huge bottleneck when he was reborn and entered the innate stage. Now he travels around the world and serves as the lord of the Qixuanwu mansion of Xianan country. He wants to find a breakthrough in his state of mind and piano skills during his travels. Mr. Yang, for my sake, let's forget about what happened today. How about it? Qin Xia said with a smile. His voice was full of strange affinity, which made people feel like spring breeze. Yang was silent for a moment and said, since the Qin Mansion master said so, I will naturally not pursue the matter. Qin Xia gave Yang a way out, so of course she would take the opportunity to come down. Yang also had some respect for Qin Xia. Once Qin Xia entered the Xianshan realm, he would be an elder. With his talent in Qin art, he might not be inferior to his uncle. Little brother Lin, this is for you. Qin Xia said, and he shook his wrist lightly. Without seeing how he moved, a blood-red Gynoderma lucidum the size of a baby's palm appeared in his hand. Then Qin Xia waved his hand casually, and the blood Gynoderma lucidum flew towards Lin Ming, as if it had a spirit. 500 years of blood Gynoderma lucidum. After Lin Ming caught the blood Gynoderma lucidum, he felt the rich blood energy transmitted from his hand, and his heart could not help but beat wildly. 500 years of blood Gynoderma lucidum is extremely precious. Only large sects can cultivate it through secret methods, and the survival rate is very low. Most blood Gynoderma will reach the end of their lifespan after 300 years. If they are not picked, they will wither, and 300-year-old blood Ganoderma will grow to the size of a basin, and is the best holy medicine in the mortal world. This kind of blood Ganoderma is already very precious. It is difficult to find blood Ganoderma with a higher age in the mortal world. It can only be found in some sacred mountains and large sects with abundant spiritual energy. If the blood Ganoderma is over 300 years old, its essence will begin to concentrate, and its size will gradually shrink. 400-year-old blood Ganoderma is only the size of a ladle, while 500-year-old blood Ganoderma shrinks to the size of a baby's palm. Although the size becomes smaller, it is the essence that is concentrated. This kind of blood Ganoderma can replenish the blood and ki in the body, making the warrior's ki and blood vigorous, and the strength will increase accordingly. 500-year-old blood Ganoderma is the holy medicine that power type warriors dream of. The people present couldn't help but be moved when they saw the blood Ganoderma that was faintly emitting red light. Some people even swallowed their saliva. This kind of holy medicine cannot be bought, even if you have money. When Wang Gang sent the message to Lin Ming, he promised 4 rewards: the heavy profound soft silver spear, the 500 years blood Ganoderma, the green spirit pill, and the body purifying spiritual liquid. Although the rewards were amazing, few people thought that Lin Ming could get them. Now, Lin Ming has already got 2 of them, and the last 2 are probably very likely to be obtained. This made people jealous and helpless. Their strength was there, and they had nothing to say. Lin Ming held the blood Ganoderma lucidum in both hands, bowed respectfully to Qianxue and said, "Thank you, Lord." Haha, no need to thank me. This Ganoderma lucidum is not mine. It was given by the 7 Profound Valley as a reward for talented disciples. You have passed the test I set, so this blood Ganoderma lucidum is what you deserve. Lin Ming put the blood Ganoderma lucidum into the Sumeru ring, and he also collected the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead. Of course, he did not intend to return the bead to Aoyangdahe. He calculated that Aoyangdahe would not ask him for it for the sake of face. What's more, Aoyangdahe might not be willing to admit that he gave the bead to Zhangguanyu. Aoyangdahe naturally noticed Lin Ming's actions, which made his face even gloomier. Lin Ming, if you want this Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead, you must know how to use it. I'll wait for you to blow yourself up when you randomly test it. Because of the decisive battle between Zhangguanyu and Lin Ming, the original banquet had completely lost its meaning. The appearance of Qianxue, the master of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, brought the atmosphere to a climax. The master of the 7 Zuanwu mansion has supreme authority over the warriors in the martial arts world, just like the emperor has supreme authority over the people. What's more, this person's strength is the best in Xianan country. Even veteran acquired warriors such as Mu Yi and Wang Zuanji are far inferior to Qianxue. Aoyangdahe had no interest in staying any longer at this time. He patiently said a few polite words to Qianxue and then left. Qianxue had no intention of staying any longer. He was originally a free and easy person. He just drank a few cups of tea and left. Although the original purpose of the banquet was completely ruined, most of the participants were very excited. The various fights in it were so exciting that they were very satisfied. Of course, there were also many people who were in a heavy mood, such as the 10th Prince Yang Zhen. He never expected that Zhangguanyu would be defeated by Lin Ming, and even broke one hand. Zhangguanyu wanted to cripple Lin Ming, but he ended up being half disabled. The ally he had just won over was ruined. Moreover, Zhangguanyu was the bond that maintained his relationship with Aoyangdahe. Without Zhangguanyu, Aoyangdahe might not continue to support him. Thinking of this, Yang Zhen felt bitter. Lin Ming was simply his nemesis. Of course, there was someone who was in an even heavier mood. That was Zhang Fengxian, the head of the Zhang family of the United Chamber of Commerce. When Zhangguanyu was sent back, Zhang Fengxian's blood boiled in his heart, and he was filled with murderous intent. He wished he could tear Lin Ming into pieces immediately. However, he was different from Zhangguanyu. After all, he was the helmsman of the United Chamber of Commerce. He could still maintain his rationality. He knew very well that he could not deal with Lin Ming now. If he acted rashly, the United Chamber of Commerce would definitely be in trouble. After the banquet, Lin Ming returned to his residence in the 7 Zuanwu mansion. He knew very well that there were 2 more enemies at this banquet, Aoyangdahe and the United Chamber of Commerce. These two parties probably wanted to kill him immediately. Thinking of this, Lin Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. As his martial arts cultivation became higher and higher, the enemies he offended became more and more powerful. He offended so many people, not because Lin Ming was domineering and took the initiative to provoke them, but because there were complicated interests between these people, and because they wanted to deal with him for various reasons. Lin Ming naturally could not accept being killed. Chapter 158, Miniature Thunder and Fire Killing Formation. I've offended her. It's no big deal. It's just that our anger is a little tricky. I'm not afraid of the United Chamber of Commerce. After all, the United Chamber of Commerce is just a civilian organization. It is true that it has a deep foundation, but it must abide by the rules of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. But our anger is different. He abides by the rules of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion on the surface, but can kill him secretly. If the United Chamber of Commerce wants to assassinate him, it will violate the reverse scale of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. Qinzhai will definitely not allow such a thing to happen, and the United Chamber of Commerce may suffer as a result. But if our Angdahe assassinates him, it will be different. Our Angdahe has the support of the elders of the 7 Zuan Valley, and even Qinzhai can't do anything to him. As long as he does it without leaving any traces, it may end up in vain. I have to be careful of our Angdahe. Try to go out as little as possible, before I have enough strength. The most urgent thing is to increase my strength. Lin Ming thought about it, and took out two things from the Zumi ring: the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl and the Blood Ganoderma. He was not in a hurry to swallow the Blood Ganoderma. The Red Gold Dragon Marrow Pill and the Golden Snake Red Gall Pill he had taken before still had some poison in his body. He needed to practice for a while to refine the impurities and stabilize his true essence before swallowing it. The effect would be better. As for the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl, although it was a disposable item, it seemed to be quite powerful and obviously worth a lot of money. Lin Ming flipped through the pearl, trying to find out some clues and study its use. The pearl was the size of a langan, tile blue in color, extremely smooth on the surface, cold and round to the touch, and there was nothing special about it. Lin Ming carefully probed his soul power into the pearl. This detection made him think. Formation? The Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl contained a variety of dense patterns, which were formation symbols. The formation is completely different from the inscription symbol. It seems to belong to I understand. Lin Ming's memory of formations in his mind was not just the inscription symbol. When he entered the magic cube space for the second time, the ownerless soul fragment he absorbed was exactly that of a great array master. At that time, Lin Ming sealed up all the memories of the array master about the array, and did not learn them. The main reason was that his current cultivation was not enough, and he did not have the ability to set up those large arrays. He originally thought that he would start learning these arrays after he reached the innate level, but now, seeing the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl, Lin Ming found something that surprised him. Can the array be used like this? Lin Ming looked at the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl and muttered to himself. He understood that the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl was essentially a highly compressed thunder and fire killing array. Lin Ming originally thought that the array should be arranged in a large scale and then passively defended and waited for people to enter it so that the power of the array could be exerted. Even the great array master from the god realm had the same memory about the array. Although the arrays in the Great Master's memory were complicated and numerous, if they were classified, they were nothing more than a few types such as the trap array, the killing array, the illusion array, and the sealing array. The function of the trap array is to trap the enemy, the killing array is to kill the enemy, the illusion array makes the opponent indulge in the illusion, and never wake up, or kill the opponent's spirit body and let the enemy die in the illusion, and the sealing array is used for sealing. Lin Ming never knew that the array can be condensed in such a small bead and then thrown out to actively attack others. The bead contains the killing array, which can kill people, and the illusion array contains illusions, which can make the opponent's surroundings full of illusions. In a battle, even if the strength of the two sides is very different, the weaker side suddenly throws out a powerful array bead, which is likely to change the situation. This is really a wonderful idea. Lin Ming studied the array bead and couldn't help but admire the 7 Mysterious Valley in his heart. The 7 Mysterious Valley has been passed down for 600 years. There are 7 founders with different skills. One of them specializes in studying arrays. Of course, the practice of containing arrays in array beads is not necessarily invented by the 7 Mysterious Valley. It may have existed in the Xianan continent for a long time. This is the first time that Lin Ming discovered that the Xianan continent has something that the divine realm does not have. Any plane, even if it has a shorter history, cannot be underestimated. After all, there are countless geniuses that have emerged in the past tens of thousands of years. But the god realm may not have the formation beads. It is very likely that the formation master has not learned it. The god realm is extremely vast and has countless inheritances. It is normal that there are things that have not been learned. Because of the study of the formation beads, Lin Ming carefully integrated the memories of the formation master about the formation. This integration took a whole night. It was not until the next day, when the sun was high, that Lin Ming sorted out all the threads. So that's how it is. Inside the bead, thunder and fire are clearly separated. If you use your true essence to activate them and let thunder and fire intersect, it will cause an explosion. If you don't know how to use it, you'll most likely blow yourself up. The energy contained in this small array bead is extremely strong. If a warrior who has just entered the condensed vein stage is blown up at close range, he'll probably die. No wonder Aangdahua showed a weird look when he saw me holding the bead. He probably wishes I would blow myself up. With the fusion of memories, Lin Ming has completely figured out the functions of the various array symbols in the array bead. He is even confident that he can make a replica of the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead. Of course, the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead made by Lin Ming is much smaller in power. At most, it can deal with warriors below the 3rd level of physical training. The complexity of the formation is even greater than that of the inscription technique. If I want to achieve a certain level of success in the formation and make a formation bead with a higher attack power than myself, I have to invest a lot of energy and time. Now I'm in a hurry, so I have to put this formation aside for now. Although he coveted the power of various formation beads, they were external things after all, and could not directly improve his own strength. In addition, it would take a lot of time to learn, so Lin Ming had to put it aside for the time being. After such a long period of research, Lin Ming even found some ways to improve the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead, which could increase the power of the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead by several %. Of course, to complete this improvement, it also requires a sufficient foundation in the formation, which Lin Ming is currently unable to complete. He spent a whole night studying the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead. Although there was no substantial gain, the bead gave Lin Ming a lot of inspiration and let him see another way to improve his combat effectiveness. Of course, the most fundamental improvement in combat effectiveness still depends on oneself. The first thing Lin Ming has to do now is to consolidate his cultivation in the Yijin period. In addition, there is also the inscription for the heavy profound soft silver spear. Lin Ming had already chosen the most suitable inscription technique for himself. The name of this inscription technique is just one word, Gang. Gang does not have any attributes, and the increase in true essence can reach an astonishing 50%. At the same time, it comes with a special inscription skill, Gun Gang. This inscription skill is special because it does not increase the combat effectiveness of the weapon, but extends the attack range of the weapon. After activating the Gun Gang, the true essence will condense and become part of the gun. Theoretically, as long as the warrior's true essence is strong enough, the gun can be extended indefinitely. The materials used in this set of inscription skills are very valuable. Although it is much easier than the body inscription, it is not so easy to gather them in a short time. Lin Ming directly listed the materials and threw them to the Inscription Master Guild. It was still the old way, materials in exchange for inscription runes. Whoever wants him to inscribe, whoever prepares the rare materials he needs. Xianan City, United Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Guanyu had been lying in bed for a day and a night. His face was as pale as gold paper. His right hand was cut off at the wrist. Unless there was a natural treasure that could regenerate the broken limb, he was doomed to be disabled. There were 6 maids serving Zhang Guanyu. At a certain moment, Zhang Guanyu's eyelids suddenly moved. The young master is awake. The maid saw Zhang Guanyu wake up and immediately reported it. A well-maintained lady walked in quickly upon hearing the words. Seeing Zhang Guanayu's miserable appearance, her tears immediately rolled down like beads from a broken string. This lady was Zhang Guanayu's mother and Zhang Fengxian's legal wife. As the First Lady of the United Chamber of Commerce, this woman was very vicious. As the saying goes, like son, like mother. Zhang Guanayu had such a perverse personality, which was largely inherited from her mother. "My son," the lady cried. Zhang Guanayu seemed to have not heard his mother's cry at all. He looked at the broken wrist of his right arm, his lips trembling, and his hand was gone. "My hand." Zhang Guanayu was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. A proud person like him would be most likely to be angry and die of anger or even go crazy if he encountered such a major blow. "No. There is still hope. I can practice the Hehuan divine art to the 8th level, or find a natural treasure that can regenerate a broken limb. There is still hope." Zhang Guanayu gritted his teeth and practiced the Hehuan divine art. It is said that practicing the Hehuan divine art to the legendary 8th level can regenerate a broken limb. But when he practiced the art, he felt pain all over his body like a needle. Looking inside, he found that his meridians had been broken inch by inch. "No!" Zhang Guanayu roared. His eyes went black, and he fainted. Zhang Guanayu fainted again, and his mother and several maids were immediately in a panic. Gao Yangdehua stood outside the door, watching all this with a gloomy face. He understood that Zhang Guanayu was ruined. Once Zhang Guanayu was ruined, half of his plan to come to Xianan Kingdom was ruined. The 12 Puyan sons could not be gathered together. The United Chamber of Commerce was in charge of the trade of human servants, and it was the right time and place to gather the 12 Puyan sons. Gao Yangdehua clenched his fists. All this was thanks to Lin Ming. Not only did Lin Ming ruin his good deeds, but he also humiliated him in public and seriously injured Zhang Guanayu despite his warnings. The most embarrassing thing was that he couldn't hit Lin Ming with his attack, and his aura of oppression had no effect on Lin Ming. He couldn't bear this no matter what. "Lin Ming, I will definitely kill you." Chapter 159 Swallowing Lava Fire. The news that Lin Ming had crippled Zhang Guanayu soon spread throughout Xianan City. Before this, Zhang Guanayu was a talented warrior second only to Qin Xingxuan in the entire Xianan City. It was a great thing that such a gifted person was completely crippled overnight. Moreover, Lin Ming crippled Zhang Guanayu in front of Gao Yangdehua. Gao Yangdehua, who had already reached the condensed veins stage, personally attacked, but was unable to stop Lin Ming. Afterwards, Lin Ming did not give in to Gao Yangdehua's pressure. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion's lord, that night would have been impossible to end. This series of events made Lin Ming's image suddenly appear decisive and ruthless. It took only 2.5 months to defeat Zhang Guanayu. It was no surprise that Lin Ming would surpass Ling Sen and Tuoku in the future. He was only 15 years old now. Such a person's future achievements can be imagined if such a fierce man were more decisive and ruthless. Thinking of this, people couldn't help but have an idea that they couldn't afford to offend Lin Ming. Qianxue Mansion, Xianu Volcano Group. This volcano is located 700 miles west of Dazhao Mountain. This is the most active volcano group in Xianan country. Walking near the crater, there is pungent sulfur gas everywhere. The rocks underfoot are hot enough to fry eggs. The magma river is right under your feet. You can clearly see the bubbling magma flowing slowly like a dark red iron stream. Even if the ground looks fine, you can't step on it easily, because it's possible that this piece of ground is a newly condensed magma shell. If you step on it and break the magma shell, the magma gushing out from below will swallow you up. This is the fire array, one of the 7 killing arrays of Qianxue Mansion, the lava cave. Lin Ming came here through the teleportation array of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, and immediately felt a heat wave coming at him like fire. The rocks under his feet were all dark red, and ordinary people couldn't even land here. "What a lava cave!" Lin Ming exclaimed. The lava cave and the waterfall cold pond are extremely hot and extremely cold respectively. The functions of the two are similar, but there are slight differences. The waterfall cold pond focuses on tempering the body, allowing the warriors to resist the cold, while their true essence penetrates every inch of the skin and every bone and flesh. The lava cave focuses on tempering the true essence. When a warrior practices martial arts, His true essence will always contain some impurities for various reasons and cannot be pure. The function of the lava cave is to allow the warriors to burn and refine the impure parts of their true essence when using their true essence to resist the heat. Lin Ming practiced the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra, and the true essence in his body was pure and thick, so he didn't need to come to the lava cave. However, before that, Lin Ming had taken 2 pills that could directly increase his cultivation level, Red Gold Dragon Marrow Pill and Golden Snake Red Gall Pill. Although these 2 pills were both extremely rare, they still left some impurities and poison in Lin Ming's true essence. Through these days of practice, Lin Ming was constantly refining these impurities, but there was always a little left, which was not completely removed. Now that Lin Ming was going to take the 500-year-old blood Ganoderma, he had to ensure that the true essence in his body was as pure as possible, otherwise the impurities would accumulate, and it would be more difficult to remove them. "Junior brother Lin, you're here," the deacon brother in charge of the lava cave said with a smile. Guarding the lava cave was a tough job. Although warriors were not afraid of such a heat wave, it did not mean that they liked to stay in the steamer. Level 11 difficulty, 2 hours. Thank you, senior brother. This was the first time Lin Ming came to the lava cave, so he chose the corresponding difficulty according to his ability. As for the 12th level difficulty, even Ling Sen could not support it for long, so he had no intention of trying it for the time being. Well, good. The deacon did not think that Lin Ming had any difficulty in resisting the 11th level difficulty. The other killing formations in the 7 killing formations all use formations to increase the power of nature. For example, the waterfall cold pond makes the waterfall more powerful and the cold pond colder, and the wind cave makes the wind more violent, causing all kinds of vortexes and turbulence. But this lava cave is the opposite. The main function of the formation is to weaken the power of nature and lower the temperature of the lava. The temperature of lava is generally 10 times hotter than boiling water, and the lava in the Skyroth volcano is even hotter. Because the Skyroth volcano produces black iron minerals are mixed into the lava, and the temperature is even higher, reaching more than 20 times that of boiling water. Not to mention the warriors in the physical training stage. Even if the acquired warriors jump in, they will be burned to bones. Therefore, if you want to use lava to refine true essence, you need to use the formation to lower the temperature, so that the warriors can use it. Lin Ming chose the 11th level difficulty. The lava temperature is more than 8 times that of boiling water, which can already melt a lot of metal. Arriving at the 11th level lava cave, Lin Ming took off all his clothes. Clothes would burn immediately if they fell into the lava pool, so he could not wear them. He walked barefoot on the burning rocks to the lava pool. The red lava was like boiling molten iron, reflecting Lin Ming's face red. Occasionally, huge bubbles emerged from the lava, bursting, making a dull sound, and spewing hot toxic gases. Jumping into this lava pool requires great courage. Warriors with weak minds don't even dare to use the lava cave to practice. Lin Ming urged his true energy to the extreme, took a deep breath, and jumped into the lava. Puff. Lin Ming's feet only sank into the lava, but his body sank at a slow speed. The viscosity of the lava was extraordinary. If the warrior's speed was fast enough, he could even run on the lava. It's so hot. Lin Ming felt like his feet were stepping into a brazier. Although he was protected by his true energy, the burning pain was still like a knife cutting, making it unbearable. The resistance to descent was great. Lin Ming took a deep breath and immediately immersed his whole body in the fiery lava. The world in the lava was dark red, with scorching red light everywhere. The visibility was completely zero, and Lin Ming couldn't even see his own palm. He manipulated the true essence to condense into a layer of true essence gauze on the surface of his body. However, even so, Lin Ming could still feel the needle-like pain brought by the heat flow through the true essence gauze. In the cold pool of the waterfall, the warrior's body directly contacts the cold pool water, leading the cold air into the body, tempering the internal organs, bones, flesh, and fascia. In the lava cave, no matter how powerful the warrior is, he dare not let his body directly contact the lava. There are not only hot toxins in the lava, but also various toxic hot gases. Inhaling a few breaths can cause death. Therefore, it is necessary to condense the true essence gauze to isolate the lava. Then carefully introduce the lava fire into the body to burn the impurities in the body. This is an extremely dangerous practice method. Disciples with insufficient cultivation can easily be burned in the meridians, causing incurable damage. Even for disciples with enough cultivation, long-term use of earth fire to temper the body is prone to leave hidden injuries. Therefore, among the 7 killing arrays, the lava cave is very deserted, and there is no need to make an appointment at all. There are always seats. Chi. Lin Ming could even hear the sound of the flame burning the true essence. He was not in a hurry to introduce the lava fire, but closed his eyes for half an incense stick of time, allowing his mind to completely relax and enter the state of emptiness and meditation. Only then did he carefully introduce the lava fire into his body. A small flame, as soon as it entered Lin Ming's body, immediately rushed left and right like a ferocious fire dragon, but Lin Ming's true essence was extremely condensed, and no matter how it rushed, it could not cause any damage. Lin Ming quickly subdued this strand of lava fire, allowing it to circulate in the meridians in his body and burn impurities. The lava fire will not only burn impurities, but also burn pure true essence. However, pure true essence can be replenished after burning, and impurities will naturally disappear after refining. Lin Ming gradually introduced lava fire into his body. Slowly, there were already dozens of lava fires circulating in Lin Ming's body. A small flame was nothing, but so many flames collided. Even though Lin Ming's body was thick and condensed, he felt that it was difficult to control. His face was red, veins on his forehead bulged, and large beads of sweat kept oozing out of his body. When the sweat met the heat, it evaporated immediately. Because of the shrinkage of the Xinyu yarn, the ends of Lin Ming's hair had been scorched by the flames and broke at the touch. Lin Ming took out a Xinyu stone from the Zumi ring, held it in his hand, and while absorbing the Xinyu in the Xinyu stone, he gritted his teeth and operated the Chaos Xinyu Dew. Under such a difficult state, the impurities in Lin Ming's body were burned and refined at a slow speed. Cycle after cycle, the impurities continued to decrease, and the Xinyu stones were used up one by one. Half an hour for a pure Xinyu stone. This speed of burning money is not even affordable for the children of aristocratic families. One pure true essence stone is worth 1,000 taels of gold, which is equivalent to half a treasure. The lava fire in the body became more and more violent. The tiny units in Lin Ming's body moved at the same frequency to suppress the restless flames, but even so, it became more and more difficult for him to support it. Lin Ming was already considering leaving the lava pool temporarily. Otherwise, if he continued like this, he might damage his meridians or even die from burning his internal organs. However, if he left the lava pool and gave up halfway, the effect of refining impurities would definitely be greatly reduced. Lin Ming was struggling and hesitating, and at this moment, a wisp of lava fire flowed into Lin Ming's heart along the aorta. Oops! Lin Ming was shocked. The heart is the center of his blood and key. Once damaged, it may endanger his life. He wanted to use his true essence to stop it, but it was too late. The violent lava fire rushed into the ventricle, rushing left and right, as if to punch a hole in Lin Ming's heart. At this moment, the evil god seed sleeping in Lin Ming's heart suddenly erupted, and a highly compressed fierce true essence instantly surrounded the ball of lava fire. With a light sound of poof, the lava fire was directly swallowed by the evil god seed. Lin Ming was stunned. The evil god seed would swallow the lava fire? Lin Ming used his soul power to explore, and was surprised to find that the lava fire had completely merged into the evil god seed, and became a part of the evil god seed. 3 more chapters, fulfilling the promise of last night. Please vote for me! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. Chapter 160 Fire Spirit. Could it be that Lin Ming tried to introduce another lava fire into the heart, but the second lava fire was also swallowed by the evil god seed? Now, Lin Ming vaguely understood the principle. The original function of the evil god seed was to gather energy and compress the true essence. Lava fire is also a kind of energy, so it was directly swallowed by the evil god seed. Lin Ming used his soul power to observe carefully, and found that, after swallowing 2 lava fires, the evil god seed seemed to have a little more flame breath. This breath was very weak and almost undetectable, but it seemed that, because of this breath, the evil god seed seemed to grow a little bit. At this moment, Lin Ming was surprised and happy. Unexpectedly, he accidentally found a way to cultivate the evil god seed. However, if this growth continues, what changes will it lead to? This question made Lin Ming a little worried. According to the memory of the powerful man in the god realm, the power of the evil god was obtained by him in an ancient relic in the god realm. It is very likely a secret method left by an ancient evil god. When the mighty man discovered the power of the evil god, it had been sealed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. After the mighty man obtained this secret method, he carefully kept it and did not reveal the secret at all. The power of the evil god is unique in the entire god's domain, and only the mighty man knows it. That's why the mighty man thought that the power of the evil god was the most precious one among all the secret methods he knew. Even golden pen breaking the void was inferior to it. However, the mighty man only practiced the power of the evil god to the 3rd level, and then followed Xian Mingzi to the Qianxue Holy Land to snatch the magic cube of the divine crystal. As a result, he failed to snatch the magic cube, and his life was also lost. His soul was crushed and sealed in the magic cube. From the time the mighty man obtained the power of the evil god to his death, it was only a dozen years. During these 10 years, he had been practicing the power of the evil god as an auxiliary secret method. He had no idea that the evil god seed had other mysteries. He didn't know about the situation of swallowing the lava fire, and he couldn't think of it at all. If it weren't for this accidental opportunity, Lin Ming would never have thought that the evil god seed could have such a magical effect. The evil god seed continued to devour the lava fire. At first, Lin Ming introduced the lava fire into his heart in small portions, and then he simply introduced large quantities. The evil god seed accepted everything. The lava fire was violent and ferocious, but the evil god seed was even more ferocious. No matter how the lava fire struggled, it could not escape its bondage. This fusion lasted for 5 or 6 hours. The evil god seed didn't know how much lava fire it had swallowed. Even Lin Ming felt that the temperature of the surrounding magma had dropped. As it swallowed the lava fire, the evil god seed slowly grew larger. It was originally the size of a rice bead, but now it was the size of a mung bean. Gradually, a faint flame surrounded the evil god seed. The evil god seed was immersed in the flame, and a layer of red light faintly appeared. Next to the evil god seed, a small spark appeared, rotating around the evil god seed. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice it at all. Is this a fire spirit? Lin Ming was a little stunned. The flames in the world have spirits. In some places, where flames have existed for a long time, fire spirits may be born. For example, in the deepest part of the magma under the ground, earth fire spirits may be born, and in the extremely yin place, where yin and yang intersect, cold fire spirits may be born. The biggest difference between fire spirits and fire is that, if fire is not supported by burning objects, it will go out, but fire spirits are immortal. It can be used as a kind of fire to lead a large amount of flames and burn a forest. However, no matter how many flames are released, the fire spirit will not become weak. Therefore, some alchemists and weapon refiners will travel all over the wild and dangerous places to find a fire spirit and take great efforts to subdue it and use it for themselves. Lin Ming never thought that there would be an extra fire spirit in his heart. Although it seems that this fire spirit is probably the weakest fire spirit in the world, only a little bigger than Mars, and it is bred by a relatively low-level lava fire, so the quality must not be very high. But Lin Ming had no intention of despising it. What he wanted to know now was, if the evil god seed continued to devour more and more bizarre flames, would this fire essence also change? Lin Ming continued to urge the evil god seed to absorb the lava fire, but at this time, Lin Ming found that the newly absorbed lava fire would only be compressed around the evil god seed and no longer merged into the fire essence. It seemed that the evil god seed had reached saturation. Or, perhaps because the lava fire was too low level, it could no longer meet the needs of the evil god seed's growth. These compressed lava fires were compressed in the evil god seed like the true essence. Now the evil god seed not only contained a large amount of compressed true essence, but also contained compressed lava fire. It was like a gunpowder barrel, containing terrifying energy. Such a rich flame energy. If this energy is released, Lin Ming felt a little frightened now. This evil god seed can naturally condense energy. It can not only compress the true essence, but also compress the flame. So much compressed energy is contained in Lin Ming's heart, which makes him feel uneasy. Since it is a magical secret method left in the ancient ruins of the god's domain, it will not explode suddenly, Lin Ming comforted himself. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly had an idea. If the evil god seed can devour the lava fire, can it also devour other forms of energy, such as thunder and lightning? Realizing this, Lin Ming's face became strange. There is also a thunder formation in the 7 major cultivation killing formations. Thunder Valley. If you want to absorb the power of thunder and lightning, you can go there. But I have already compressed so much flame energy, and if I absorb the power of thunder and lightning, Lin Ming couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Thunder and fire are both relatively violent energies. The combination of the two may cause an explosion. Moreover, the evil god seed is planted in Lin Ming's heart. If something goes wrong, it will not be a joke. Lin Ming was also afraid, but he couldn't resist the temptation of this idea. A powerful and mysterious ancient secret method, which is unique in the entire god's domain. Moreover, this secret method seems to have unlimited potential. After absorbing so much flame, it condenses into fire essence. What will happen if it absorbs lightning? With such a powerful force in front of Lin Ming, how can he not be tempted? The power of the evil god. If it is a secret method left by the ancient evil god, then its effect is probably far more than what the god's domain master remembers. It's a pity that the god's domain master died too early and was unable to study it clearly. I can only study it myself. I will only try to absorb a trace of lightning power and use soul power to observe at all times. Once I find any accidents, I will immediately expel that trace of lightning power. Although the potential of the evil god's power is tempting, if you lose your life, no matter how powerful it is, it will be useless. Thinking of this, Lin Ming decided to go to Thunder Valley to try it. Dazhao Mountain stretches for hundreds of miles, with many canyons and dangerous peaks. Not far from the Qianxue mansion, there is a glazed tile palace on the top of the peak. The palace is not large, but it is built magnificently. This is the residence of the Qianxue envoys, the Qianxue Palace. At this time, in the secret room of the Qianxue Palace, Bao Yangdahua sat on a chair with a gloomy face, and in front of him was a man with a feminine appearance. This feminine man was another deputy master of the Qianxue mansion, Bilao. Bilao once worshipped under Rao Yangboyan's master, and was considered Ao Yangdahua's senior brother. However, Bilao's feminine aura was too heavy, and the Hehuan sect's skills were basically the art of taking yin to replenish yang, which was most suitable for men with strong desires to practice. After practicing for a few years, Bilao became more and more like a woman, but his skills did not improve much. Later, Bilao had no choice but to withdraw from the Hehuan sect and join the Huan sect. The Huan sect is a strange and mysterious sect in the Qianxue Valley. Their founder is a woman, and the disciples in the sect are mainly women. They are proficient in various illusions. The Huan sect's skills are most suitable for women to practice, and what makes people speechless is that Bilao practiced these women's skills and was like a fish in water. Now his cultivation has reached the middle stage of the acquired realm, and the core skill of the Huan sect, Huang Xindafa, has also been practiced to the 4th level. Various illusions are performed without flaws, and even the masters at the peak of the acquired realm cannot see through them. Junior brother, what did you call me here to discuss today? Why did you choose to be in a secret room? Bilao not only looks like a woman, but also speaks with a feminine aura, which makes Ao Yangdahua feel uncomfortable. Ao Yangdahua unconsciously pushed her chair back, distanced herself from Bilao, and then said, I asked my senior brother to come here today, because I want him to help me kill someone. Oh, is it Lin Ming? Bilao asked with a smile. Although he did not attend the banquet, he also knew that Ao Yangdahua was defeated at the banquet. This Lin Ming was not simple. Yes, it's him. In front of Bilao, Ao Yangdahua did not hide anything. After the battle at the banquet, Zhang Guanyu was in a coma for a day and a night. After waking up, his meridians were all disabled, and his martial arts were all lost. Now he is in a daze. Zhang Guanyu is disabled, and the 12 pure yin sons have no hope. Ao Yangdahua will naturally not let Lin Ming go. This is a tricky situation. After all, I'm also the lord of the 7 profound martial palace. It would be too unpleasant if the news got out that I killed my own disciple. What's more, Lin Ming is about to become the core disciple of the 7 profound martial palace. He has status and position. Qianxue also respects him. If I deal with him, and people find out, it will be terrible. Although Beluo has a friendship with Zhang Guanyu, he does not want to get into trouble. He has always had a bad relationship with Qianxue. If Qianxue finds any evidence against him, he will definitely take the opportunity to deal with him. Chapter 161 Thunder Valley. It doesn't matter. You don't have to kill him. I just want you to do me a favor and I will send someone to kill him. If successful, I will let my uncle say a few good words to your master and teach you some skills. In Qianxue Valley, the deputy palace master is considered a disciple of relatively low status and is not taken seriously, so Aangdahua threw out this bait. Beluo was slightly delighted and said, haha, then I would like to thank you, junior brother. But why do you want to ask someone to kill Lin Ming? Don't you do it yourself? Aangdahua said, killing Lin Ming is not a trivial matter. Even if I have my uncle's support, no one dares to do anything to me without solid evidence. But I can't stand on the cusp of the storm and arouse suspicion. When I send people to kill Lin Ming, I will attend some banquets and try to stay out of it. As long as I do it cleanly, no one dares to investigate me. Beluo licked his lips. Then who are you going to send? If the strength is not enough, it's like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and he will never come back. Don't worry, I have contacted a senior brother near Xianan country. He was from the refining sect, but later he was expelled from the Seven Profound Valley because of violating the sect rules. I have some friendship with him. This person's cultivation has reached the peak of condensation vein, and his comprehensive strength is not inferior to mine. As long as I promise him some benefits, it would be most appropriate for him to do it. He is originally a lonely man with an erratic whereabouts. Even if he is found out, he can't do anything to him. In terms of cultivation, Aangdahua is only in the middle stage of condensation veins, but Aangdahua belongs to the Hehuan sect, and his skills are mainly based on fighting and killing, while his senior brother is from the refining equipment sect, who mainly practices weapons, and is slightly lacking in killing techniques, so in terms of comprehensive combat effectiveness, the two are about the same. Peak of condensing veins? Haha, to deal with a kid who has just entered the Yijin period, you actually used a master at the peak of condensing veins. You really think highly of Lin Ming. Aangdahua said, Lin Ming is not an ordinary kid at the Yijin period. What's more, he has the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl in his hand, which can kill warriors who have just entered the condensing veins period. Although it is not so easy for him to hit a condensing veins warrior with the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl, I still have to be on guard. A lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. If I couldn't contact an acquired warrior who could take action for a while, I would have used an acquired warrior to deal with him. Well, it seems that, as long as Lin Ming is alone, he will be dead. But, how are you going to create an opportunity to kill Lin Ming? Don't worry about that. I have my own way. Let me ask you first, is there any relationship between Qianxue and Lin Ming? What's the relationship? Qianxue values Lin Ming, but he is optimistic about Lin Ming's future achievements and wants to have more friends and helpers in the future. In a few days, Qianxue Valley will send people to inspect the core disciples of the martial arts palaces of several nearby countries. Qianxue is so anxious to train Lin Ming, probably because he wants Lin Ming to make a splash in the assessment competition, so as to pave the way for his promotion to elder in the future. Although Qianxue values Lin Ming, his whereabouts are erratic, and he may not return to Qianxue Palace once a year. He has been walking in the deep mountains and valleys for the past 10 years, training his kin heart, and it is impossible for him to follow Lin Ming and protect him all the time. Their relationship is not that deep. Well, okay, as long as Qianxue is not in Qianxue Palace, then I will be absolutely sure. Aangdahua grinned, as if she had already grasped Lin Ming's life in her hands. In the early morning, the sun had just risen, and Dazhao Mountain was shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist, and a little frost fell on the withered and yellow grass leaves. Lin Ming held the heavy mysterious soft silver spear, quietly feeling the power of fire contained in the evil god seed. At a certain moment, he suddenly moved his body and punched the tree in front of him. There was a muffled sound of bang, and the already yellow leaves on the tree fell down. Lin Ming shook the heavy mysterious soft silver spear, and a rain of pear blossoms. there was a series of gun ki breaking through the air, and the heavy mysterious soft silver spear turned into a phantom, piercing all the fluttering leaves. Every time a leaf was pierced, a ball of fire would emerge, burning the leaf to ashes in an instant. Since the evil god seed mutated, Lin Ming's operation of the evil god's power has not changed much, but his true essence has a little more fire attribute. The true essence of some warriors has special attributes, such as Beijing Guan's true essence is water attribute, so she spent a lot of money to ask Lin Ming for a water attribute inscription rune. This fire essence contained in the evil god seed gave Lin Ming the ability to use fire out of thin air. This was also what Lin Ming expected. After some alchemists and weapon refiners subdued the fire essence, they could use fire at will. In the past few days, Lin Ming has been concentrating on refining the impurities in his body. He would stay in the lava cave for 5 or 6 hours every day. Until today, Lin Ming finally finished refining the impurities in his body. With the suppression of the evil god seed, the originally violent lava fire seemed to be much tamer, otherwise it would not be refined so thoroughly. The evil god seed is still the size of a mung bean, and this lava fire is obviously no longer enough to satisfy the evil god seed. Putting away the heavy Zhu and soft silver gun, Lin Ming prepared to go to Thunder Valley to try out the idea that had been weighing on his heart for several days. Thunder Valley is located on the back of Dazhao Mountain. The entire valley is full of Yuanxi Zhu and iron ore. Yuanxi Zhu and iron has yin and yang poles, can attract lightning from the sky, and can store the power of lightning. It is a common material for refining thunder treasures. Because of this reason, every time it rains, you can hear rolling thunder, and then countless lightning falls into the Thunder Valley. From a distance, it looks like a purple snake dancing wildly, which is very spectacular. After the establishment of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, there were innate masters who set up formations in the Thunder Valley, so that thunder and lightning would continue all year round, and the power of thunder and lightning would be drawn down and bound in the formation for cultivation. This became the Thunder Formation, one of the 7 major cultivation killing formations. This Thunder Formation is the most mysterious of the 7 killing formations. It is usually only open to the top 20 disciples in the ranking stone. Unlike the other 6 killing formations, the Thunder Valley has only 2 levels of difficulty, level 11 and level 12. The level 12 difficulty of the 7 killing formations is basically useless. Even Ling Xian can't hold on. Especially the level 12 difficulty of this Thunder Valley is even more abnormal. Even the old-fashioned condensation vein stage warriors can't hold on. That's why Hangzi asked the freshman not to choose the Thunder Valley. Needless to say, the level 12 difficulty, even if it's only the level 11 difficulty of thunder and lightning, can instantly burn the flesh training stage warriors into charcoal. When Lin Ming reached the entrance of Thunder Valley, he could already hear the rumbling of thunder inside. Junior brother Lin, the steward of Thunder Valley, came out from afar to greet Lin Ming. Senior brother, junior brother Lin, this is your first time here. There are 6 UN magnetic chambers in Thunder Valley. The first 5 are of level 11 difficulty, and the last one is of level 12 difficulty. Junior brother Lin, just choose it yourself. I suggest you choose level 11 difficulty. Even a warrior in the condensation vein stage can't stand the last UN magnetic chamber. Yes, thank you, senior brother. Lin Ming originally planned to choose level 11 difficulty. In fact, he hoped that the difficulty would be lower, so that the power of thunder and lightning would be softer and easier to control, so as to avoid explosions. Each UN magnetic chamber is 10 feet square. The floor and walls of the UN magnetic chamber are all made of UN magnetic black iron, shining azure blue. Because the UN magnetic chamber is completely closed, the thunder echoes inside, and the sound is so loud that ordinary people who enter it will be directly shocked by the sound waves, causing their ears to bleed, their eardrums to shatter, and they may even be shattered by the low frequency sound waves, and die on the spot. There is a saying about this kind of thunder sound, called tiger and leopard thunder sound. Tigers and leopards usually hum low sounds of and woo. If you touch their bodies at this time, you can feel the vibration of your arms. Borrowing the sound vibration of tiger and leopard thunder sound, you can penetrate into the flesh and exercise the bones. Therefore, tiger bones are strong and powerful, and tiger bone wine is the most nutritious. A sign that a warrior has cultivated to the bone forging realm is tiger and leopard thunder sound. When you look up, The tiger roars, and when you look down, the leopard roars. Before Lin Ming entered the UN magnetic chamber, he used his true energy to seal his ears. Purple lightning danced wildly between the walls of the UN magnetic room. The rumbling thunder seemed to have turned into a materialized shockwave. Standing in such a sound wave, he could clearly feel that his heartbeat and the rhythm of his internal organs were all driven by the slow sound wave. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Even though his internal organs were protected by the true essence, he felt a tightness in his chest and difficulty breathing. This kind of low sound wave vibration can kill people invisibly. Because the frequency is too low, human ears cannot hear it, but it will resonate when it acts on the human internal organs and eventually dismember the person. Hiss! A flash of lightning rushed towards Lin Ming like a venomous snake. The speed of lightning was extremely fast. The moment Lin Ming saw the lightning, he felt numb all over his body. A trace of lightning power rushed into his meridians. Lin Ming's spirit was greatly boosted, and he immediately carefully controlled the lightning to flow to his heart. Seeing the lightning enter the evil god seed, Lin Ming's spirit was highly nervous. His soul power was connected to the evil god seed, and he carefully sensed every energy change of the evil god seed. As long as there was a slight error, Lin Ming would immediately kill the lightning force. However, the actual situation was that the lightning force was like a drop in the ocean and sank into the evil god seed without causing any changes. Nothing. The lightning force entered the evil god seed without causing any changes. So, Lin Ming introduced several more lightning forces into his body, and the evil god seed absorbed them without rejection. This time, Lin Ming also let go of his courage and walked directly into the dancing electric snakes. Suddenly, Lin Ming felt numb all over, and the lightning force surged into his body like a tide. The lightning force is a magical force. It is said that it is the power of life. It is said that in ancient times, when the world was first created, and the plane was just stabilized, countless thunders flashed in the sky. It was these thunders that struck into the ancient ocean and produced the first life. It can be said that because of thunder, there is flesh and blood. Therefore, the lightning force is the best force to temper the body. Chapter 162 Thunder Spirit. Not only that, Lin Ming also knew that in the countless tiny units of the human body, there are always extremely complex tiny currents. These currents are very weak, but they are an important medium that connects countless tiny units of the living body. Without these tiny currents, many life activities of the human body will cease. Therefore, there are powerful people who practice strange skills, and they specially enter the thunder clouds to attract lightning to temper their bodies, and survive the thunder tribulation to improve their strength. However, while this lightning is the power of life birth, it is also the power of life destruction. It can turn flesh and blood into ashes and burn the forest. How to control this power depends on the warrior himself. The Thunder Valley of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion has both Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound and Thunder Body Tempering. Such a fierce training method is simply unbearable for ordinary disciples, so it is limited to the top 20 disciples in the ranking stone. And even if the top 10 disciples come to the Thunder Valley, they dare not walk directly into the dancing electric snakes like Lin Ming did, allowing the power of lightning to invade their bodies. Lin Ming felt numb and uncomfortable at first, but soon, this numbness turned into a sense of stimulation and excitement, making Lin Ming wish that the lightning would be more violent. Under such circumstances, the evil god seed in Lin Ming's body absorbed the power of lightning like a sponge absorbing water. The evil god seed, which was originally the size of a mung bean, slowly grew up again, and its surface also faintly showed a little blue-purple. Lin Ming stayed in the UN magnetic room for more than half an hour. Slowly, he began to feel that the power of lightning around him began to weaken, and the tiger and leopard thunder sound also weakened, no longer as deafening as at the beginning. It seems that I have absorbed all the lightning power in the UN magnetic room. Lin Ming opened his eyes, but found that there were only 2 or 3 sparse purple electric snakes dancing between the walls, and they looked dim. I'm afraid that, if I absorb them for another quarter of an hour, these 2 or 3 electric snakes will also be finished. This Thunder Valley is different from the lava cave. The magma pool of the lava cave is directly connected to the depths of the Skyroth volcano. The lava fire is endless, and can be replenished when consumed. The UN magnetic chamber of the Thunder Valley relies on the UN magnetic black iron to attract the thunder on thunderstorms and store the power of lightning. The lightning power stored in this way is naturally limited. How can it withstand Lin Ming's sweeping absorption? Forget it, let's change to level 12 difficulty. Lin Ming thought so, and exited the UN magnetic chamber. Although it is a bit unfair to absorb the lightning power in the UN magnetic chamber all at once, as long as he waits for another thunderstorm, the lightning power in the UN magnetic chamber can be replenished again. So Lin Ming has no intention of being polite. Junior brother Lin, you came out so soon, less than an hour. Do you want to rest? The deacon of the Thunder Valley saw Lin Ming coming out and greeted him with a smile. Now that it is only a matter of time for Lin Ming to become a core disciple, he naturally has to curry favor with him. Brother, I have some Kinkson pills here. If you take them, you can relieve the numbness in your body. The deacon said, taking out a small bottle from his arms and handing it to Lin Ming attentively. He naturally thought that Lin Ming could not stand the strong stimulation of the lightning body. In fact, even the top 10 disciples in the ranking stone, even Zhangguanyu and his ilk, could not stay in this UN magnetic room all the time. Even if they barely held on, they had to keep absorbing the true essence stone and taking Kinkson pills. The difficulty of the 11th level of Thunder Valley is more difficult than the other 6 major cultivation killing arrays. Lin Ming smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I won't use the heart purifying pill. I just want to change the difficulty." This, junior brother Lin, don't you know that Thunder Valley only has 2 levels of difficulty? Level 11 and level 12. Because the power of thunder and lightning is inherently unruly, the formation master who set up the formation at the beginning had no way to tame this power, so there are only 2 levels of difficulty. The deacon said in embarrassment. He thought Lin Ming wanted to change to a lower level of difficulty. Junior brother, with your cultivation, as long as you have the heart purifying pill and the true essence stone, you will definitely have no problem with the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming smiled and said, "Well, I know. I'm going to change to the 12th level of difficulty." What? The deacon was stunned. You want to open the 12th level of difficulty? Lin Ming nodded. The deacon was speechless. Although he knew that Lin Ming was very powerful and even defeated Zhangguanyu, the 12th level of difficulty in Thunder Valley was extremely abnormal. Even a veteran warrior in the condensation vein stage could not stand it. In fact, since the steward took charge of Thunder Valley, the 12th level has only been opened a few times. Ling Xian tried it once, and it took less than half an incense stick to come out, and his whole body was charred by the electricity. In addition, several core disciples tried it, but although they were more talented than Ling Xian, they were not as good as Ling Xian in terms of combat effectiveness. The result was even worse, and their hair was charred by the electricity. The power of thunder and lightning at the 12th level, combined with the tiger and leopard thunder sound, is no joke. No matter how powerful Lin Ming is, he can't beat Ling Xian, right? Junior brother Lin, even senior warriors in the condensation vein stage can't last long in this 12th level Yuanji room, and the thunder and lightning power in this Yuanji room is not much restricted by the formation. If junior brother Lin gets injured, the steward of Thunder Valley said it tactfully. In fact, he was afraid that Lin Ming would be electrocuted to death, which would be a tragedy for him. The other 6 of the 7 killing formations of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder have a certain degree of self-judgment ability. If the cultivator cannot hold on and his life is in danger, the killing formation will stop running in time, so there are very few deaths. But this Thunder Valley is different. The electric snakes flow in the UN magnetic chamber and will not stop at all. If you are electrocuted, you will die. If the genius disciple of the 7 mysterious valors who appears once in 100 years dies in his own Thunder Valley, it will be a lively scene. Lin Ming smiled and said, "How about this? I will just try it. If I can't hold on, I will come out. What do you think?" This, okay. The Thunder Valley deacon thought about it and could only agree to let Lin Ming try it. It's better to give up. Thinking about the time when Ling Xian held on for half an incense stick, even if Lin Ming is a little worse than Ling Xian, it should be no problem to hold on for dozens of breaths. If he can't hold on, he will naturally come out. Junior brother Lin is not stupid. Thinking of this, the Thunder Valley deacon opened the door of the last UN magnetic chamber. Just like that, Lin Ming entered the 12th level UN magnetic room. This UN magnetic room was 30 meters square. This was also his first time to enter the 12th level difficulty training killing array. The 12th level difficulty was indeed extraordinary. After Lin Ming entered the UN magnetic room, even though his ears were protected by the true essence, he was still hurt by the rumbling thunder. Between the walls of the UN magnetic room, thick electric snakes that were dozens of meters long danced back and forth, and the kai 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 explosion sound made people's scalps numb. Such a thick electric snake made even Lin Ming feel a little frightened when he saw it. No wonder the warriors in the condensation vein stage couldn't hold on. The power of such a thick electric snake flowing through the human body can be imagined. He exhaled lightly, activated the chaos true essence art, and walked into the electric snake. Boom. The electric current entered his body, and Lin Ming felt his body shaken and almost fainted. However, at the same time, the evil god seed in his heart suddenly became active. The evil god seed immersed in the electric light faintly whimpered with excitement. Endless electric currents merged into streams and continuously flowed into the evil god seed like a whale sucking water. What a powerful thunder and lightning force! Lin Ming exclaimed in his heart. As the current poured in, the evil god seed began to tremble violently. Lin Ming had been locking it with his soul power to prevent accidents, but his worries seemed unnecessary. The compressed true essence, flame power, and thunder and lightning power in the evil god seed were in peace, which made Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the evil god power. At this time, the voice of the Thunder Valley Deacon sounded outside the UNC room. "Junior brother Lin, are you okay?" Lin Ming laughed in his heart, and he replied, "I'm fine." Anyway, the evil god seed spontaneously absorbed the power of thunder and lightning, so he was not afraid of being distracted to answer. After a while, the senior brother asked again in a hoarse voice, "Junior brother Lin, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Ming responded again. After another quarter of an hour, the voice of the steward sounded outside the door again. "Junior brother Lin, if you can't hold on, come out first, don't force it." Lin Ming was speechless. This steward brother was really long-winded. Time passed by minute, and 2 hours passed quietly. In the 12th level difficulty UNG room, the originally thick electric snakes had all disappeared, leaving only a few fine electric currents hanging on the wall and flickering. In Lin Ming's heart, the evil god seed had grown to the size of a soybean, and its surface was also covered with a layer of crystal blue purple, which combined with the original dark red crystal clear. Around the evil god seed, there was a faint electric light, and in this hazy electric light, there was a purple electric snake as thin as a hair that shuffled quickly, sometimes rotating around the evil god seed, and sometimes playing around the fire spirit, as if it had spirituality. Thunder spirit. The thunder and lightning power of this entire UNG room finally condensed into this thunder spirit. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Thunder spirits were more precious than fire spirits, and there were very few warriors with thunder attributes. Moreover, a trace of thunder spirit in the evil god seed meant unlimited growth possibilities. The thunder and lightning contained in this UN magnetic chamber was, after all, the most common thunder and lightning in nature. It barely nurtured the thunder spirit, but could not make it grow. Looking at that spark and that trace of lightning, Lin Ming felt a sense of accomplishment. Fire spirit. Thunder spirit. The evil god seed was so magical. I wonder what kind of changes will happen to the evil god seed as the fire spirit and thunder spirit continue to evolve. At this time, outside the UN magnetic chamber, the Deacon of Thunder Valley was terrified when he looked at the hourglass. "Are you kidding me? It's been 2 hours." The Deacon of Thunder Valley simply couldn't believe this fact. Even a warrior at the peak of the condensation vein stage couldn't hold on for so long. As Lin Ming grows again, a new plot will unfold. Please wait and see. I will be back from Yunnan in a few days, and I will have to go through the 18 turns of the mountain road again. I promise to write at least 2 chapters a day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, The Power of Thunder and Fire. The Thunder Valley Deacon simply couldn't believe this fact. Even a warrior at the peak of the condensation vein stage couldn't hold on for so long. Lin Ming was indeed powerful, but there must be a limit. You are comparable to the peak of the condensation vein stage, when you just entered the Yijin stage, and even caught up with the postnatal warriors. This is too outrageous. He had been waiting for Lin Ming to give up, and come out of the UN magnetic chamber. Now the moon has come out, and there is still no movement in the UN magnetic chamber. If he hadn't asked every once in a while, he would really suspect that Lin Ming had been electrocuted to death in there. After a while, the sand in the hourglass had all leaked out, and the Thunder Valley Deacon had to turn the hourglass over again. What the hell? Could it be that the thunder and lightning power in the UN magnetic chamber has leaked out? He was just thinking about it, and at this moment, the door of the UN magnetic chamber was pushed open, and Lin Ming walked out with a smile on his face. After cultivating the thunder spirit, he was in a good mood. Seeing Lin Ming coming out, the Thunder Valley Deacon widened his eyes and stared at Lin Ming from head to toe. Even the clothes were not burned. The Adam's apple of the Thunder Valley Deacon rolled suddenly. What on earth did this guy do in there? He stayed in the 12th level difficulty for so long, and he was still fine. Could it be that Lin Ming was struck by lightning when he was a child, so he was not afraid of lightning? Lin, junior brother Lin, are you okay? I'm fine. Sorry to bother you, senior brother. I'll go back first. You go back. He didn't know what to say anymore. After Lin Ming left, the Thunder Valley Deacon rushed to the UN magnetic room as soon as possible. He took a deep breath and operated his true energy to the extreme to prevent being injured by the thick lightning. Then he opened the door of the UN magnetic room. In an instant, his originally small eyes widened. Only a few thin-armed and thin-legged electric snakes were left in the huge UN magnetic room, and the other lightning had disappeared. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not dazzled. No way. Where is the lightning in the UN magnetic room? Walking out of the Thunder Valley, there was no one around, and Lin Ming couldn't wait to test the power of the Thunder Spirit. Although lightning in nature contains terrifying energy, it is fleeting and cannot exist for a long time, while the Thunder Spirit is immortal. As long as there is true essence or heaven and earth energy supply, no matter how many lightning it releases, it will not weaken. Like the Fire Spirit, it can only be bred in a place where lightning exists for a long time with such a low probability. The Thunder Spirit is rarer than the Fire Spirit, because there is much less thunder than fire on this continent. The spear shook, and purple electric snakes appeared on the silver-white spear shaft, which was very beautiful. If I activate the fire true essence and lightning true essence at the same time, and then use the power of the evil god to increase the strength of the true essence by 50%, what will happen? Lin Ming's mind moved, and after activating the Thunder Spirit, he began to activate the fire essence in the evil god seed. Suddenly, the lava fire that was highly compressed by the evil god seed erupted like a volcano. Flame in one hand, thunder in the other. The flame and thunder intersected, equally fierce, equally violent. The two energies swirled and intertwined. Coupled with the increase of the evil god's power, the energy rose and the air began to vibrate violently, as if it was about to be torn apart by this powerful energy. At this moment, Lin Ming felt that the two energies were somewhat out of control. If this continued, it might be dangerous. Just when he wanted to forcibly retract his true energy, Lin Ming's mind flashed, and he suddenly remembered the operating principle of the flame and thunder in the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl. This idea made him move. If I'll let the two energies in my hand imitate the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl, will it produce the same power as the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl? Although he was barely controlling the two energies to the limit, and it would definitely be dangerous to experiment rashly, Lin Ming could not suppress this strong thought in his heart. The flame becomes a vortex, the thunder is like a snake. While Lin Ming recalled the operation method of the thunder flame in the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl, he desperately urged the true energy to make the violent flame and thunder operate in this way. The heavy and soft silver spear was emitting lightning and spitting out fire snakes. The crackling sound of lightning and the blazing sound of fire made people tremble with fear. Lin Ming's face flushed, and the veins on his forehead bulged. When the roaring power was about to break free, Lin Ming suddenly stabbed out with a spear. The power of fire and lightning intertwined into a ball of light, which shot out at an incredible speed and shot directly towards a cliff nearly 10 feet high. Boom. There was only a deafening explosion, and countless broken stones flew everywhere. Then the sound of boom boom continued, and the 10-foot high cliff collapsed directly. Seeing this power, Lin Ming was stunned. What a terrifying power. A warrior in the early stage of condensation veins, or even the middle stage of condensation veins, might be killed in an instant. He was only at the Yijin stage, but with the help of the evil god seed, he could release such a terrifying killing move. This secret method of the evil god's power was to heaven defying. Originally, Lin Ming thought that the Chaos Gang Daojing he learned was already very amazing, as it contained various strange methods such as Chaos Zenyuanju, strength training like Silk, Marrow Tempering Realm, 8 Gates of Dungia, Deo Palace 9 stars, etc. He only practiced a little bit, and now he can jump 1.5 levels to deal with enemies at the peak of bone forging. But now compared with the power of this evil god, he feels that the Chaos Gang Daojing seems ordinary. That's right. Although the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra is the top level physical training technique in the divine realm, this technique is also a secret that must be passed on in the divine realm. There are many people who know the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. For example, in the sect where the divine realm master who taught me the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra is located, all core disciples can learn the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. But this power of the evil god is unique. It is a secret technique discovered by the second dead master in the ruins of the divine realm. It is very likely left by the ancient evil god. It is neither a technique, nor a martial art, nor a physical technique. It can only be called a secret technique. Such a magical skill is naturally not comparable to the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. Although this set of martial arts that I created by accident can guarantee to kill opponents in the early stage of condensation, it consumes a lot of energy. With this move, my true energy was drained by 40% to 50%, and I can't fire continuously. When Lin Ming was daydreaming, the steward of Thunder Valley rushed out of the valley in a hurry. He was standing outside the Yuanxi room, staring at the lightning bolts that were not much bigger than small snakes, when he suddenly heard a loud boom that startled him. He thought the formation had exploded. He rushed out of the valley and saw a mess of rubble in front of Lin Ming. It seems that there was originally a Tenzang high cliff. This deacon has been guarding the Thunder Valley for many years and is naturally very familiar with the terrain of the Thunder Valley. He looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. Could it be that this Tenzang cliff was collapsed by Lin Ming? He accidentally caught a glimpse of the heavy mysterious soft silver spear in Lin Ming's hand, and there was still true energy flashing on the tip of the spear. Did he just swing a spear and collapse the Tenzang cliff? Oh my. The Thunder Valley deacon felt that his little heart could no longer withstand the repeated blows today. This is a cliff mixed with Yuanxi Zuan iron. It is several times harder than ordinary rocks. How is it possible? Question mark? Junior brother Lin, what's going on? What happened? Lin Ming shrugged and said, I'm sorry, I accidentally exploded the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead on my body. The move released by Lin Ming also utilized the power of thunder and fire, and the operation method was the same as the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead. I'm afraid that, even if the creator of the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead came to investigate, it would be difficult to find the difference between the two. Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead. The Thunder Valley deacon was slightly stunned, and then he remembered this thing. The news that Zhang Guanyu was disabled by Lin Ming had long been spread throughout Xianan City. At the beginning, Zhang Guanyu used the Thunderbolt Evil Fire bead to plot against Lin Ming when he was inferior in strength and had already lost in the duel, so he was disabled by Lin Ming. So that's how it is the Thunder Valley deacon heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl that caused the explosion. If it was Lin Ming who did it, he would have collapsed. But then again, this Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl was too abnormal. It could blow up a cliff 10 feet high like this. If it exploded on a person, what would happen? Just as he was thinking about this, the Thunder Valley deacon suddenly remembered that the lightning power in the Yuan magnetic chamber had disappeared. He was about to ask about it, but Lin Ming had already taken the lead and said, brother, it's getting late. I'll go back first. It's time for Thunder Valley to close. See you later. After Lin Ming finished speaking, he didn't give the Thunder Valley deacon a chance to react. He had already deployed his body skills and left in a flash. After comprehending the artistic conception of wind, Lin Ming's speed was extraordinary. Hey, junior brother Lin, wait a minute. The lightning power in the UN magnetic chamber. The Thunder Valley steward had only shouted half of his words when Lin Ming disappeared. This made him extremely speechless. He still hadn't figured out what happened in the UN magnetic chamber of Thunder Valley. Fortunately, the thunder and lightning in Thunder Valley continued all year round. Just that night, there was another thunderstorm, which replenished most of the energy that Lin Ming had absorbed. The Thunder Valley steward couldn't find the reason, so he had to let it go. However, the next day, the explosion outside Thunder Valley was heard by Ayangda. You are lucky. You were not killed by the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl. But after using the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl, what resistance do you still have? I want to kill you. It's as easy as slaughtering a dog or a chicken. Ayangda had contacted the disciple of the refining sect who was expelled from the sect by the Seven Mysterious Valley a few days ago. What made Ayangda overjoyed was that the other party had already stepped half a foot into the acquired realm. With such strength, he had surpassed Ayangda herself. A master who had half a foot into the acquired realm could easily deal with Lin Ming, who was only in the early stage of Yijin. Lin Ming, you are dead. Thank you for the 10,000 reward from FENG and the monthly ticket issued because of the reward. A ticket at this time is extremely precious. I came back from Yunnan the day after tomorrow. In order to ensure 2 chapters a day, I have to save 4 chapters, a total of 12,000 words of manuscripts, for use on the road. The task is a bit arduous. These days, I promise to update twice a day. If you brothers have monthly tickets, it would be best if you can give me one. Chapter 164 Swallowing Blood Ganoderma. For several days, Lin Ming has been studying the power of the evil god and refining the impurities of his inner essence. Although his cultivation has not increased much these days, his personal strength has soared. In the past, Lin Ming has always lacked real martial arts. Although his inner essence is thick and his speed is amazingly fast, his attack power is slightly insufficient. This time, he accidentally combined the power of thunder and fire, borrowed the principle of the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl, and created his own martial arts. Lin Ming named this martial arts move Thunder and Fire Kill. The power of Thunder and Fire Kill is even greater than that of the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl. Now, as long as I'm not facing a martial artist at the peak of condensed veins, I have the strength to fight. However, if this move is known to others, it is really hard to explain. I'm afraid that no one will believe that I created it myself. Just treat it as my bottom line means of saving my life, and don't use it easily when my life is not in danger. Although Thunder and Fire Kill is powerful, it can drain 40% to 50% of the inner essence in one move, which consumes too much. Once used, it is best to ensure that the opponent can be killed with one move, otherwise it will be dangerous. Lin Ming was just planning when a sound transmission talisman lit up in front of him. A purple-red flame flashed, and Lin Ming was shocked to hear the voice. It turned out to be Qinziya, the lord of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. The content of the sound transmission talisman was very simple, asking Lin Ming to meet him in the Jianzhu forest in the back mountain. Lin Ming collected the heavy Zuan soft silver spear and immediately went to the Jianzhu forest in the back mountain. It was already night. The night was like a curtain, the stars were shining, and the night wind was whistling in the Jianzhu forest, with a unique atmosphere of killing. Lin Ming came to the Jianzhu forest and saw Qinziya carrying a long zither and standing with his back to him. His beard and green shirt danced lightly in the wind, with a unique immortal style. Master. Lin Ming bowed. Well, I called you here today for a few things. Qinziya turned slowly. His voice still had that strange affinity, which made people feel very comfortable. He flicked his finger, and a golden light flashed out and fell into Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming took it and looked at it. It was a dark gold token with the word 7 Mysteries written on it in seal script. Could it be the 7 Mysteries order? Lin Ming remembered that when Eunuch Wan conveyed the 7 Mysteries order, he also held a similar token in his hand. Qinziya said, I'm very satisfied with you. Take this 7 profound order and go to Qianxue mountain in Hualuo kingdom. There is a sacred water there, named Qianxue. The Qianxue contains pure true energy, which is of great benefit to martial artists below the acquired stage. It can help you break through the Nengmei stage as soon as possible. However, the true energy contained in the Qianxue is limited, and it can only be used by 3 or 4 people each year. I have finally got this opportunity for you. You must cherish it, and strive to make further progress in your cultivation. In a few days, the headquarters will send people to assess the 7 profound martial mansions in several countries including Qian'an Kingdom. At that time, I hope you can win some face for the martial arts mansion of my Qian'an Kingdom in the assessment competition. Qianxue Mountain? Lin Ming's heart moved. He had some impression of Qianxue Mountain in Hualuo Kingdom. This Qianxue Mountain was a rare spiritual place, and the Qianxue on the top of the mountain was the spiritual eye of this spiritual place. This sacred pond, every year, has countless people staring at it. Hualuo is much larger than Qian'an, and has more young warriors. How could he get a turn in Qianxue Mountain, which only has 3 or 4 quotas? The 7 Zuanwu mansions of Hualuo are probably unwilling to give up this resource to Qian'an. What means did the mansion master use to give up this quota? Lin Ming bowed and thanked him, but he was a little confused in his heart. Qinzhi had no relationship with him, so was he too nice to him? Could it be that this assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansions by the general sect was so important to Qinzhi? Qinzhi said again, before you leave, go to the registration office of the Wufu and register, saying that you are going out for 2 months of training. Remember to keep your whereabouts secret. You have many enemies now. It is safe in the Qixanwu mansion. If you leave the Qixanwu mansion, it will be dangerous. So don't mention to anyone that you are going to Qianxue, and don't tell others that I saw you tonight. I will send a master to protect you. Along the way, you must keep a low profile and don't cause trouble. Disciple understands. Lin Ming said respectfully. If the disciples of the Qixanwu mansion go out for a long time, such as carrying out missions, going out for training, etc., they need to register at the Wufu registration office. Otherwise, if a disciple disappears for too long without reason, the Qixanwu mansion will start an investigation. This is done to ensure the safety of the disciples of the Wufu. In 3 days, you will go to Yaofenglin. There will naturally be people waiting for you there. Remember to keep your whereabouts secret. Qinzhi said, and left. Yes, disciple remembers. Lin Ming bowed slightly. No matter how you look at it, what Qinzhi said today was a good thing, but for some reason Lin Ming always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. After going to Qianxue Mountain in Hualuo country, can I really get a quota with this 7 mysterious token? Will they obediently give up a quota for me? Is it possible to take action? Lin Ming thought so, and returned to his residence. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Lin Ming looked at the token in his hand, and the strange feeling in his heart still lingered. The palace master Qin promised me the 4 treasures and elixirs of the heavy profound soft silver spear, the 500 years blood Ganoderma, the green spirit pill, and the body purifying spiritual liquid. He has already shown great care for me. This time, he even gave me a chance to go to the heavenly lake. This heavenly lake is the resource of the Huoluo kingdom. If the palace master wants to get this opportunity, I'm afraid he will have to pay some corresponding price. The palace master and I have no relationship. Why does the palace master take care of me like this? Is it just because he values my future prospects? This explanation is really far-fetched. Lin Ming frowned. The favor Qinzhi promised him was too great. While he was flattered, he couldn't help but have some doubts. It must be dangerous to leave the 7 Zuanwu palace at this time. No matter what, I have to be extra careful on this trip, especially to keep my whereabouts secret, so as not to leak out and be assassinated. I will try my best to improve my strength in these 3 days. With strength, I will have a certain degree of self-protection. Thinking of this, Lin Ming took out the 500 years blood Ganoderma from the Sumeru ring. The impurities in his body's true essence have been refined, and the side effects of the top-grade elixir he had taken before have been completely eliminated. It's time to eat this 500-year-old blood Ganoderma. 500-year-old blood Ganoderma replenishes the blood and ki in a warrior's body, increasing physical strength and martial arts cultivation. Lin Ming swallowed the blood Ganoderma in one gulp. Ordinary Ganoderma has a texture similar to cork and will not break down after chewing for a long time, but this 500-year-old blood Ganoderma feels like eating flesh and blood, warm and soft. After swallowing it into his stomach, Lin Ming could clearly feel a strong blood and qi flowing into the meridians and blood vessels along the stomach and intestines, flowing through his limbs and bones. A large amount of blood and qi surged up, and Lin Ming only felt dizzy. This feeling was like staying in a room full of hot steam for a long time. The so-called blood and qi surged up, and the head was dizzy, which also refers to this situation. As the blood and qi continued to surge in, Lin Ming felt dizzy and his face flushed, and he could spit out a ball of hot air when he opened his mouth. His body began to heat up, and his skin became redder and redder, as if blood would ooze out if pressed. This was because the qi and blood were too strong, and had seeped out from the tiny blood vessels, and poured into the skin and flesh. Lin Ming began to sweat all over his body, and even a little blood flowed out of his sweat. Noticing this, Lin Ming immediately tightened his pores to prevent the qi and blood from overflowing. The blood that flowed out was the precious qi and blood contained in the blood ganoderma. It would be a pity to waste it. Although his skin was bleeding, Lin Ming did not feel any pain, but just felt a little dizzy. Compared to fierce medicines such as the red gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake red gall pill, the 500-year-old blood ganoderma is much milder. After all, the former uses extreme heat and extreme cold to cleanse the tendons and marrow, while the latter only replenishes qi and blood. Lin Ming practiced the chaos true yuan ju and meditated on the bed for 4 or 5 hours. It was not until dawn that the redness on his body slowly faded away. He had absorbed 70% to 80% of the qi and blood in the blood ganoderma. When Lin Ming was circulating his true essence, he found that a large part of his true essence was obviously depleted. This depletion did not occur because his true essence was consumed, but because Lin Ming's body was stronger and could hold more true essence. If true essence is compared to water, then the body is a reservoir. From training strength, training flesh, training organs, strengthening tendons, strengthening bones, and consolidating veins, the pool deepens again and again, and the true essence it can hold naturally increases. Although Lin Ming's cultivation has not improved, his qi and blood are as vigorous as a burning furnace. It is like his pool is a circle larger than others. Under the same cultivation, the amount of true essence it can hold is more than others. Not only that, with vigorous qi and blood, vitality will be strong, endurance will be more sufficient, and physical strength will also increase. Although Lin Ming's cultivation has not improved, his strength has increased a lot. We will set off in 2 days. It is not realistic to expect to significantly improve our strength in such a short time, unless we can complete the inscription of the heavy profound soft silver spear. Since Lin Ming got the heavy profound soft silver spear, he has not yet had an inscription, because he has been busy practicing, and the materials are hard to find. I posted a notice at the Inscriptionist Guild a few days ago, and I don't know how many materials have been gathered. Lin Ming's notice to exchange materials for inscription runes was only posted a few days ago, and he didn't expect to gather them so quickly. However, he didn't expect that in the afternoon of the same day, Wang Yuan sent a message saying that the materials he wanted had been prepared and asked Lin Ming to go and get them. This surprised Lin Ming. When he arrived at the Inscriptionist Guild, Wang Yuan had already sorted out all the materials and put them in a material box and attached a list of people who sent the materials. Only 20% of the materials were sent by customers, and they also sent the materials with the requirement of making inscription runes. As for the rest of the materials, 40% were prepared by the prince, and the last 40% were prepared by the Bei family. The Bei family of Xianan City. Beijing. Lin Ming was surprised. Although the materials for making the gang talisman were not as expensive as the body marking talisman, it would still cost a lot of money to find them all in a short period of time, and he would have to use a lot of connections. Chapter 165 Trap. Lin Ming asked Wang Yuan, did senior sister Bei not make any requests when she sent the materials? For example, did she ask me to make some inscriptions or symbols? Wang Yuan said, Jingyan didn't say anything, she just put the materials here. Oh, do you have Beijingyan sound transmission mark? I want to use the sound transmission node to ask her. Wang Yuan said, yes, but Jingyan has left Xianan City these days and can no longer be contacted. She has taken a 5-month-long vacation in the 7 Zuanwu mansion and is unlikely to come back in the short term. The sound transmission note has a distance limit. If it is a long distance message, a post station is often set up in advance, and then multiple sound transmission notes are used in series. Ask for leave. Lin Ming was puzzled. The cultivation time in the 7 Zuanwu mansion was very precious. What on earth did Beijing Guan have to ask for a 5-month leave? He was not used to owing favors to others. The favor of the prince was easy to repay. As long as he helped him ascend to the throne, it would be fine. But why did Beijing Guan collect materials for him and travel far away without leaving any news, which made people puzzled. Then if senior sister Bei comes back, please let me know. Okay. Then, Miss Wang, please help me prepare the inscription room. I will draw the inscriptions requested by these customers first. Okay. 2 days later, late at night, in a shady forest outside Xianan City, Lin Ming, wearing a green robe, rode on the back of a grey eagle. This is a rare top quality mount for ordinary people, the Divine Wind Eagle. The Divine Wind Eagle has a wingspan of 4 feet long, and can fly 7 or 8,000 miles a day. It is a 3rd level fierce beast. Only warriors in the sect who are proficient in taming beasts can tame it. This kind of eagle is worth nearly 200,000 taels of gold, and it is not something that can be bought with money. Tonight, he will ride the Divine Wind Eagle and set off to Xianqi Mountain in Hualuo country. He has already drawn the inscription symbol gang for the heavy profound soft silver spear. The drawing process was very smooth. After completion, the increase in the true essence condensation of the heavy profound soft silver spear reached 50%. The inscription skill spear aura was also successfully added. Once activated, the true essence will condense into a part of the spear. Theoretically, as long as the warrior's true essence is strong enough, the spear can be extended indefinitely. With Lin Ming's current strength, he can extend the heavy mysterious soft silver spear to more than 10 feet, while ensuring the attack power. At this time, next to Lin Ming, there was a warrior about 30 years old. He was wearing a tight suit, carrying a heavy sword on his back, and there was a scar on his face that was curved like a snake. This person's cultivation reached the peak of the condensed veins, and even half a foot stepped into the postnatal. He also rode a Divine Wind Eagle. This person was the warrior sent by Qinziya to protect Lin Ming 3 days ago. After Lin Ming came to the agreed location, Yao Fenglin, this warrior was already waiting here. Lin Ming was slightly startled when he saw this person. Qinziya's disciple was actually a half-step postnatal warrior, and this person's true essence was pure, and his momentum was strong. His strength was probably much higher than that of the warriors of the same level. With this person alone, the United Chamber of Commerce could not do anything to him. "Hello, senior brother." Lin Ming greeted him. "Yeah." The man replied indifferently. "Get ready, let's leave tonight." "Okay." Lin Ming wanted to ask the name of this senior brother and learn about the situation of this trip to Hualuo country, but seeing that the man was obviously unwilling to say more, he had to give up. The man suddenly whistled, and the 2 Divine Wind Eagles flew into the sky after hearing the whistle. The Divine Wind Eagles were getting faster and faster. Lin Ming could only feel the whistling sound in his ears, and the strong airflow blowing in his face made his clothes flutter. He used his true energy to condense a windshield in front of him to block the strong wind. His eyes were fixed on the back of the condensed veins warrior in front of him, and he fell into thought. It is definitely unwise to leave the 7 profound martial palace now. If you can keep your whereabouts completely confidential, it is still safe. If your whereabouts are leaked, it will be a bit dangerous. Master Qin is a trustworthy person and will not harm me, but I have to be careful. However, if Master Qin wants to harm me, I'm afraid I will not live to see the present day. The first time Lin Ming came into contact with Qinziya, he could feel a trace of righteousness from Qinziya. Generally speaking, people who have made great achievements in music, chess, calligraphy and painting are all gentlemen. Otherwise, if they have bad intentions, it is difficult to achieve profound attainments in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. The 2 Divine Wind Eagles flew for a day and a night. In a day and a night, with less than 2 hours of rest, the Divine Wind Eagles had flown more than 8,000 miles. The surrounding scenery gradually became desolate. This is the southern part of Xianan country, close to the wilderness of southern Xinjiang. Lin Ming discovered that the Divine Wind Eagle did not fly directly to Hualuo country, but took a detour. However, with the speed of the divine wind eagle, this detour would only take half a day. Is it for safety? Lin Ming was puzzled. Relatively speaking, riding a divine wind eagle is a very safe way to go out. The flying altitude of the divine wind eagle is more than 1,000 feet, and it is difficult for assassins to intercept it. In a place like this, it's easy to kill people and dump corpses. Lin Ming had a bad feeling in his heart. He was secretly on guard, and his mind was connected to the power of thunder and fire in the evil god seed. Feeling the highly compressed terrifying energy inside, he felt relieved. At this moment, Lin Ming, who had been highly focused, suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He felt that the warrior in the condensation phase flying in front of him was faintly emitting a murderous aura, and this murderous aura was directed at him. This made Lin Ming's limbs suddenly cold. Even if he had the thunder and fire killing, he would not be the opponent of a half-step postnatal warrior. At this time, in a valley in Dazhao Mountain, because it was already night, and the trees were blocking the view, the valley was pitch black. Is it done? A voice suddenly sounded, and it was Ayangdahe. It's just a small matter. Now the pyrotechnics should start. Bilao slowly walked out of the woods, his voice as feminine as a woman. Fireworks was Ayangdahe's junior fellow disciple, a disciple of the weapon refining sect who was expelled from the sect by the Seven Profound Valley, and the half-step postnatal warrior who rode the divine wind eagle with Lin Ming. Ayangdahe smiled evilly. Senior brother's illusion is really superb. I'm afraid even Qianxue can't see through it. Bilao was born in the illusion sect of the Seven Profound Valley, and he is best at illusion, especially the art of disguise. Not only can he change his appearance, but he can also imitate a person's voice and temperament, which even the peak postnatal masters cannot see through. 3 days ago, it was Bilao who transformed into Qianxue and tricked Lin Ming into leaving the Seven Profound Martial Palace. Originally, I couldn't see through it, but Qianxue has traveled through deep mountains and valleys over the years. He has cultivated to the state of a mirror-like heart, spotless. His own cultivation has also reached the half-step innate state. It shouldn't be difficult for him to see through my illusion. Fortunately, Qianxue, this annoying guy, has left the Seven Profound Martial Palace after the banquet. He wants to continue to practice his heart, and won't come back in a short time, so there won't be any problem. Well, as long as Qianxue is not here, and Lin Ming is lured out, killing him will be as easy as killing a chicken. There is no need for pyrotechnics to do it. As long as Lin Ming falls from the divine wind eagle, he will be smashed to pieces. Not to mention, that he is a kid in the Yijin period. Even if he is a postnatal master, he will be finished. Ayangdahe said with a grim smile. Lin Ming is in the Seven Profound Martial Palace. Once he takes action, it will alarm many people. Even if he can be killed successfully, after the person dies, it is very likely that some traces will be left behind, and the murderer will be found by tracing the clues. Once Lin Ming leaves the Seven Profound Martial Palaces and the City of Heavenly Fate, he can disappear from the face of the earth, creating the illusion that he died during the training. In this way, the Seven Profound Martial Palaces will have no way to investigate. In the wilds of southern Xinjiang, there are endless vicious beasts and poisonous insects. If he falls to his death, he will be eaten by the beasts, and not even his bones will be left. It is really a good place to kill people and rob goods, and destroy the corpses, and destroy the traces. Ayangdahe licked her lips, and couldn't wait to hear the good news from the pyrotechnics. Wilds of southern Xinjiang. Lin Ming, who was riding on the divine wind eagle, suddenly heard a sharp whistle from the scarred warrior in front of him. The divine wind eagle and Lin Ming heard the whistle, and suddenly turned over in flight, with its claws facing up, and its back facing down, trying to throw Lin Ming directly down. Beast. Lin Ming grabbed the eagle feathers, used the force to rush, and grabbed the skin and flesh on the eagle's back. Then he shook his left hand, and the 1200 Jin heavy mysterious soft silver spear jumped into his palm. Although the kamikaze eagle has a strong flying ability, how can it withstand a weight of 1200 kilograms? When Lin Ming grabbed the flesh on its back and pulled it, it screamed in pain, and flapped its wings desperately, but the man and the eagle were still falling vertically. I'm sorry young man. I have no grudges against you in the past or today. I just took advantage of you and helped you get rid of disasters. You can't blame me. The pyrotechnician stood on the kamikaze eagle and grinned. The scar on his face looked particularly hideous. "Who asked you to kill me?" "Qianxue." Lin Ming rejected it as soon as he asked it. No, there was something strange about the matter, but he couldn't tell what it was. "Haha, you think that's Qianxue? Then he is, right? I'm not interested in talking nonsense to you, so I'll just let you be a fool. You think that's Qianxue?" This sentence echoed in Lin Ming's heart, making him feel cold. Could it be? He didn't have time to think about it at this time. The pyrotechnics flying in front suddenly whistled strangely, and the divine wind eagle he was sitting on suddenly turned around and rushed directly to Lin Ming. "Go on your way with peace of mind." The pyrotechnics pulled out a strangely shaped long knife from his back and slashed at Lin Ming's wrist that was holding the eagle's back. Clang! Lin Ming raised his gun and fought with the pyrotechnics. However, the strength of the peak warrior of the condensed veins was so strong that in this fight, Lin Ming only felt a strong force coming, and his body flew backwards rapidly. With a light swish, Lin Ming, who was retreating rapidly, directly tore off a large piece of flesh on the back of the divine wind eagle. The divine wind eagle let out a shrill scream, and Lin Ming fell straight down from a height of thousands of feet. Chapter 166 The Moment of Life and Death. Seeing this scene, a trace of grim smile appeared on the corner of the fireworks mouth. A warrior who has not reached the innate level of cultivation cannot fly, let alone Lin Ming. Even if he is a peak acquired expert, he will be crushed to pieces if he falls from a height of thousands of feet. Killing him this time is too easy. Although he is sure that Lin Ming will die, the firework still drives the divine wind eagle to chase him down. First, he wants to confirm Lin Ming's death, and second, he wants to kill him and rob him. If nothing else, the Zumi ring and the heavy and mysterious soft silver gun on Lin Ming are good things. Such a large fortune, of course, cannot be missed. The speed of falling from a high altitude is so fast that in a blink of an eye, Lin Ming has fallen dozens of feet. In the violent tumbling in the air, Lin Ming's soul power completely locked onto the fireworks figure. At this moment, his mind is calmer than ever. A master who has half a foot in the acquired level, he will definitely not be able to beat him, even if he has the thunder and fire kill. Now there is only one chance to turn defeat into victory. If you want to kill me, I'll drag you down with me first. Lin Ming grabbed the tail of the heavy and soft silver spear horizontally, and a 9-foot-long spear pierced out horizontally, with a cold light flashing on the tip of the spear, and murderous aura overflowing. A gust of wind blew in his face, and Lin Ming's true energy flowed rapidly, and he suddenly raised a breath of true energy. The artistic conception of wind, golden peng breaks the void. He spread his arms horizontally, and an invisible force was generated under him out of thin air, supporting Lin Ming's speed, and slowing down suddenly. When he comprehended the artistic conception of wind in the wind cave, he could let his body stay in the air, and ride the wind. Moreover, his strength has greatly increased now, and all this is even more like a fish in water. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, his body suddenly rose, and rushed straight to the pyrotechnician. The pyrotechnician who was chasing after the Imperial Eagle was shocked. He never dreamed that Lin Ming could actually use the force in the air. How is it possible? Question mark? Even Yang, who had seen Lin Ming's body movements, had never thought that Lin Ming's body movements could already fly on the wind. In the general perception, only innate warriors can fly with the help of condensed true essence. This is common sense. Could this kid have reached the innate realm? This thought flashed through Hua Gang's mind, but he rejected it instantly. This is absolutely impossible. While Hua Gang was stunned, Lin Ming had already rushed to within 10 feet of him, holding the heavy and soft silver spear, and his body's momentum burst out instantly. The dragon is out to sea. A slanting spear pierced straight out from under his armpit. For a moment, the sharp true essence tore through the air, and the silver white spear tip shot out like a meteor. Hua Gang suddenly came to his senses. He drew out his long sword, shouted loudly, and slashed at Lin Ming's heavy and soft silver spear. However, at this moment, Lin Ming's hand holding the spear suddenly sank downward, and the spear tip missed the blade, and pierced the divine wind eagle. Oops. Fireworks was horrified. He suddenly realized that Lin Ming's target was not him, but his mount. Without his mount, he would be crushed to pieces if he fell from a height of 800 or 900 feet. Go to hell. Fireworks shouted angrily and slashed at Lin Ming with a knife. A raging fire had already ignited on the blade. As long as Lin Ming insisted on stabbing him, his flame essence would definitely injure or even kill Lin Ming. This was a life and death fight. It all depended on who was more ruthless. But at this moment, Lin Ming's body suddenly retreated. Fireworks slashed into the air with a knife, but he also forced back Lin Ming's attack. As long as the Divine Wind Eagle was fine and fell to the ground, he would have an absolute advantage. But at this moment, an incredible scene happened. Although Lin Ming's body retreated rapidly, the heavy and soft silver spear in his hand suddenly stretched out, and the inscription skill, Spear Gang. The spear aura, that was more than 10 feet long, rushed out like a snow-colored silk thread. The skill attached to the inscription rune aura was Spear Aura, which was formed by condensing the true essence into a part of the spear. As long as the true essence was strong enough, the spear could be extended indefinitely! Puff! The spear aura penetrated the body of the Divine Wind Eagle without any suspense, piercing the heart and lungs. ZHI. The Divine Wind Eagle screamed, and its body suddenly lost balance. The true essence is transformed, and the strength is like silk. Lin Ming did not give the pyrotechnician any chance at all. He shook the heavy and soft silver spear in his hand, and the vibration true essence that reached the level of transformation suddenly burst out. More than 5,000 true essences rushed into the body of the Divine Wind Eagle like 5,000 ferocious dragons, shattering all its internal organs. Puff! The Divine Wind Eagle sprayed blood all over its body and exploded to death. You are looking for death. The pyrotechnician's eyes were red, and he jumped suddenly on the broken body of the Divine Wind Eagle and rushed out diagonally with the help of the rebound force. At the same time, he let out a sharp whistle and called another Divine Wind Eagle to fly towards him. How could Lin Ming not see his intention? He stretched out his arms, raised another breath of true energy, pointed his spear straight, and stabbed the second Divine Wind Eagle. Stop! The fireworker's eyes were bloodshot. If this Divine Wind Eagle died again, he would be finished. Red Lotus Purgatory! The fireworker shouted, and a raging fire broke out of his body. With a swing of his knife, the red lotus bloomed, as if the sky was darkened, as if this strange red lotus swallowed up the sun's light. When Lin Ming and Zhu Yan fought, Zhu Yan had overdrawn his vitality to use this move at the last moment, but compared with the fireworker, both the momentum and the lethality of the flame were much weaker. Seeing the burning red lotus rushing straight at him, Lin Ming spread his arms horizontally like the wings of a rock, and his feet stepped into the air in a strange way, and his body flew out sideways like a kite. This is the aerial step in the Golden Rock Breaking the Void, the Great Rock Wind controlling technique. When Lin Ming defeated Zhang Guanyu, he used the artistic conception of wind in combination with the basic steps. Although high-level body movement skills do not rely on steps to win, it does not mean that the Golden Rock Breaking the Void does not have its own steps. The Red Lotus Purgatory rushed out close to Lin Ming's body, but the energy contained in the pyrotechnics attack was too powerful. Even though Lin Ming avoided the Red Lotus Purgatory, he was still affected by the scorching wind carried by the Red Lotus Purgatory. For a moment, his blood surged, and his body rolled and flew out diagonally. The pyrotechnics took the opportunity to swing a long whip, which was entangled in the claws of the Divine Wind Eagle, and the speed of his body's descent suddenly slowed down. While rolling, Lin Ming caught a glimpse of this scene, and was very anxious. He didn't have much time. Now he was only 300 or 400 feet away from the ground. He flipped his hand, and put the heavy and soft silver spear into the Zumi ring. With the weight of 1,200 kilograms less, Lin Ming suddenly became as light as a swallow. Gathering another breath of true energy, Lin Ming stepped into the air and rushed straight towards the Divine Wind Eagle. Get out of the way. The fireworker grabbed the long whip in his hand, used the force to swing, and flew diagonally towards Lin Ming, and slashed Lin Ming with a knife burning with blazing fire. The fireworker was indeed a top master who had stepped into the acquired realm. Even though he had many restrictions in midair, he was still able to take advantage of the situation to attack Lin Ming. Dang. The fireworker's hasty swing of the knife still had an extremely powerful force. Lin Ming flipped out the heavy and soft silver spear and blocked it horizontally. His body flew backwards, and the scorching flame true energy blowing in his face blew his beard and hair all burnt. Lin Ming flew backwards in the air and took a breath of true energy to suppress the surging blood and ki in his chest. His eyes were locked on the divine wind eagle dozens of feet away. This distance was beyond the limit that the spear could attack. The attack distance was not enough. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, touched the zoomy ring with his right hand, and actually pulled out another long spear. This spear was 8 feet and 8 inches long, with a purple-black shaft and a blood-red tip. It was the piercing rainbow spear that had not been used for a long time. Die! Lin Ming shouted, and the power of 7 or 8,000 kilograms suddenly burst out, vibrating the true essence into the piercing rainbow spear, aiming at the divine wind eagle, and fiercely threw it out. Swoosh! The piercing rainbow spear broke through the air, making a sharp whistling sound like a sharp knife scratching the ice surface. Just by listening to the sound, one can imagine the horror of the gun speed. At this time, the pyrotechnics had just used up their swords, and their momentum was exhausted. There was no place to borrow power in midair, and they could only watch the shot being shot at the divine wind eagle dozens of feet away. Although the divine wind eagle was a 3rd level fierce beast, Lin Ming's power was terrifying. Recently, he had swallowed the 500-year-old blood Ganoderma lucidum, and his blood and ki were as vigorous as a furnace. The speed of the piercing rainbow spear he threw was almost catching up with the sound. How could it possibly dodge? Puff! The divine wind eagle was pierced through the body by the piercing rainbow spear without any suspense. The blood was carried to a height of more than 10 feet, and the piercing rainbow spear continued to move forward, piercing the sky. The pyrotechnician roared in anger, grabbed the long whip, and used the force to chop Lin Ming again, but the divine wind eagle was dead, and the pyrotechnician did not have enough force to chop Lin Ming, who had comprehended the state of mind of the wind. The pyrotechnician fell rapidly after slashing into the air. Now he was still 170 to 80 feet above the ground. Boy, remember this. The pyrotechnician roared in anger, and his body fell faster and faster. Lin Ming raised his spear and chased him. If he was less than 200 feet high, he might die. He was a warrior who had half a foot in the realm of the acquired world. In that case, I'll add more fire. Lin Ming shook the heavy, mysterious soft silver spear, and the inscription skill, Spear Force. A spear force of more than 10 feet rushed out, and Lin Ming raised his spear with both hands, aimed at the pyrotechnician, and smashed it hard. Bang! This level of attack naturally could not do anything to the pyrotechnician, and he blocked the shot with a knife. However, at the moment of blocking, the fireworker's body was like a polo ball hit by a polo stick, and the speed of falling increased dramatically. I will cut you into pieces. Fireworker roared angrily, but Lin Ming ignored him. He poured his true essence into the fire essence and thunder spirit in the evil god seed frantically, brewing a thunder and fire kill. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. He has made up his mind. Even if the fireworker fell to his death, he would never hold back and use the strongest blow. After all, the opponent is a half-step postnatal warrior, and it is very likely that he came from the 7 Mysterious Valley. The warriors of the 7 Mysterious Valley are generally stronger than those of the secular world. For example, Qianxue, although she is in the middle stage of condensation veins, it is not a problem for her to defeat the top masters of condensation veins in the secular world. This fireworker is probably not much weaker than the postnatal warriors in the secular world. Facing such a strong enemy, Lin Ming dare not be careless at all. However, just when the pyrotechnician was about to fall heavily to the ground, Lin Ming's face changed. They were in the wild forest of southern Xinjiang at this time. At the moment, when the pyrotechnician fell into the forest, he suddenly swung the long whip in his hand, and it was entangled in a thick branch. Damn it. Sorry, the update is late. I'm so unlucky. I'm about to leave Yunnan and there is a power outage. It is said that Lancang often has power outages. Whether it is an internet cafe, a hotel, or a bank, they have to prepare their own diesel generators. I'm dizzy plus. The most unlucky thing is that after I went to the internet cafe to type, the belt of the generator broke. The data of the computer in the internet cafe was reset after restarting. Exclamation mark. Fortunately, I didn't write hundreds of words, so I didn't feel too bad. I just waited for more than 2 hours to change the belt. I feel dizzy. Chapter 167 Red Lotus Flame. Lin Ming's heart choked. He had never expected that the terrain of this forest would cause such a big problem. Crack. Although the whip was entangled with the tree branch, the speed of falling was too fast. The branch was directly broken, and the pyrotechnician fell heavily to the ground. With a dull bang, a human-shaped pit was directly knocked out on the ground. The pyrotechnician's head was bleeding, his internal organs were shattered, and several ribs were broken. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He had originally thought of running away immediately, but seeing that the pyrotechnician fell so badly, he changed his mind, adding insult to injury, cutting the grass, and rooting out the roots. Otherwise, if the pyrotechnician swallowed a few top-grade pills and recovered his true energy, he would continue to chase him. Although Lin Ming could borrow the force in the air, he would fall down when his true energy was exhausted. If the pyrotechnician chased him on the ground, he would catch up sooner or later. Go to hell. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and used all his strength to dive down from a height of dozens of feet. As he thrust out with his spear, the thunder spirit and fire spirit in his body trembled violently, and the crazy flames and thunder power burst out like a flood that broke the dam. The power of the evil god is activated. The spear pointed downward, the tip of the spear pointed straight. The terrifying sound of thunder and fire and the explosion of air echoed in the air, and the heavy and soft silver spear was like a meteor wrapped in fire and thunder, shooting straight down. At this moment, the seriously injured pyrotechnician suddenly turned over and stood up. He saw Lin Ming stabbing down with a spear, and his face was extremely ugly. Although his internal organs were damaged and his ribs were broken, the true essence of the half-step postnatal warrior body penetrated into his internal organs, bones, and tendons. With the protection of the true essence, he could barely hold on for this level of injury. He originally wanted to pretend to be seriously injured and dying to lure Lin Ming down, but he didn't expect that Lin Ming would act so decisively and didn't even check how serious his injury was and used his ultimate move right away. Of course, Lin Ming's so-called ultimate move, the flame on the gun, was nothing more than that in the eyes of the pyrotechnician who was proficient in the art of controlling fire. Humph. After all, you are just a junior in the Legion period. Your cultivation is just so-so. You dare to fight me with your little flame? The pyrotechnician sneered, his whole body burning with flames. Although he was seriously injured, his cultivation level of half a step back was there. How could he be afraid of a small Legion period warrior? Red Lotus Demon Flame. The pyrotechnician shouted, and a red lotus blossomed out of thin air behind him. The shape of the flame tongue changed into a strange petal shape. The blade infused with a large amount of flame essence had turned into a fiery red, as if it was about to melt. Puff. The pyrotechnician who had just used the red lotus demon flame suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. With his seriously injured body, it was a bit difficult to support such a top-level martial art. Damn little guy, he made me so badly injured. Kill him first, then find a place to heal. With this in mind, the pyrotechnician forced his true energy to circulate. He swung his sword fiercely, and a huge vortex of flames rolled up on the blade. The land under his feet instantly became charred black, and a circle of dark red heat waves spread out. Wherever the heat wave passed, the grass and trees withered and burned, and then turned into ashes. Compared with the flames on Lin Ming's gun, the Red Lotus Demon Flame was more powerful in terms of momentum and the heat waves that spread out. However, facing such a powerful Red Lotus Demon Flame, the flames on Lin Ming's gun seemed to be pulled by some kind of momentum, and boiled and burned. Lin Ming could clearly feel the rolling heat and humming coming from his heart, as if the fire spirit was excited. Just as the gun and the sword intersected, the thunder and fire energy wrapped around the gun suddenly intertwined. Thunder and fire kill! Exclamation mark. The seemingly weak flames met the lightning, and the terrifying energy suddenly burst out. For a moment, the sound seemed to be swallowed up, and the sharp aura on the heavy and soft silver spear rushed out like a thread, tearing the atmosphere. A ball of light intertwined with thunder and fire rushed out from the heavy and soft silver spear, and hit the Red Lotus Demon Flame that was rushing in the face. Boom. Like a thunder explosion, the raging true essence gushed out like a tide. Lin Ming rushed down like a meteor, but was knocked away like straw. Even though the pyrotechnician was seriously injured, the moves he released were still so powerful. Lin Ming, who was rolling, spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. The heavy and soft silver spear swept and fiercely broke a big tree. Lin Ming used the rebound force to stabilize his body in the air. Looking up, the place where the pyrotechnician originally stood had sunk into a big pit. The pyrotechnician was covered in blood, supporting the ground with a long sword, and half knelt on the ground. This made Lin Ming's heart shrink. Is a half-step postnatal warrior already so powerful? He was already seriously injured. In this situation, even though he activated the power of the evil god and used the thunder and fire to kill him, he still failed to kill him. The consumption of true essence was too great, so Lin Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, he took out a pure true essence stone and operated the chaos true essence art and began to quickly absorb true essence and restore his strength. At this moment, the pyrotechnician suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of pale teeth under his charred lips. It was this grim smile that made Lin Ming's heart shiver. This guy still had strength to spare. You really surprised me. Is this really a martial art that a Yijin period warrior can release? It seems that this world has become unfamiliar to me. Okay, very good. I will kill you today, even if I lose my cultivation. Otherwise leaving you here will cause endless troubles. The pyrotechnician shouted, and his body burned with red lotus demonic flames again, but this time, the red lotus demonic flames were much weaker. As the fire snake rushed out of his body, the pyrotechnician spit out another mouthful of blood, and it was obvious that he was already at the end of his strength. I don't believe you still have the energy to use that move. Fireworks stomped his feet on the ground, and the charred land exploded. His body rushed out, and the burning long sword went straight to Lin Ming's head. At the moment of life and death, Lin Ming's heart was as calm as ice. He grabbed the heavy and soft silver spear with his right hand, and the thumb of his left hand touched the Zumi ring. He could no longer use the thunder and fire killing, and it was impossible to block the fireworks knife. Go to hell. Fireworks slashed with a knife, and the violent knife energy rolled up a whirlwind and stirred up the scorching airflow. At the same time, Lin Ming also stabbed out with a gun, and his strength was like a thread. More than 5,000 fierce and slender true energy rushed towards fireworks like a tide, and in this torrent of true energy, there was a small blue bead. Thunderbolt evil fire bead. Boom. Using the true energy to detonate the thunderbolt evil fire bead. At the same time, Lin Ming unfolded the golden peng breaking void body technique and retreated violently. In an instant, the sun seemed to have lost its color, and the dazzling light shone like countless golden swords. Lin Ming was affected by the shockwave and the sword energy released by the pyrotechnics. Even though he had a very strong physique and the purple gold soft armor of the middle grade human level treasure given by the prince, his internal organs were shattered, and he vomited blood. However, the pyrotechnics was even worse. He almost collided with the thunderbolt evil fire bead. The terrifying explosion energy poured on the pyrotechnic's body wantonly. After several serious injuries, his body protection was already weak. How could he withstand such a violent explosion? His chest was completely blown to pieces, and blood mixed with broken flesh flew out. The pyrotechnics fell heavily on a big tree. With a crisp sound, the trunk as thick as a person was directly broken by him. The pyrotechnics rolled on the ground for more than 10 feet like a dead dog. The long sword that had been released from his hand rotated several times and deeply inserted into the ground. How could it be like this? Fireworks wanted to get up unwillingly, but his heart and lungs had completely exploded. Blood dyed the ground red, and his vitality gradually faded away. I actually died at the hands of a Yijin stage warrior. Second won't accept it. Fireworks stretched out his hand to grab the knife stuck in the ground, but at this moment he spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly softened, and he died. It was a pity that he didn't know that Lin Ming had the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl, and he was seriously injured, so his perception was dull. Otherwise how could he not have discovered the hidden hand mixed in Lin Ming's true essence? This was also fate. Gao Yangdahu never dreamed that Lin Ming would comprehend a martial arts skill that was almost exactly the same as the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl, and as a result, she mistakenly thought that Lin Ming's Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl was used by Lin Ming like a firework. Crack. A blood-red lightning flashed in the sky, and a few moments later, it began to rain heavily. The climate in southern Xinjiang is humid, and thunderstorms fall as soon as they are said. Such a heavy downpour washed away the bloodstains. Lin Ming dragged the heavy and soft silver spear and staggered to the side of the long-dead pyrotechnics. After taking a healing pill, Lin Ming sat down in the muddy water. This rain helped me. Lin Ming muttered to himself. He was hit by the shock wave of the explosion and was seriously injured. There are many fierce beasts in the wilderness of southern Xinjiang. If the blood is scattered, it is likely to attract fierce beasts. With Lin Ming's current state, the result of facing fierce beasts can be imagined. Life and death. What a close call. This is the first time Lin Ming has killed someone, but he didn't feel anything special. Choosing the path of martial arts, sooner or later he will encounter the time of killing. Lin Ming has long been aware of this. Moreover, the warriors he killed in the 10,000 killings formation felt completely real, and there was no difference from real killing. Lin Ming was very lucky to have obtained the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl during the battle with Zhang Guanyu. In terms of power, the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl was slightly inferior to Lin Ming's Thunder and Fire Kill, but the body protection essence of Huagong at that time was as weak as paper, so naturally he could not withstand the bombardment of the Thunderbolt Evil Fire Pearl. After a warrior reaches the condensation vein stage, the physical strength will not change much. Without the body protection essence, the resistance of the acquired warrior and the condensation vein warrior is the same. Why does this person want to kill me? Who is he under the order of? Yaoyangdehua? Or the United Chamber of Commerce? Lin Ming recalled the process of his meeting with Qin Ziya. Below's illusion was too profound. His voice, appearance, temperament and even body odor were exactly the same. Even though Lin Ming's perception was much stronger than that of warriors of the same level, he could not see through it. But now thinking back, Lin Ming always felt that there was something wrong when he faced Qin Ziya at the beginning. It was just an intuition. Just now, after Huagong's reminder, he suddenly realized what he had overlooked. That is, Qinzin. Thank you for the 10,000 yuan reward from Lucifer. The 10,000 yuan reward at this time is extremely valuable. I sincerely thank you. Chapter 168, Fake Fire Spirit. The heart of us as the player is like the heart of a warrior. It is the original will and cannot be shaken. When Lin Ming first met Qin Ziya, he felt an invisible righteousness from him, as if it came from his heart. That is the heart of us as the player. When he met Qin Ziya for the second time, although there was nothing wrong with his appearance, voice, and temperament, he only lacked the heart of us as the player. So that's how it is that Qin Ziya was impersonated by someone else. What kind of disguise technique is this to be so realistic? If he dares to impersonate Qin Ziya, he must know that Qin Ziya has left the Seven Profound Martial Palace. Otherwise, he would not dare to do so, even if he had 100 guts. Qin Ziya's whereabouts are erratic. The United Chamber of Commerce does not have the ability to track him down, unless it is a high-level official of the Seven Profound Martial Palace, such as Yaoyangdehua. That fake Qin Ziya might be Yaoyangdehua himself. He might have learned some advanced disguise technique from the Seven Profound Valley and deceived me. It seems that the Seven Profound order given to me is also fake. As for the quota to go to Xianqi Mountain in Hualuo Kingdom, it was also fabricated by Yaoyangdehua. Lin Ming took out the Seven Profound order from the Sumeru ring and smiled bitterly. He had only seen the Seven Profound order once, and it was a fleeting glimpse. How could he tell the real thing from the fake? When Lin Ming was sorting out his thoughts, he suddenly felt a shock in his chest. His heart beat wildly, and streams of heat flowed through his blood throughout his limbs. Fire spirit? Lin Ming looked inside his body, and found that the fire spirit that was originally dormant in the evil god seed seemed to have encountered something extremely exciting, jumping up and down, unable to calm down for a moment. What is this guy doing? Lin Ming was puzzled. Originally, the thunder spirit was more active, and the fire spirit was mostly calm and stable. Why was it so abnormal today? Thinking about it carefully, when he sent out the thunder and fire killing just now, the fire spirit was abnormally excited, and the power of the flames that gushed out seemed to be much stronger than before. Could it be the Red Lotus demon flame? Lin Ming's mind flashed. Yes. He was stupid. He had thought before that, since the fire spirit could absorb the lava fire, could it absorb other forms of flames? He didn't expect that when he encountered the Red Lotus demon flame released by the pyrotechnics just now. Now that the fireworker is dead, how can it absorb it? The fire spirit shouldn't be excited randomly, it should have found something meaningful. Lin Ming realized something in his heart, and used his soul power to contact the fireworker's body. The fireworker was dead and his soul dissipated, so Lin Ming's soul power could go straight in and explore his body completely. Here, Lin Ming pulled out a dagger and stabbed and poked the fireworker's right forearm. A red bead burning with flames immediately jumped out. Although the bead was buried in the flesh and blood of the fireworker, it didn't stick to the blood. As soon as the fire bead appeared, it flew out, but was trapped by Lin Ming's true essence. After getting the fire bead, the fire spirit in Lin Ming's evil god seed became more excited, and it was obviously eager to devour it. Is this also a fire spirit? Lin Ming looked at the bead and found that there was an exquisite lotus carving on the fire bead. Obviously, this lotus was the so-called red lotus. No, this is not a fire essence, it's a fake fire essence. It is very difficult for a fire essence to take shape. The fire essence in Lin Ming's body was formed by the secret method of the evil god's power. It is not easy to find a natural fire essence in nature. Many weapon refiners and pharmacists have never found a fire essence in their entire lives. The fireworker's cultivation is not even at the postnatal level. If he wants to have a fire essence with such a cultivation, he must be lucky. However, as a weapon refiner, the fireworker must have the ability to control fire. He occasionally got a wisp of red lotus demon flame. Although the red lotus demon flame belongs to a high-grade flame, flames are flames after all. It is impossible for it to be immortal like fire essences. It will slowly die over time. If you want it not to die, you have to keep refining it. The fireworker spent a lot of money to collect various flame essences and fire attributes to refine and stabilize this wisp of red lotus demon flame. During this period, he even violated the rules of the sect to snatch a material and had to flee from the Seven Profound Valley. A wisp of high-grade flame, after various kinds of roasting, will become the so-called pseudo-fire essence, that is, artificial fire essence. This kind of pseudo-fire essence can exist for hundreds of years, and during this period, it must continue to be roasted with materials to maintain its strength. Pseudo-fire essence is far inferior to the real fire essence. If it is a real red lotus demon flame fire essence, the flames released are all red lotus demon flames. Take any of them and add many rare fire attribute materials to cultivate it into a pseudo fire essence. The flames released by the pseudo fire essence of the red lotus demon flame are actually not red lotus demon flames at all, but are stronger than ordinary flames. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's strength in the body refining period, how could he resist it? Although it is a pseudo fire essence, it also contains various rare fire attribute materials and the essence of many flames. It is definitely a tonic. This dead guy, I don't know how much he paid to cultivate this pseudo fire essence. Now, it's cheap to me, so I won't refuse it. Lin Ming was not polite and directly absorbed the pseudo fire essence engraved with the red lotus pattern. The fake fire spirit was sucked into Lin Ming's heart and was immediately subdued by the ferocious evil god seed. Then, the tiny fire spirit in the evil god seed, which was only the size of a Mars, pounced on him like a mad kitten. It couldn't wait any longer. Puff. The tiny fire spirit sank into the red lotus fire bead, which was hundreds or thousands of times larger than it. The fake fire spirit trembled violently, and the flames on its body flickered, as if it was struggling fiercely. However, no matter how it struggled, it was in vain. This process lasted for half an incense stick of time. The fake fire spirit gradually shrank, shrinking smaller and smaller, and was finally all sucked into the body of the tiny fire spirit. And this tiny fire spirit also grew a little bit. It was originally only the size of a Mars, but now it can barely catch up with the size of a sesame seed. This made Lin Ming extremely speechless. Although this red lotus fire bead is not big, the fire attribute energy contained in it is definitely much more and purer than the lava fire he absorbed in the lava cave before. After all, it is a half-step postnatal warrior, cultivated with materials and flame essence accumulated for decades. But after being absorbed by the little fire spirit, it has only grown a little bit. It seems that it will take a lot of effort to cultivate it. Of course, if the little fire spirit really grows up, its power will be very terrifying. High-grade fire spirits, such as the fire spirit of the red lotus demon flame, are not even dead to be expected by the legendary innate masters. Once this kind of fire spirit appears in the world, it will surely set off a bloody storm. Thinking of this, Lin Ming couldn't help but be fascinated. What would happen if he could get the fire spirit of the red lotus demon flame and let the little fire spirit absorb it? What would happen if he got some strange thunder spirits, such as the Xiangang divine thunder and the thunder spirit of the evil repelling purple lightning, and let the little thunder spirit absorb it? When the thunder and fire kill is used, how powerful will it be? Lin Ming couldn't help but get excited when he thought about it. I'm afraid that the powerful ones at a higher level than the innate will be killed in one go. As Lin Ming was thinking, he caught a glimpse of a long knife stuck in front of him. This knife was the weapon of the pyrotechnician. Lin Ming pulled out the knife and saw that the blade was as white as snow and the cold light was wanton. What a good knife. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire it. This was a human grade top grade treasure. The accumulation of a large sect was indeed terrifying. This guy's really rich. Lin Ming was not polite and directly put the knife into the Zumi ring. Then, his eyes shifted to the pyrotechnician's Zumi ring and took it off. Killing someone without taking the goods is equivalent to working in vain. Human grade middle grade Zumi ring? Lin Ming was delighted. The space inside this ring was 5 or 6 times larger than his human grade low grade Zumi ring, and it was more stable, enough to exist for 700 or 800 years. This thing is very practical for Lin Ming. As his family property increased, the Zumi ring that Lin Ming is using now was already a little small. Because the small worlds are incompatible, one Zumi ring cannot be placed in another Zumi ring, so if there are multiple Zumi rings, they can only be carried on hand, which is not very convenient. Lin Ming sank his soul power into the Zumi ring and glanced at it casually. He immediately took a breath of cold air. Wow, there are dozens of treasures inside. Most of them are low-grade human-level treasures, and there are 2 human-level middle-grade treasures. Looking at those low-grade human-level treasures, they are all brand new and have no inscriptions. But the 2 middle-grade treasures are used. By the way, this guy is an equipment refiner. Except for equipment refiners and alchemists, ordinary people will not spend so much effort to cultivate pseudo-fire spirits. A total of 30 low-grade human-level treasures, all brand new, obviously made by him. As for the middle-grade treasures, he should not be able to make them. Generally speaking, it takes a postnatal warrior to make a human-level middle-grade treasure, and only a congenital master can make a human-level high-grade treasure, so the price is ridiculously expensive. Lin Ming continued to explore. In addition to the treasures, there were also tens of thousands of taels of gold notes and a heavy bag of true essence stones. He took them out and saw that they were all pure true essence stones worth 1000 taels of gold. A rough count showed that there were more than 100. The weapon refiner is really rich. Lin Ming was overjoyed. These true essence stones were enough for him to use for a long time. The treasures made by this guy should have been sold for money, to exchange for true essence stones and other things. Of course, although the weapon refiner has a lot of money, he spends it quickly. For example, buying various refining materials and roasting pseudo-fire essences are also a considerable expense. In addition to these treasures and true essence stones, the other valuable things are a jade slip that records the exercises and some fire-attributed materials. These materials are obviously used to cultivate pseudo-fire essences. Lin Ming absorbed all the fire element in the materials without hesitation and turned them all into nutrients for the evil god fire essence. As for the jade slip, he took a look and was not very interested. Of course, if a set of human level middle grade exercises is sold for money, it will also be a large income. Lin Ming counted them and found that the most precious thing was the human grade top grade treasure knife and the Zumi ring itself. He put the Zumi ring close to his body and poured his true essence into the fire essence in his body, preparing to cremate the fireworker for free. However, the moment the flames came out of Lin Ming's hand, Lin Ming exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 169, Mako Sisters. Lin Ming put the Sumeru ring close to his body and poured his true essence into the fire essence in his body, preparing to cremate the pyrotechnician for free. However, the moment the flame came out of Lin Ming's hand, Lin Ming exclaimed in surprise. The flame was dark red, and the moving fire snakes were like the petals of a blooming lotus. It obviously had some characteristics of the red lotus demon flame. It was just such a small flame, and the whirring heat waves surged out like a tide. Lin Ming's mind moved, and he took out a fine steel dagger from the Sumeru ring and put the blade deep into the flame. After just a few breaths, the blade turned red and softened, and finally melted into molten iron. Lin Ming was overjoyed. The new flame was much stronger than the previous lava fire. You know, although the magma is hot, it is not enough to melt steel. Lin Ming waved his hand, and the flame fell on the pyrotechnician's body. With a hissing sound, the pyrotechnician's body was quickly covered by dark red flames. The flame that easily melted steel. The result of burning a person can be imagined. In a short while, the pyrotechnician became a layer of human-shaped ash. Not even bones were left. Lin Ming casually waved his sleeves, and a breeze blew away the flying ash, truly destroying the body and erasing all traces. After dealing with all this, Lin Ming began to look for the Guanhan gun that he had thrown out. This gun has been with Lin Ming for a long time. Although it is not of much use now, Lin Ming is still unwilling to discard it. It is not easy to find a gun in the vast forest. Fortunately, Lin Ming used the Guanhan gun for a while before, and his true essence was repeatedly infused into it, leaving more or less a trace of true essence residue. Lin Ming followed this little bit of true essence residue, and found the Guanhan gun that was almost completely submerged in the soil in a field of weeds. After putting away the Guanhan gun, Lin Ming began to think about how he should deal with Aoyangdahe. He is now no match for Aoyangdahe in terms of strength or the power behind him. If he returns to the Seven Profound Martial Palace, he will easily suffer a loss or even be killed by Aoyangdahe. Strength. I must have enough strength before returning to the Seven Profound Martial Palace to avenge today. Lin Ming simply decided to stay in the southern border wilderness, which is a good place to practice strength. The southern border wilderness, which stretches 100,000 miles, is located in the southwest of Xianan country. This place is no longer within the sphere of influence of the Seven Profound Valley. There is no country in the southern border wilderness, only tribes. The people of the Middle Earth call these tribes barbarians, believing that they eat raw meat and drink blood, and their ethics are chaotic. There is indeed a thing called ethical chaos, but eating raw meat and drinking blood is not the case. The people of southern Xinjiang often have inbreeding, which is considered a great rebellion by the people of the Middle Earth. The girls of southern Xinjiang dress very boldly. Generally, they only use animal skins or narrow linen to cover their vital parts. Such simple clothes naturally reveal the spring scenery and arouse people's reverie. The skin of the girls in southern Xinjiang is healthy and wheat colored. Most of them are slim and have long and healthy legs. They wear animal skin dagger sheaths on their legs and animal teeth and bone ornaments on their necks and wrists, which looks very charming. Lin Ming has been in southern Xinjiang for 5 days. He has been walking in the forest of southern Xinjiang and now finally saw the first tribe of southern Xinjiang. In these 5 days, Lin Ming has killed hundreds of fierce beasts along the way. The place where Lin Ming is now is just the edge of the 10,000 mountains in southern Xinjiang. The level of fierce beasts is not high. The highest level fierce beast encountered along the way is only equivalent to a warrior in the bone forging stage. This kind of fierce beast does not pose any threat to Lin Ming at all. After walking in the wild forest for so long, he finally saw human habitation. Lin Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention anything else, he was tired of the food he had eaten these days. In addition to fierce beast meat, there were wild fruits. The most important thing was that there was no salt, and it tasted bland. This tribe probably has a scale of thousands of people. Lin Ming walked into it, and immediately felt a foreign atmosphere. The buildings here are mainly wooden houses and tents. The large and small pointed tents are embroidered with various strange patterns, including fierce beasts, totems, mythical demons, and divine birds. On the road between the tents, vendors wearing southern Xinjiang costumes, carrying bamboo poles, sell all kinds of goods, such as exquisite bone ornaments, hand-polished daggers, bows and arrows, and various precious animal skins, bird feather hats, etc. Most of the southern Xinjiang people Lin Ming met along the way have kung fu skills. This is reasonable. Southern Xinjiang is overgrown with grass and fierce beasts. Southern Xinjiang people often have to fight with fierce beasts. Over time, the physical fitness and martial arts talent of southern Xinjiang people are generally better than those in the Middle Earth. Lin Ming found a vendor to buy a few kilograms of salt, but saw a slender southern Xinjiang girl about 16 or 17 years old, smiling and waving at him. She pointed at herself, and then pointed at the inside of the tent. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment, before he came to his senses. The folk customs in southern Xinjiang were open. Except for important figures in the tribe, the marriage relationships of ordinary people were not fixed at all. They often practiced the walking marriage system of matriarchal society. When a man and a woman met and fell in love, the man would go to the woman's boudoir to spend the night and leave at dawn the next day. If a child was born, it would be raised by the woman's family. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. Lin Ming shook his hand awkwardly. He didn't intend to leave a child in southern Xinjiang and just give up. The girl immediately looked disappointed and aggrieved, and lowered the curtain of the tent in a huff. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, his heart moved slightly. He noticed that there were 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, not far away. The 2 men were probably in their 30s or 40s. One was a shirtless bald man with a face full of flesh, tall and strong, and carried a mace more than 10 feet long on his back. The other man was just the opposite. He was thin and small. He wore leather armor and carried a short axe on his back. His face was thin and sallow, like a monkey. What surprised Lin Ming was that these 2 men with clean looks had reached the peak of bone forging. It was unusual for a small tribe of more than 1,000 people to have 2 warriors at the peak of bone forging. Lin Ming's eyes shifted to the 2 women. Although the 2 women were only about 14 or 15 years old, they had also reached the stage of organ training. This shocked Lin Ming again. Reaching the stage of organ training at the age of 14 or 15, this level can only be achieved by the children of the aristocratic families with 4th grade upper level talents in Xianan country. It was too unreasonable for a small tribe of more than 1,000 people to have 2 girls with at least 4th grade upper level talents, plus 2 warriors at the peak of bone forging. Maybe these 4 people are also from outside, Lin Ming guessed in his heart. When Lin Ming noticed the 2 men in the bone forging stage, the 2 of them also noticed Lin Ming. The bald man used his true energy to transmit the voice to the monkey-faced man and said, "Brother, this kid is in the Yijin stage, which meets our requirements." The monkey-faced man nodded and said with his true energy to transmit the voice, "We are lucky. This kid looks to be only 15 or 16 years old. He has such cultivation at such a young age. He must be a genius from a big family. This kind of kid is inexperienced and arrogant, so it is easier to be hooked. I'll call him over later and use him. We'll kill him after the matter is done. He must have a lot of good things on him. After robbing him, we brothers can make a lot of money again. Well, let's talk about it after we get out of the city. If we stop him here, people will see us. Who knows what forces may be behind this kid. If the forces behind him find out, we too will be dead." "Okay, I know." The bald man licked his lips, seeming to be impatient. The monkey-faced man licked his lips, turned to the 2 girls behind him, and said to the older girl with a smile, "Miss Nei, we will rest in this tribe tonight. Tomorrow I will trouble you to show the way again. Don't worry, as long as we find the holy land of the witch god, I will definitely let you and your sister go. But if you want to play tricks, haha, then you really can't blame us. Maybe you don't know that, if a pair of witch sisters are taken to Hualua country, they can be sold for a very good price." The monkey-faced man smiled obscenely, and the girl named Nei just stared at the monkey-faced man with a cold gaze like the abyss of the underworld, while her sister Nashu's face suddenly turned pale. If it was just Nei herself, she could still fight to the death, but now that there is a sister, she has to succumb to these 2 evil people. The 2 girls, the elder sister Nei is 15 years old, and the younger sister Nashu is 14 years old. They were originally witches of the Na tribe in southern Xinjiang. Most tribes in southern Xinjiang are matriarchal societies, and the highest authority is female, known as witch god messengers. Most of the tribes in southern Xinjiang believe in witch gods. The witch god envoy is considered to be the messenger of the witch god and the supreme leader of the tribe. The witch girl is the candidate for the new witch god envoy. The witch god envoy is not hereditary, and there is a complex set of regulations for the selection of witch girls. The 2 girls were identified as witch girls at birth. If nothing unexpected happens, they will enter the witch god's holy land at the age of 16 and inherit the magical power of the witch god. Then, according to the choice of the witch god, it will be determined who will succeed the next witch god envoy. However, when Nei was 14 years old, a rare beast tide broke out in the Na tribe. Southern Xinjiang is wild and there are many ferocious beasts. Sometimes large-scale beast riots will break out. This is the beast tide. The number of ferocious beasts involved in a large-scale beast tide may reach tens of millions, which is enough to completely destroy a large tribe with a population of 1 million. After the beast tide plundered the Na tribe, the entire tribe was washed away, and only 1 in 10 tribesmen survived. At this time, the nearby Huachi tribe took advantage of the situation and launched an attack on the Na tribe. The Huachi tribe believed in shamanism, which was different from the Na tribe. There were conflicts of interest, so there were constant frictions between them. The Na tribe, which had been seriously injured in the beast tide, could not resist the iron hoof of the Huachi tribe, and was eventually exterminated. The 2 sisters Nei and Nashu, as the hope of the Na tribe, had been sent away before the war broke out. However, just out of the wolf pack, they fell into the tiger's mouth. The 2 sisters were hijacked by the bald man in a monkey-faced man who took advantage of the fire to rob. Their goal was the sacred place of the witch god of the Na tribe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Sending a Sheep into the Tiger's Mouth. The sacred place of the witch god of the Na tribe is only known by the successive witch gods and witch maidens. This is the heritage of the tribe. It contains the magical power of the witch god. No outsiders are allowed to enter, otherwise it would be a blasphemy against the witch god. Although the tribe has died, Nei would rather die than maintain the glory of the tribe. But now, her sister has also fallen into the hands of these 2 beasts. Thinking of her sister's possible tragic fate, Nei's heart is broken, and she has to delay and compromise again and again. The monkey-faced man also found that Nei was deliberately delaying, so he warned her just now. Big brother, I think if I don't give these 2 little girls a taste of color, they won't know how powerful Lan and Jiang twin devils are. How about this? Tonight, I will take the younger one into the room and train her well. Let her taste the taste of being a woman. The bald man said, while looking at Nashu with a lewd smile. Poor Nashu's face was pale at this time, hiding behind Nei, trembling. If you dare to move, I will immediately cut off my own meridians and die. Nei took a step back, one hand protecting her sister, the other hand clenched into a fist on her chest, teeth biting her lips. The true energy in her body circulated rapidly, and her angry eyes were like a little female leopard, staring at the bald man. Without a doubt, she did what she said. Being stared at by Nei, the bald man's momentum actually weakened for a while. He took a step back in dismay. Obviously, his strength was far superior to Nei, but in a real competition of momentum, he had never suppressed Nei. Second brother, don't mess with the sisters. Only the elder sister knows the real way to open the holy land of the witch god. If she really commits suicide, we will get nothing. When you get the power of the witch god, your strength will be raised to the stage of condensed meridians. You can have any woman you want. Look ahead. The monkey-faced man said with true energy transmission. I was just thinking about it. The bald man licked his lips. These 2 little girls are witches. I don't usually see such people. Especially this little girl named Nei is really strong. I like people with strong tempers. If I can get this little girl to bed, it will definitely be very delicious. That night, Lin Ming stayed overnight in the inn of this small tribe. The next day, he bought a tent, ropes, various antidotes, and sulfur wine for insect repellent, and entered the wild forest again. The wild forest is not dense, but piece by piece, often separated by large grasslands and swamps. Lin Ming left the tribe and walked for a quarter of an hour. The surroundings gradually became desolate. At this time, he suddenly heard the faint sound of horse hooves behind him. After a while, 4 people riding 4 maroon short-legged mountain horses appeared in Lin Ming's field of vision. They were the 2 men and 2 women he saw yesterday. These 4 men seemed to be following me on purpose. Lin Ming had a strong sense of perception. When he was shopping on the street, he noticed that the 2 men were hiding in the hotel, observing him from time to time. After catching up with Lin Ming, the 2 men pulled the reins, dismounted and came to greet him with a smile. The monkey-faced man with a sallow complexion asked enthusiastically, young brother, are you out here to gain experience? Lin Ming bowed slightly and said, I guess so. I heard that southern Xinjiang is rich in resources, so I came here to try my luck and see if I can get some magical herbs and rare herbs, and to gain experience by the way." The bald man laughed and said in a muffled voice, "Young brother, then you are right to come. Southern Xinjiang is an extremely vast area with countless rare birds and animals, natural treasures, but there are also many dangers, and the terrain is complex, and it is easy to get lost. Is this your first time in southern Xinjiang? Why don't you come with us? We are very familiar with the nearby terrain and have decent strength. How about it?" When the two men said this, Lin Ming noticed that a girl who looked a little younger behind the big man was biting her lip and staring at him with wide eyes. Her watery eyes seemed to contain a complex look of anxiety, confusion, and fear. This made Lin Ming's heart move. This little girl seems to have something to say, but she can't open her mouth. Is it because she is afraid of these two men? It seems that the relationship between them and the two men is not just a simple partnership. Lin Ming thought so, and secretly kept a watchful eye in his heart. These two men looked fierce, and they were so eager to get close to him and go on the road together. Their motives were inevitably suspicious. Otherwise, why would two warriors at the peak of bone forging drag him, a warrior at the Yijin stage, along? This was purely asking for trouble. Interesting. What do these two people want to do? Kill people and rob? Lin Ming remained calm on the surface, neither agreeing nor refusing. With his current strength, killing these two warriors at the peak of bone forging was not a problem at all, so he was not afraid that they had any bad intentions. Seeing Lin Ming's hesitation, the monkey-faced man hurriedly added, "Brother, don't you want to go to the depths of the southern border wilderness? There are many hundreds of years old medicinal herbs there, such as blood ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. We brothers are going to an ancient site to search for treasures this time. To open the formation of the ancient site, at least 3 warriors above the Yijin stage must work together. How about this? If you go with us, we will give you 20% of the treasures we get when the time comes. How about it?" The monkey-faced man was halfway through his words when he found that Lin Ming seemed to have doubts about them and hurriedly gave this explanation. While the monkey-faced man was speaking, Lin Ming had already used the true essence telepathy to contact the 2 little girls behind him and said, "Are you companions with the 2 men in front?" The 2 girls did not speak. Lin Ming thought for a moment and guessed that they might not know how to use the true essence telepathy yet, so he changed the way of asking questions. If so, blink once. If not, blink twice. After Lin Ming finished speaking, the older girl did not express anything, while the slightly younger girl blinked twice. Lin Ming saw this scene and immediately understood. These 2 men were obviously not good people. Are you being held hostage by them? If so, blink once. If not, blink twice. The little girl blinked again. They were indeed being held hostage by 2 men. Lin Ming felt that things were getting interesting. What were these 2 men holding these 2 girls hostage for? Were they selling them to some warriors to use as furnaces for replenishing energy? Is it true that they said they were going to the ancient ruins to search for treasures? This time, without Lin Ming saying anything, the little girl blinked. It seemed that there was indeed an ancient ruin. He said that there were not enough people to open the formation of the ancient ruins. At least 3 warriors above the Yijin stage would have to work together. Is this true? The little girl was about to blink, but at this moment, the older girl suddenly glared at the little girl. The little girl immediately lowered her head timidly like a child who had done something wrong. Now Lin Ming was a little confused. What was the relationship between these 4 people? At this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Although the voice was childish, it was very cold. "If you don't want to die, leave quickly. It may not be too late to leave now." Lin Ming was stunned and looked at the older girl in disbelief. Obviously, she knew how to use true essence to transmit sound, but she just didn't want to talk to him before. He never thought that this seemingly harmless little girl would say such a cold sentence as soon as she opened her mouth. At this time, the 2 men seemed to realize that Lin Ming was communicating with Nei using true essence to transmit sound. The monkey-faced man sneered and moved half a step to the side without leaving a trace, forming a corner with the bald man, blocking Lin Ming's way. He still said in a friendly manner, "Little brother, how about it? Do you want to go with us?" The bald man also smiled and said, "Little brother, you should seriously consider it, otherwise you may regret it." Although the two were smiling, their smiles contained a faint murderous intent. They didn't take Lin Ming seriously at all. He was just a warrior in the Yijin stage, and the two of them were both at the peak of the bone forging stage. If they wanted to deal with Lin Ming, it would be easy. However, the two didn't know that Lin Ming had the same plan in his mind at this time. Using the thunder and fire kill, he could kill the warrior in the early stage of the condensed veins. What's more, these two were only at the peak of the bone forging stage, so they could almost be dealt with without the thunder and fire kill. He was interested in the ancient ruins. If he killed these two guys, he would not be able to go to the ancient ruins. Moreover, according to what the two men said, it might really take 3 warriors above the Yijin stage to enter this ancient site. If they kill the two of them, he will not be able to enter. He simply took advantage of the situation and disguised himself as a second-generation rich man who had never seen the world, so that the two guys would relax their vigilance. If the two men fight in the ancient site, Lin Ming doesn't mind giving them a ride. And of course he will take the treasure by the way. At this moment, the cold voice of the little girl sounded in Lin Ming's mind again. "I told you to leave, but you didn't leave. You talked so much nonsense. Now they suspect that you know something you shouldn't know. It's impossible to let you go. You can only wish you good luck." After she finished speaking, she stopped talking. Her cute little face turned cold and stern. This made Lin Ming laugh in his heart. He didn't deny anything and prepared to go with the two men. He just didn't know what treasures were in this ancient site. How big was the risk factor? Lin Ming had many doubts in his mind, but it was obvious that the little girl who could transmit the true essence of the voice was unwilling to answer him, and the little girl who was willing to answer could only blink her eyes. These questions could not be answered clearly by simply blinking. Thinking of this, Lin Ming put on a grateful smile and said, "You two brothers are so polite. Speaking of which, this is indeed my first time in southern Xinjiang. I'm unfamiliar with the place, and my cultivation is not high. I have encountered many dangers along the way. It would be great if you two brothers are willing to take me with you." Hearing Lin Ming suddenly say this, the monkey-faced man was slightly stunned. Is this guy really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Thank you Xian Di Wuhan for the 10,000 yuan reward and the repeated 10,000 yuan reward. Thank you very much. I'm on the way now. I will adjust my state when I get home. Chapter 171 Playing Dundee. But no matter whether he is really stupid or pretending to be stupid, what can a kid in Yijin period do? As long as we keep an eye on him and don't let him have the chance to use the sound transmission talisman, he will be helpless. If we walk for a long time and go deep into the wild forest, it will be beyond the range of the general sound transmission talisman. Then he will be meat on the chopping board, and we can cut him as we want. The monkey-faced man thought and said, "Little brother, my surname is Zhao, and this is my brother. You can just call him Baldy." "Okay, my surname is Mu, and my name is Mulin." Lin Ming casually gave a name. Although the wild area of southern Xinjiang is vast and complex, and there are countless jungle tribes, even if our Yangdahe has clairvoyance and super hearing, it is difficult to find him in southern Xinjiang. But Lin Ming still doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. "Little brother Mu, get on the horse. Miss Nei, I'm sorry that you and your sister have to ride on the same horse." Nei changed a horse calmly. As for Lin Ming, she could only sigh in her heart. I don't know what this young man thinks. Is he stupid? Or is he heartless and blindly optimistic to this extent? Did he really think that the two evil spirits in southern Xinjiang would let him go after they succeeded? However, Mei's fate and that of her sister were in danger now, so how could she have the heart to worry about others? Lin Ming and his group of 5 rode on mountain short-legged horses and ran all the way. Although this kind of horse was not fast, it had excellent endurance and could cross mountains and ridges as if it were flat ground. Slowly, the surrounding vegetation became more and more lush. When they first entered southern Xinjiang, the trees were sparse and the terrain was mainly grassland and swamps. Now, the trees were so dense that even the sunlight was blocked. The entire forest was as dark as dusk, and the wormwood was more than 1 person tall. In this kind of tall grass, there were often fierce beasts and giant pythons lurking. Warriors with insufficient cultivation could easily die if they walked in it. The bald man led the way in front with a saber, the monkey-faced man followed behind, and Lin Ming and the two witches were protected in the middle. Before finding the sacred place of the witch god, the safety of Lin Ming and the other two was still very important. Little brother, help us. We have to get out of this tall grass before dark, otherwise it will be dangerous. I'm a little slow to open the way alone, the bald man said to Lin Ming while waving his saber. This kind of grass is dense and lush, intertwined and entangled, and extremely tough. If it is not cut open, the horse can't get through at all. Oh, okay. Lin Ming responded, and slowly took out a human-level middle-grade precious sword from the Zumi ring. This sword was left in the Zumi ring by the fire worker after his death. The handle is simple in shape, and the scabbard is covered with a layer of snakeskin. It looks a bit old. There is a dark red inscription 5 inches away from the tip of the blade. This is a fire attribute inscription rune that increases by more than 40%. The value of this inscription rune alone is more than 10,000 taels of gold. Obviously, this is a carefully crafted and strengthened precious sword. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the weapon that the fire worker used before, but it was eliminated later, but he was reluctant to sell it, so it has been kept in the Zumi ring. After Lin Ming took out the knife, the bald man's eyes instantly widened. Damn, just pick it up, and it's a human grade mid-grade treasure. And it looks like it's the top grade human grade mid-grade treasure. I've lived to this age, and I've only seen human grade mid-grade treasures 3 times. After the monkey-faced man saw Lin Ming's weapon, his monkey eyes were shining. He noticed the inconspicuous ring on Lin Ming's finger. There was no doubt that it was a Sumeru ring. Sumeru ring. Even the lowest quality Sumeru ring would cost tens of thousands of taels of gold to buy one. He had been envious for a long time, but with their belongings, how could they afford it? The monkey-faced man was immediately overjoyed and came over with a smile on his face. He really couldn't wait to kill Lin Ming, snatch the Sumeru ring, and check what else was inside. I don't know how many good things this kid has on him. He is so damn lucky. No matter how many he has, they will all be mine. And this kid is a fool. He doesn't even know the principle of not showing off wealth. He foolishly took out such a good knife. It would be unfair to him if I don't kill him or steal the knife. Be patient. Once we enter the holy land of the witch god, I will kill him immediately. Lin Ming seemed to be completely unaware of the greedy eyes of the bald man and the monkey-faced man. He used the precious knife to cut the grass. It was a human-level middle-grade precious knife, and it was engraved with the inscription rune of fire attribute. When it cut the grass, it was like a magic weapon cutting tofu. With the sound of crackling, the weeds fell down in patches. The bald man's throat was a little dry when he saw this scene. If this knife was given to him, his combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. The bald man's weapon was a mace. This kind of weapon was originally a niche weapon. Most weapon refiners would not have nothing better to do than to forge a mace, so the bald man only used an ordinary mace. The monkey-faced man, on the other hand, had a short axe of the lower human grade, but it was only the lowest grade of treasures. With a rubbish inscription on the short axe, the total price was only more than 2,000 taels of gold. For most warriors, treasures that cost thousands of taels of gold were quite expensive, and generally only the children of aristocratic families could own them. For example, Taifeng, who bought Lin Ming's powerful talisman, was also a serious bone-forging peak warrior, but because of his poor background, he could not afford a treasure, otherwise he would not have bought Lin Ming's powerful talisman. Although warriors made money, they had to constantly buy medicine to practice, which was generally a losing business. Only after reaching the vein condensation stage, with a title and salary, would the economic conditions gradually improve. Generally, poor people could not afford to practice martial arts. Little brother, the monkey-faced man called out to Lin Ming who was cutting grass in front. What's the matter? Lin Ming turned around blankly. Can you lend me your sword? I haven't seen a human-level mid-grade treasure yet. Oh, this. Lin Ming looked embarrassed. There was a limit to how stupid he could be. No matter how stupid he was, he would not give his weapon to others. Lin Ming thought for a while and said, this sword is an heirloom in our family. Before I left, my father told me not to show it to anyone. So, I have a few more swords that I can lend to you two brothers. As Lin Ming spoke, he slowly took out two precious swords from the Sumeru ring. Both were human level low grade treasures. Both were new swords made with pyrotechnics and had no inscriptions. Both were narrow swords, with a blade 3 feet long, but only 1 inch wide. The back of the blade was less than 2 centimeters thick, and the handle was short. They were used by swordsmen who won by speed. Nice knife. The monkey-faced man and the bald man's eyes were red. How many good things did this young man have? He just took out two low-grade human-level treasures. I've seen idiots, but I've never seen such an idiot. He is a little kid in the legend stage, and he foolishly showed all his family's wealth in front of us two warriors in the bone forging stage. The bald man licked his lips and said to the monkey-faced man with his true essence. The monkey-faced man said, "This kid is only 15 years old. He probably hasn't been out much in the past, because he lives in a big family. How can he understand the dangers of the world? Let's be patient for now. Once we enter the holy land of the witch god, we will act together and kill him directly. Okay, big brother, I can't wait." After getting rid of this kid, we brothers will make a lot of money. We can buy some rare elixirs and then inherit the power of the witch god in the holy land of the witch god. Breaking through the bottleneck of the vein condensation period won't be a problem at all. By then, we will be very successful. Haha. Haha, you're making me drool. That's almost 100 years of extra life. I'm going to buy a bunch of women and live like an emperor. The exchanges between the monkey-faced man and the bald man were all seen by Nei. She sighed in her heart. How could there be such an ignorant young nobleman? How did he get here? At this time, the monkey-faced man said to Lin Ming, "Brother Mu, how about this? Lend these two knives to us brothers first. As you know, there are fierce beasts everywhere in the Mu Qianxue forest. The deeper we go, the higher the level of the fierce beasts. If we are not strong enough, we may get injured when fighting with the fierce beasts. This is dangerous." Lin Ming thought about it and said, "What you two brothers said makes sense. Then I will lend these two knives to you two brothers." As Lin Ming said this, he handed over the two knives without any precautions. When the bald man took the knife, he swallowed hard. This is a human level lower grade treasure, and judging from the quality, it is still very good. He got it so easily. Why didn't he meet such an idiot before? He weighed the knife in his hand and waved it casually twice. The only drawback was that the knife was a little light and not easy to use. Actually, there was a reason why Lin Ming chose to take out these two knives. The two men, one with a mace and the other with an axe, were both heavy weapons. The two narrow knives that Lin Ming took out won by speed, and even if they were given, they would not be able to exert much combat power. Although Lin Ming did not take these two warriors seriously, he did not want to improve their strength and cause trouble for himself. After all, if these two bone forging warriors really wanted to escape separately, he could only stop one at most. Lin Ming planned to paralyze them first, and then suddenly kill them, directly killing one, and it would be much easier to deal with the other. At this moment, Lin Ming's mind suddenly rang with the true essence transmission, which was Nei's voice. "I thought you were pretending to be stupid and wanted to make another plan to escape, but now it seems that you are really stupid. Giving them the treasured knives is simply digging your own grave. I really think it's a miracle that someone like you can survive until now." The cold voice, with a hint of sarcasm, was completely inconsistent with Nei's age and her young face. Chapter 172, Live and Die Together, Heartbroken Goo. Lin Ming smiled lightly, and while chopping grass, he used his true energy to transmit his voice and asked, "Do you think that, if I don't give them these two knives, I will be able to escape from them?" Nei paused slightly. Indeed, Lin Ming was only a warrior in the legend stage. Even if the bald man and the monkey-faced man were unarmed, Lin Ming would not be their opponent. However, the fact that Lin Ming could say this at least proved that he was not stupid. Nei was silent for a while and said, "Then what do you want to do? Paralyze them? Is there any point?" Lin Ming said, "I don't know whether it makes sense or not, but we have to try. Come to think of it, you are the same. You have been showing them the way. I originally thought that it was the bald man and the monkey face who knew about the so-called ancient ruins and were counting on them to lead the way. Now I know that it was you who led the way. I guess they forced you. Do you still expect that after they take the treasures, they will let you sisters go? Nei's lips twitched slightly. Of course she thought of what Lin Ming said. She said coldly, you don't have to worry about these. Of course I have to worry. I'm just afraid that you will not be able to think it through and lead us into some trap where there is no way back, intending to perish together. Then I will die unjustly. Nei said coldly, when my parents died, I swore 2 poisonous oaths. One of them was to protect my sister and let her live a safe life. So don't worry, no matter what, I will not let my sister die. Nei stopped talking when she got to this point. These 2 poisonous oaths were secrets in her heart. She would never tell a stranger about them. But now, her life was at stake. How could she fulfill these 2 poisonous oaths? Lin Ming's heart moved. He looked back at Nei in surprise. He saw that this young girl just turned her head and looked into the distance silently. With her underdeveloped body, even if she rode a horse, she could only see past the grass tip. Just looking at her appearance, it was hard to imagine that she had such a burden on her young shoulders. 2 poisonous oaths, was the other one to avenge her parents? Lin Ming stopped talking and just cut the grass silently. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He felt that there was a huge python a few dozen feet away. Its colorful and thick body was as thick as a water tank and more than 5 feet long. Moreover, most of the snakes and insects in the wilds of southern Xinjiang were poisonous. Such a huge creature, coupled with its highly poisonous nature, was horrifying to think about. Lin Ming remained calm and was secretly on guard. After the team advanced 10 feet, the bald man suddenly raised the saber in his hand. Obviously, he also found the python. Although the bald man and the monkey-faced man were scum, they had rich jungle experience, otherwise they would not have been able to travel around the southern border for so many years. Patterned anaconda, really unlucky, judging from the thickness of this guy. It is estimated that his strength is equivalent to that of a warrior in the condensation vein stage. The bald man frowned and took out a strange musical instrument from his backpack. It looked like a sheng, but it had some strange bamboo holes. The bald man said as he turned over and jumped off the horse's back. Then, he took a mouthful of true energy and began to play the instrument. A hoarse voice came out, which contained a faint true energy fluctuation. The bald man played while stepping on a strange beat, twisting his legs left and right, and the flesh on his face trembled with his strength. His body size was quite funny when combined with these movements. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that within a short while, the big snake seemed to be hypnotized and crawled away with its thick body twisting. Interesting. Lin Ming had seen many methods used by the people of southern Xinjiang to deal with ferocious beasts and poisonous insects along the way. He originally thought that there would be fierce battles along the way. In fact, most of the ferocious beasts could be driven away by these 2 guys using various strange methods. Only some weak ones would be killed by them. So the whole journey was safe and sound. With these 2 people, Lin Ming really saved a lot of effort. After playing the instrument, the big man obviously consumed a lot of energy. He took out a herb from his backpack, chewed it and swallowed it. This herb can restore a certain amount of true essence. Although the effect is not very good, it is cheap. As for the true essence stone, which is more than 10 times more expensive than gold, they can never afford it. Let's go. The bald big man licked his lips and said proudly, seeming to be very satisfied with his record. The journey was uneventful until dusk, when the 5 of them came to the foot of a cliff. Lin Ming looked up and saw that the cliff was at least several hundred feet high. If one fell from it, he would be dead. At this time, Nei, who had been silent all the way, suddenly said, "This is it. From here, we can enter the sacred place of the witch god." The monkey-faced man was delighted and asked, "Where is the entrance? How do I get in?" However, Nei did not speak. The monkey-faced man frowned, and his voice became cold. "Little girl, don't play tricks. Tell me how to get in. Let my sister go, and I'll tell you." Nei said, "That's impossible. I've said before that, unless you get the power of the God of Warcraft, and come out of the God of Warcraft safely, I won't let your sister go. Don't think I'm a fool. Since the God of Warcraft doesn't allow outsiders to enter, there are no telling what traps there are. If I'll let your sister go, you'll lead us into a trap and we won't know how we died. I'll say it again. If you let my sister go, I can swear to the god of Warcraft that I'll lead you to get the power of the god of Warcraft. Otherwise, you'll get nothing. Nothing? The bald man laughed obscenely. No, 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 even if we don't get the power of the god of Warcraft, at least we brothers can have some fun first. What do you think, little girl? Don't you want your sister to be, haha? When the bald man said this, Nashu's face turned pale, and she shrank behind Nayi. Lin Ming also frowned slightly, but he still needed these two men now, so it was not the time to take action. Nayi didn't say anything, but just confronted coldly. Obviously, she didn't intend to give in. At this time, the monkey-faced man spoke. He said to the bald man, "Second brother, stop talking. You are so useless. If you have power, what woman can't do it?" He turned to Nei and said, "You brought us into the sacred land of the witch god, which is already a betrayal of the witch god. You also swore in the name of the witch god. How can I trust you?" Nei was silent for a while, and tore off a section of her sleeve, revealing a healthy and smooth arm. On her arm, there was a vermilion spot. It was the toad sand that was crushed, after being fed with lead and mercury for a long time. And below the toad sand, there was a pair of golden dots. Nei wiped the pair of golden dots with her fingers, and Lin Ming could see clearly that the two small dots were actually a pair of golden beetles. It was just that they were curled up together before, so they looked like a pair of golden beads. Live and die together, broken heart poison. The monkey-faced man saw the pair of golden beetles, his face changed, and he said such a name. People in southern Xinjiang are good at witchcraft. There are many poisonous insects here, so it is a good place to raise them. What is the heartbreaking goo? The bald man had never heard of this thing. The monkey-faced man said, "The heartbreaking goo, one male and one female, come in pairs. They must attach themselves to people and suck the blood of living people to survive. If they eat the blood of dead people, they will die soon. The heartbreaking goo has only one partner in their life. If the partner dies, they will die with the partner. After death, their bodies will be broken, and they will release a deadly poison." What do you mean? The bald man didn't understand. The monkey-faced man said, "She wants to implant this pair of life and death heartbreaking goo into her sister's body, and one of us respectively. The heartbreaking goo must suck the blood of living people to survive. If her sister dies, the heartbreaking goo will die as well. After that, the heartbreaking goo in both of our bodies will commit suicide, releasing the poison, and we'll be doomed." So cruel. The bald man's face turned pale, and he looked at the two little golden beetles, feeling something was wrong. Nei said, "Although people look kind, their hearts are unpredictable. Although the poison is poisonous, it is loyal. With the heartbreaking goo of life and death, you should believe that I can't kill my sister in order to kill you. If you agree, I will implant the heartbreaking goo into your hearts and take you in. If you don't agree, I will commit suicide." The monkey-faced man looked at the little golden beetle with an uncertain expression. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "You can put the goo, but put it on your sister first." Nei nodded and said, "Nashu, stretch out your arm." Nashu bit her lip and stretched out her arm. Nei put one of the heartbreaking goo of life and death on Nashu's wrist, and then the heartbreaking goo bit Nashu's skin and drilled in. Nashu let out a soft "ah" because of the pain. Then, a slight bulge appeared on Nashu's arm. The bulge went up along Nashu's arm. It was the broken heart goo that entered Nashu's veins and flowed into her heart along the blood. Nashu bit her lips tightly, her face pale. For a little girl, this scene was really scary. Moreover, the broken heart goo drilled into her blood vessels, and the pain and numbness made Nashu unbearable. After a while, Nashu covered her chest. Her face turned a little blue. Obviously, it was not pleasant to have a small beetle drill into her heart. Now Yi comforted her. "Ashu, it's okay. The broken heart goo will molt in 3 years and flow out of your heart along the blood. It won't hurt you." "Yeah." Nashu nodded reluctantly. Lin Ming had been watching coldly from the side. Although Lin Ming had never seen the broken heart goo of life and death, he roughly understood what it was after listening to their conversation. It sounded like a good contract, but in fact, its binding force was not necessarily strong. Lin Ming himself had a way to avoid the contract of the broken heart goo of life and death, and he was disabled. First update. Chapter 173, Witch God Tower. It's your turn. Nei turned to the monkey-faced man and said. The monkey-faced man said, since you put the heartbreaking goo on your sister and me, then let your sister go in with us. Otherwise, it will be difficult for your sister to walk back to the nearest tribe in the jungle alone with only the 3rd level of physical training. If she is eaten by a ferocious beast, I will be finished. I don't want to lose my life in a muddle. Nei was silent for a while. The monkey-faced man was right. If her sister left alone, she would be in great danger. But if she left her sister, she was afraid that these two people would play tricks. Why, you are still worried after you have the poisonous goo in your body. If we want to harm you, and your sister commits suicide, I will be finished with her. Okay. Nei agreed and handed the heartbreaking goo to the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man did not hesitate, and let the heartbreaking goo bite into his skin and drill into his blood vessels and heart. Tell me, how do we get in? Nei said, when the moonlight comes out, I will open the gate of the Holy Land. It was dusk when they arrived at the cliff. Soon the sun set, and a bright moon appeared in the sky. The moonlight sprinkled on the rock wall, and the rock wall was covered with a faint glow. Nei walked to the edge of the cliff, knelt on her knees, and clasped her hands in front of her chest, as if praying for something. Then, an incredible scene appeared. The moonlight seemed to have turned into substance, and a huge silver white light gate slowly emerged on the cliff wall. Dots of light revolved around the light gate, just like the legendary miracle. The monkey-faced man and the bald man were stunned. Nashu also knelt down and prayed devoutly. Lin Ming watched from the side, but he understood that this light gate was actually just a teleportation array. Under this cliff, there is a strange teleportation array. Generally, the array is driven by the true essence stone, but this array is driven by moonlight, which is amazing. But now, he didn't have the heart to study the Witch clan formation. He was very interested in the strange power contained in the witch god's holy land, and wanted to know what it was. Although this approach was a bit unkind, saving the two sisters was also a compensation. The light gate opened, and a cave entrance flashing with blue light appeared out of thin air. The monkey-faced man shook his head and gestured, meaning that Nei should go in first. Nei stepped directly into the light gate, followed by the bald man, then Nashu and Lin Ming, and the monkey-faced man went in last. The scene around him suddenly changed, and Lin Ming found himself in a dim corridor. Around the corridor, there were brick and stone walls covered with exquisite murals. The contents of the murals were almost all related to gods, demons, and witchcraft, with ferocious faces of gods and demons, long fangs, strange utensils, sacrificial rituals, and various mythical beasts. An ancient and mysterious atmosphere came to his face. On the wall, there was a long burning lamp every 10 feet, and the light source in the lamp was a huge night shining pearl. Baby. The bald man's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand to pick those night shining pearls. Don't move. The monkey-faced man shouted angrily. Second brother, you are so useless. This is the holy land of the witch god. There are so many traps in it. If you touch me again, I will kill you. From now on, every step you take should be on the footprints of that woman. Not one more, not one less. After the monkey-faced man finished speaking, he turned to Nei and said, I advise you not to play tricks, but to avoid the traps honestly. If anything happens to our brothers, you sisters will also go to hell. Nei didn't say anything, and walked forward on her own. The bald man and the monkey-faced man followed her every step. Nashu was between them. If something happened, Nashu would definitely not be spared. Lin Ming followed at the end, following Mei's steps with every step, while his soul power radiated, carefully sensing the possible dangers around him. The monkey-faced man had a special tree sap applied to the soles of his shoes. This sap was a natural dye. Every time he took a step, he would leave a footprint formed by the dye. When the dye ran out, he would patiently reapply it. So along the way, the monkey-faced man left a series of footprints. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's heart moved slightly. This guy is leaving himself a way out, so as not to have some way in, but no way out. After all, he is in his 30s or 40s, and he has been in southern Xinjiang for so many years, so he is very careful. If my age and cultivation were not too deceptive, this monkey-faced man would not have brought me in so easily. He thought he had me in his hands. Lin Ming was 1.5 realms behind the monkey-faced man, and he was outnumbered 1 against 2. In the monkey-faced man's opinion, even the most powerful genius would die in this situation. They walked along the way without any trouble. The corridor was surprisingly long. The 5 people walked for half an hour, and a heavy stone door appeared in front of them. The stone door was 5 meters high, and there were dense Sanskrit characters carved on it. In the center of all the characters was a huge eye. The shape of the eye was very simple, but for some reason, looking at it would give one a feeling of instant confusion and pain, as if the soul was swallowed by the eye, and the dense Sanskrit characters around it began to wriggle like countless earthworms, but a closer look showed that the characters were not moving. This feeling was very strange and very uncomfortable. The bald man looked at it twice, and felt that his soul had left. The monkey-faced man was also sweating all over his head, and quickly turned his head away. Nei knelt in front of the stone gate and prayed devoutly, then stood up and said, "This is the door." The magic circle to open the door requires 3 warriors above the Elysian stage to pour in their true essence together before it can be activated. The magic circle is there, Nei said and pointed. There was a triangular altar where she pointed. In the center of the altar, there was a ball, which was also in the shape of an eye. After opening the door, you will enter the Washan Tower. The Washan Tower has 7 floors. The first floor is hell, the second floor is hungry ghosts, the third floor is livestock, the fourth floor is witch slaves, the fifth floor is mortals, the sixth floor is the gods, and the seventh floor is the Washan realm. The higher the floor, the stronger the power of the Washan you get. The power of which floor you can get depends on the will of the Washan. After hearing Nei's words, the monkey-faced man became excited. Washan Tower. This is the holy place, where the Washan bestows power. Every witch, when she is 16 years old, will come to the Washan Tower, to receive the inheritance of the Washan power. These 7 layers of power are more terrifying the higher they go. Even if he only gets the power of the 3rd or 4th level, it is enough to make a leap, and become a famous figure in southern Xinjiang. If he gets the power of the 5th or 6th level by chance, he will be able to look down on southern Xinjiang. As for the legendary 7th level, it is still a mystery. It is said that no one in the 100,000 mountains in southern Xinjiang, thousands of tribes, has ever obtained the power of the 7th level of the witch god. Brother, what are you waiting for? Open the door quickly. The bald man rubbed his thick palms full of calluses and couldn't wait any longer. The witch god tower in his mind seemed to be filled with countless beauties. As long as he could rise 1 level, he would get more women, more noble and more delicious. Little brother Mu, please help me, the monkey-faced man said to Lin Ming with a smile. Oh, okay, Lin Ming said, and walked towards the altar. Seeing Lin Ming standing in his position, the monkey-faced man showed a hideous smile. In his eyes, Lin Ming was a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Killing him would bring him a lot of wealth. With the power bestowed by the holy land of the witch god, he will be able to rise to prominence in the future. He can even build a small tribe of witches and become a legendary witch god. Beauty, power, wealth, and strength are all within reach. Thinking of this, the monkey-faced man was already very happy. However, the more he got to this point, the more cautious he had to be. If he made a mistake, he would lose everything. He turned to Nei with a smile and said, "You and your sister, go around in this secret room for a few rounds." He was going to kill the boy surnamed Mu in a while, so he might have to show off his skills. The monkey-faced man didn't want to step on any traps. Nei said, "There are no traps in the secret room of the witch god. I won't joke with my sister's life." Okay, then I believe you. Second brother, little brother Mu, let's get started, the monkey-faced man said, and began to inject true energy into the eyes in the center of the altar. The bald man followed closely behind, and Lin Ming also slowly operated the chaos true energy art, and injected true energy. At this moment, Lin Ming heard Nei's true essence transmission in his mind. After the gate is opened, they will not spare your life. 2 feet behind you, there is a stone door less than an inch thick, that can be directly knocked open. Behind the stone door is a safe passage that leads all the way to the outside of the holy land of the witch god. After you open the gate, while their eyes are diverted to the witch god tower inside the gate, turn around and rush into the stone door. If you are fast enough, and have time to escape, They don't know if there are any traps in the passage and may not chase you. Lin Ming was slightly stunned and looked at Nei in surprise. He didn't expect that she would point out such a way out for him. This Yana seemed indifferent, but in fact she was still very kind-hearted. It was he who deliberately did not help in order to enter the holy land of the witch god, which was a bit shameless. Lin Ming said, "Thank you. I think Miss Nei herself is also worthy of worry. Even if there is the life and death together broken heart goo, they still have ways to control you." The life and death together broken heart goo sounds like a good contract, but as long as you capture the people and make them unable to commit suicide, such as knocking them out or using some kind of knockout drug, and then put them under house arrest, seal their true energy, and then find someone to remove the goo. After all, no one is willing to hand their life over to others, not to mention the secrets of this witch god's holy land that arouse envy. How can the bald man and the monkey-faced man be willing to let the witch sisters leave? These are none of your business. Nei's voice suddenly turned cold. Second update. The monthly votes are too miserable. I only ask for 20 votes. Please vote for the monthly ticket, and please write a small climax in the next chapter with passion. Try to finish it as soon as possible. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 174. Killing the Two Evils. Lin Ming shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. He concentrated on injecting energy into the black sphere. The black sphere seemed like a bottomless pit. It swallowed a lot of energy, but did not show any reaction. Slowly, the bald man was already a little out of breath, and the monkey-faced man also turned red. Lin Ming, who had a super recovery ability, was the most relaxed among them. However, he used his true energy to turn his face red and looked exhausted. Put more effort, it will be done soon, the monkey-faced man said, and the black sphere began to emit a faint light. The whole secret room began to vibrate. With a boom sound, the door of the sorcerer god tower finally opened, and a 7-story jade tower with a milky white light appeared in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha. The monkey-faced man laughed when he saw the sorcerer god tower, because he was too excited. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. How could this tower be similar to the 7 treasures Linglang tower he encountered when he participated in the assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansions? Finally succeeded. Ha ha ha. The bald man rubbed his palms. Brother, let's go in together later. Well, okay, let's see who of us brothers can climb higher. But, before that, there are some small things to deal with, the monkey-faced man said, turning to Lin Ming with a smile, and his smile contained endless murderous intent. I told you to leave, why didn't you leave? Nei said angrily, using her true energy to transmit the sound. Lin Ming replied, I stayed for the power of the witch god, and I also want to repay you. I just said that, even if there is a life and death broken heart poison, you sisters may not be spared. What? Do you really want to? Nei couldn't believe it. Could it be that Lin Ming wanted to fight these two people? Yijin period versus Bone Forging Peak, a huge gap of 1.5 realms, and it was still 1 against 2. The bald man and the monkey-faced man surrounded Lin Ming from the left and right. Little brother Mu, you've worked hard on this journey. Lin Ming supported his knees, panting heavily, and looked a little exhausted. He wiped the sweat off his face with his elbow and said, you two are too polite. You have been dealing with the beasts all the time, and you have worked hard. I just accompanied you on this journey. In this posture, he looked defenseless, but his soul power was always locked on the two big men's every move, and the fingers supporting his knees also touched the Zumi ring. Two peak bone forging warriors, let them relax their vigilance, kill one in one fell swoop, and the other will be easy. On the contrary, if one move fails, the two will start to be fully alert, and even find that they are no match for the opponent and run away separately. Then it will be very troublesome to chase them in this sacred land of witches and gods full of traps. What's more, the monkey-faced man also has the same life and death broken heart goo on his body, which is even more difficult to deal with. The monkey-faced man smiled and said, Brother Mu, look here, there are many traps, and it is deep underground, quiet, and safe. It is simply a natural cemetery. Lin Ming was stunned and said blankly, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? What I mean is that the scenery here is so beautiful, why not let us brothers take you here to rest? When the monkey-faced man said this, his expression suddenly became ferocious. He grabbed the short axe behind him and chopped it down at the back of Lin Ming's head. At the same time, the bald man also pulled out the mace on his back and swept it towards Lin Ming's waist. The two attacks from the front and the back almost instantly blocked all of Lin Ming's evasive directions. Nashu exclaimed. Die. The monkey-faced man chopped down with an axe, but at that moment, Lin Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. Puff. The bald man had just swung his mace halfway when he felt a chill on his chest. A silver white object pierced through his chest. The bald man looked down in confusion and saw that it was the tip of a spear mixed with a little sticky blood. However, the blood did not stick to the tip of the spear, but flowed down along the spine of the spear, forming a dark red stream and dripping down. Pa. The blood splashed on the ground, and the sound was particularly loud in the quiet passage. The monkey-faced man still had a ferocious expression on his face. The sudden change made him unable to react to the situation for a while. Old second. I. The bald man stretched out his hand to grab something, but his eyes gradually became distracted. Bang. With a loud bang, a cloud of blood mist exploded all over the bald man's body, and 5,000 strands of true energy filaments instantly shattered his internal organs, bones, and muscles. The body of the bald man fell down like mud, revealing a calm and indifferent face behind him. It was Lin Ming. The monkey-faced man was completely stunned. The face of Lin Ming in front of him suddenly seemed strange and terrifying. He dodged the attack that seemed impossible to dodge in an instant and appeared behind the bald man like a ghost. He stabbed the other party with a gun and smashed him to pieces. How could this be the cultivation of religion period? The monkey-faced man's heart was trembling. Is this boy in front of him really a human? Or is he some kind of monster? According to legend, some monsters can cultivate into human form. These monsters are all terrifying existences that can fly and kill people invisibly. Not far away, Nei saw everything clearly. She saw Lin Ming disappear in an instant and then appear behind the bald man in an instant. During the whole process, she didn't even see how Lin Ming moved. Who is he? Nei held her breath. Is he really a 15 or 16-year-old boy? The monkey-faced man held a short axe, his true energy rapidly circulating, and slowly retreated. Sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. He didn't know whether Lin Ming had hidden his cultivation and changed his appearance at the same time. Thinking of the other party's ghostly body movements, the monkey-faced man already knew that there was no point in running away, and that would only make him die faster. Lin Ming held the heavy, mysterious, soft silver spear. It seemed easy for him to kill the bald man just now, but in fact, it was just that the other party was careless and did not use too much true energy to protect his body, so Lin Ming succeeded easily. Now the monkey-faced man was on guard, as if facing a great enemy. Although Lin Ming could kill him, it would take some effort. Don't kill him. At this moment, Nei's true energy transmission sounded in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming seemed to have not heard it at all. He rushed out instantly. Under the blessing of the wind state of mind, distance almost lost its meaning. A spear was thrust out, and lightning flashed. Dang. The monkey-faced man blocked the shot with a short axe, but the electric snake on the spear drilled into the monkey-faced man's body like a maggot on the tarsal bone, paralyzing him instantly. That was the power of Lei Ling. The power of the evil god, activated. Lin Ming shouted, raised his spear, and swept it across, and the strength of the training was activated, and the vibrating true energy spread out like a tide. At this moment, the monkey-faced man, who was already paralyzed, bit his tongue fiercely under the instinct of survival, and forcibly restored his mobility. He knew that it was impossible to block this attack, so he simply risked his life, and chopped Lin Ming with an axe. Puff. The spear swept across the monkey-faced man's thighs, and the strength of the training combined with the terrifying explosion of the evil god's power directly swept the monkey-faced man's legs into pieces of meat and broken bones. However, at the same time, the axe also chopped towards Lin Ming's forehead. Body-shattering fist. Lin Ming punched out. He actually used his flesh and blood body to directly attack the treasure axe that was infused with true energy. Bang. The axe was directly bounced away by the vibration of true energy. However, Lin Ming's fist was completely unscathed. This. The monkey-faced man widened his eyes in disbelief, invulnerable to swords and guns. Question mark? As soon as he had this thought, He felt his body flying up, and his lower body had completely lost consciousness. He looked down suddenly, and found that his feet were still on the ground, but his legs were completely shattered. The monkey-faced man screamed in pain, and his body fell heavily to the ground like a broken sack, and blood gushed out like a fountain. No, don't kill me. If I die, the little girl will die too. Lin Ming didn't seem to care at all. A trace of evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he shook his spear. Do you think I care? You. Okay. Anyway, I can't live, so let's die together. The monkey-faced man gritted his teeth and wanted to sever his meridians to death. However, at this moment, Lin Ming appeared in front of the monkey-faced man like a ghost, raised his hand, and slammed it down, and the meridian-severing hand. Puff! Lin Ming slapped the monkey-faced man in the chest with a palm, and the true energy full of destructive power rushed along the monkey-faced man's meridians, directly twisting those meridians, and breaking them inch by inch. Ah! The monkey-faced man let out a miserable cry, and then he was horrified to find that the true energy in his body seemed to be completely shattered by a force, and he didn't listen to his command at all. Want to sever your own meridians? How about I help you? Lin Ming put away his palm. This meridian severing hand has no value in actual combat. It is a useless martial art. However, that great man specially practiced this martial art to torture people. How could he give the other party a chance to commit suicide? To make the other party lose all his power, turn him into a eunuch, and then imprison him, and torture him in every way, that is really a life or death situation. The sudden change happened in a flash. Nei was shocked. She thought Lin Ming really wanted to kill the monkey-faced man, but now it seems that Lin Ming has completely controlled the situation by some means. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. When she looked at Lin Ming again, her eyes became extremely complicated. Who is this young man? He is obviously only in the Yijin stage. How could he have such a terrifying strength? He jumped 1.5 realms, but he completely played the other party in his hands. He couldn't even kill his meridians and commit suicide. I'm afraid that a warrior in the condensing meridian stage is no more than this. Even the top geniuses in southern Xinjiang that Nei had heard of did not have this kind of fighting power, including the most outstanding first-generation patriarch of their Nat tribe. If he was really 15 years old, his future achievements would be limitless. This person was too terrifying. If he helped me, and with this undiscovered inheritance of the witch god's holy land, rebuilding the Nat tribe would not be impossible. Thinking of this, Nei's breathing became rapid, but she immediately sighed and shook her head. How could he help me? Chapter 175 Nei's hatred. The monkey-faced man had completely collapsed. His lips were trembling, and his hands were randomly pushing the ground to hide backwards. Not only did he lose his legs, but the true energy in his body was also constantly draining away. The so-called severing of meridians. To commit suicide is to stimulate the true energy in the body, to destroy one's own body. Now that the true energy cannot be stimulated, suicide has become a luxury. Lin Ming took out a hemostatic herb worth hundreds of taels of gold from the package, crushed it, and sprinkled the juice on the monkey-faced man's legs, and the bleeding stopped immediately. He didn't want the monkey-faced man to die from excessive blood loss. What do you want? The monkey-faced man's voice was trembling. Now he was like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Lin Ming turned to Nei and said, "You are the one who cast the poison. You should have a way to remove it, right?" Nei was stunned for a moment, took a deep breath and said, "There is a way." "Then come and remove it. I don't think you want to keep such a monkey with a broken leg in the future." Nei walked towards the monkey-faced man in silence, and pulled out a dagger as she walked. At that moment, the monkey-faced man was desperate. He had never experienced such pain before. He had no power to resist, and was waiting for the moment of death. "Nashu, turn around." Nai suddenly said. Oh. Nashu responded, and turned around obediently. The series of scenes just now had shocked the little girl too much. Lin Ming was vaguely aware of something, and said with his true essence, "Is the scene very bloody? Don't want your sister to see it? I think she will experience this kind of scene in the future." Nai was silent for a while and said, "I hope she will never experience it." "Okay, how to remove the poison?" Nai said, "There is no special way. We can only take it out before he dies. Now Yi said, and suddenly stabbed the monkey-faced man's heart with a knife. The small dagger, although not a treasure, was extremely sharp. It pierced into the monkey-faced man's heart like cutting tofu. With a puff sound, it stabbed all the way to the bottom. The monkey-faced man screamed and struggled violently, but he had already lost his martial arts skills. How could he resist Nei, who was seriously injured and dying, against the third level of physical training? Nei grabbed the dagger and pulled it hard, directly cutting open the monkey-faced man's chest. Then she stabbed it in the heart, cutting open the still beating heart. Blood rushed out like a fountain, splashing Nei's face. However, she just blinked her eyes, not caring to wipe off the blood, and reached into the thick heart wall muscle of the heart, and took out the broken heart boo. Even in the 10,000 killings formation, Lin Ming, who had experienced bloody scenes for a long time, was shocked when he saw this scene. This little girl was really cruel. The golden little beetle was bathed in blood, but did not bleed. Nei quickly put it in her arm, and at this time, the monkey-faced man was still lying on the ground, twitching. Although there are many vital points on the human body, there is only one vital point that can cause instant death. That is, the brain tissue at the center of the eyebrows. If it is damaged, it will die instantly. For others, death will take a process. For example, if the heart is damaged, a person can still live for about 10 seconds. Nei used these 10 seconds to remove the broken heart poison and parasitize it on herself. After changing the new host, it doesn't matter whether the old host is alive or dead. After doing all this, Nei stood up. Her face was slightly pale, and Lin Ming took out a towel from the Zumi ring and handed it to her. "Thank you," Nei whispered, turning her back to wipe the blood on her hair and face. Lin Ming saw Nei huddled in the dark corner, but he felt that she was like a wounded kitten licking her wounds. There must be an unknown story behind this girl. Lin Ming said, "I remember you said that you swore 2 poisonous oaths. One is to protect your sister and live safely, then the other is to avenge your parents?" Nei did not reply, still wiping the blood, and the originally snow-white towel had become scarlet and dazzling. "Sorry," Lin Ming said. "No, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in trouble today. I do want to apologize. This holy land of the witch god is a forbidden place for your tribe. After all, the way I came here was not glorious. I took advantage of you." Nei said, "You and I have never met before. You have no obligation to help me. As for this holy land of the witch god, our clan has been destroyed. What's the point of keeping the holy land?" Nei sighed when she said this. Speaking of the holy land of the witch god, Lin Ming had a question in his mind. He asked, "Does every tribe have a witch god tower?" Nei said, "No, it is said that there are a total of 72 witch god towers in southern Xinjiang, which were left by the witch god before he ascended to the witch god realm. These 72 witch god towers have been lost for various reasons, such as the interruption of inheritance caused by wars and beast tides, earthquakes and volcanoes, etc. And now there are only 65 left. So that's it." Lin Ming guessed that this so-called witch god should be a powerful person. As for the so-called ascension, it is very likely that he entered a place like the god's domain. "Can you tell me what the power of the witch god is?" Nei said, "The power of the witch god can help warriors break through their realms and improve their cultivation. Everyone can only enter the witch god tower once in their lifetime. However, because the power of the witch god is limited, the lower the realm of the warrior, the greater the improvement, while the warrior with a too high realm will get a relatively small improvement. But on the other hand, warriors with too low realms are not easy to pass the test of the witch god, so the best age to enter is 16. Every witch will enter the witch god tower at the age of 16 to receive inheritance." Nei explained very clearly, which surprised Lin Ming a little. She didn't seem to mind entering the witch god tower at all, and explained it in such detail. After a moment of silence, Lin Ming said, "To be honest, I want to accept the power of the witch god." Nei said, "I know, otherwise you wouldn't have acted for so long. But you are afraid that there is some mystery in it that I deliberately didn't tell you, so you triggered some mechanism." "That's right," Lin Ming said frankly. Nei opened her collar and took off a pendant from her neck. It was unknown what material the pendant was made of. It looked like metal, but in the dark corridor, it emitted a hazy and gentle light like jade. The pendant had an eye pattern, exactly the same as the eye pattern on the gate of the Sorcerer God Tower. Nei said, "This is the key of the Sorcerer God, and it is also the sacred object of our clan. You can use it to open the test of the Sorcerer God. Otherwise, you can only enter the outer tower on the lower 3 floors." Lin Ming was slightly startled and looked at Nei in surprise. Although the secret room was extremely dark, Nei's eyes were like stars in the night sky, shining with pure and bright light. She just stretched out her right hand, and her tender hand was still stained with blood. The key of the Sorcerer God was hanging on her fingertips, shining with a hazy jade light. At that moment, Lin Ming inexplicably felt a sense of trust in his heart. He said, "If you hadn't told me about the Witch God key, I wouldn't have known about it." "You're right. You and I have never met before, so you have no obligation to help me. Besides, this Witch God Tower is a forbidden place for your tribe. Why do you want to tell me about the Witch God key?" Nei said, "I want you to help me kill someone." "The enemy who killed your parents?" "Yes." When she mentioned her parents' enemy, Nei's eyes flashed with a strong hatred and murderous intent. Even Lin Ming's heart trembled slightly when he saw it. "This person is the general of the Huokai tribe, named Kai Guda. The Huokai tribe destroyed our tribe. My parents were both wizards of the witch god cult of Mina's tribe. After the witch god temple was destroyed, my father was killed by Kai Guda, and my mother." Nei took a deep breath when she said this. Her dark eyes flashed with burning murderous intent, and the corners of her tender mouth twitched slightly. Lin Ming had guessed that it might be humiliation and rape, but he didn't expect Nei's next words to surprise him. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "My mother was raped by Guda and his men and then eaten?" Lin Ming swallowed his saliva to make sure he heard it right. Nei said, "The Huachi tribe is a cannibalistic tribe. This is in southern Xinjiang. Some tribes eat people. They will eat prisoners of war, especially pagans. Our Washan sect is a mortal enemy of shamanism and is regarded as a pagan by them." This, Lin Ming found it hard to accept. He had heard that when the court was licentious and immoral, the people exchanged their children for food. Those were things in ancient times, very far away from him. He didn't expect to experience it personally now. Nei said, "My mother's guards risked their lives to collect her remains. When I saw her, her body was already incomplete. Her hair had fallen off because she was boiled in boiling water. Her body and face were covered with marks of teeth. Only broken bones were left of one leg and one arm." Nei calmed down as she spoke, as if she had gathered all her hatred and buried it deep in her heart. Lin Ming's stomach churned. Just hearing Nei's description, he felt that it was too much to bear, not to mention that Nei had seen it with her own eyes, and that person was her mother. No wonder Nei was so cold and resolute at such a young age. He couldn't help but turn around and glance at Nashu, who was still in the far corner. Presumably, this little girl didn't know what happened to her mother yet. Perhaps now Yi would never let her know in the future. Lin Ming took a deep breath and asked, "What level of cultivation is Kaigu fighting?" "Half step to the heavenly postnatal." "So?" Lin Ming frowned slightly. It was another half step to the heavenly postnatal. Although he had just killed a half step to the heavenly postnatal warrior, it was because of a combination of factors that were favorable to him. Now that the Thunderbolt evil fire beads were used up, if he faced a half step to the heavenly postnatal warrior head on, he had no confidence at all. And since he was a general, there must be many masters guarding him. It would be even more difficult to kill him in the crowd. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.